Chapter 211. This small pot looked like a snow pan that was usually used for cooking. Inside it was half a pot of boiling oil, and it was black kerosene. When Ming Hai brought the pot of boiling kerosene to Hardedef, the scorching heat made his eyes burn. Even the intense pain in his fingers was suppressed for a moment. It could be seen how exaggerated it was. This is. After seeing the pot of boiling kerosene, John's body trembled violently because he already knew what the oil was used for. Although the fully heated kerosene didn't look very eye-catching, its temperature could exceed 300 degrees. It was much hotter than peanut oil and rapeseed oil. Pouring boiling kerosene on one's body was a classic of the polar world, man's bath. Long Do seemed to have felt John's fear from the bottom of his heart. He casually pressed John's head, pushing his handsome protagonist face less than a finger away from the pot. I'll ask you one last time. What is your purpose in pursuing Yunyan? Who sent you? Ryudo's words were still so calm. He didn't even tell John what the consequences would be if he lied again. Although everything was self-evident, under this situation, no one would have thought of the consequences. No, you won't do this. This isn't human. Doing this kind of thing, you will be punished by God. You will go to hell. As if he was scared silly by the pot of oil in front of him, John trembled violently while he shouted incoherently. To be honest, when she heard this scumbag, who had ruined who knew how many girls and even killed a few of them, say the words will go to hell, she was shocked. Ryudo couldn't help but sigh. The thickness of a human skin could reach such a level. When you do something bad, you just silently pray for God's forgiveness. When others do something bad, you ask God to punish them to hell. Motherf *Ker, is God your family's security guard? This is too shameless. So Ryudo sneered, if God really exists, then he should beg for my forgiveness. Beg me to forgive him for creating a group of human garbage that does evil in the name of God. Do you understand? You dare to disrespect God. You, hiss. Just as Hardedef was about to reprimand this subhuman, Ming Hai picked up a spoon and shook a spoonful of boiling oil onto Hardedef's face. Hardedef's body was immediately scalded by the oil. Are you an idiot? Seeing this foreigner trying to scare his boss with some righteous words, John couldn't help but laugh. Ming Hai couldn't help but mock. Who do you think you're talking to? We are Extreme Tao. You are talking about God with Extreme Tao? Is there a problem here? While mocking, Narukai extended a finger and poked John's forehead as if he was poking an elementary school student who made a mistake. Long Do added, I'll give you 3 seconds to organize your thoughts. If I don't hear a satisfactory answer by the end of the countdown, you'll know how it feels to be thrown into the pot to make tempura. When he heard this, John's eyes suddenly widened. The intense burning pain after the hot kerosene came into contact with his face was endless, and this was only the result of a small spoonful of oil. If his entire head was pressed into the oil, it would be easier to just die. However, John knew that if he didn't speak, this young man would do it without hesitation. Madman, madman, madman. It's over. This Extreme Tao young master is a madman. His brain is definitely not normal. Before John finished cursing in his mind, Ryudo had already begun to count down coldly. 3, 2. I'll talk. It's the president of the Great Beauty Association who asked me to come. He asked me to seize the family business of the Sakujiri Group. It's the whole plan he arranged. I'm just assisting in the implementation. It seemed that the terrifying atmosphere destroyed his last psychological defense, and John finally couldn't help but burst out everything he knew. The president of the Great Beauty Association? Sakujiri? The moment he heard this sentence, Ryudo couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly, and his eyes exuded a strong murderous intent. Ryudo was too familiar with this name. After all, he had a night of intimate contact with his son Sakujiri. It was so intimate that he was sent to the hospital, and he was almost killed by his sister Tsukujiri. In fact, Colored Glaze had already suspected that John had some special collusion with the Great Beauty Association. It was just that she didn't expect the whole plan to be led by the Great Beauty Association behind the scenes, and John was just a tool responsible for implementing it. In the original work of Red Photo Album 2, No One Survived, the plot did not mention this part. Or in the plot, the Great Beauty Association and Tsukujiri's family didn't mention it at all. The reason why John pursued Yun Yin was only on the surface that he coveted her beauty. But the plot of the game was the plot of the game after all. Those plots could only show some parts related to the protagonist. As for the parts that weren't obviously related to the protagonist, there was no mention at all. In the world of the game, the player was just an ordinary high school student. The things that high school students could come into contact with and the scope of life were very small, so it was naturally impossible for them to completely understand the world. From Ryudo's understanding until now, the depth of the plot that could be known through the game was about 1/10 of the real depth of the world, or even 1%. For example, the most ancient society, Yatsuki, that Colored Glaze mentioned before didn't have a trace at all in the game. This time, the Great Beauty Association and John's conspiracy were the same. Although John was executed at the end of the plot, his conspiracy with the Great Beauty Association wasn't exposed. Instead, he was imprisoned because of the dirty things he did in private. In other words, even if Ryudo knew the situation of most of the enemies in the game, he couldn't see through everything in the real world. He still had to collect more information. Just as Ryudo was thinking, John couldn't help but yell, "I really only know this. Let me go. Or do you want money? I can give you any amount." This time, John was telling the truth. He really didn't know anything else. The marks caused by the kerosene splashed on his face burned with pain. The part of his palm that had 3 fingers broken on his back was even more painful. Now, John didn't want to think about anything else. He just wanted to leave here and see a doctor, no matter the cost. However, after hearing John's words, Ryudo first raised his eyebrows, then asked kindly, "Oh, if you have money, you should have said so earlier. I forgot that you are a rich young master. There must be a lot of money in your card, right? I have 10 million in my card at any time. This money should be enough to redeem yourself. 10 million? So poor? That's too little, asshole. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar?" No, no, no. It's really not little. I have 10 million US dollars, USD. What? USD? 10 million US dollars? When he heard that John could transfer such a large amount of money at any time, Ryudo couldn't help but let out a whoa sound. Indeed, although 10 million US dollars didn't sound like a large amount, it was an astronomical number compared to yen. According to the current exchange rate, 1 USD was almost equivalent to 111 yen. 10 million US dollars was 1 billion yen. This was more valuable than Ryudo and Dunia's heads at that time. It was just that although this money was very tempting, it couldn't be taken away casually. After all, after this, the Teddy group would definitely know that the young master was missing. At that time, as long as they investigated the account, they would know that such a large amount of money was missing. This was bound to be a powerful search clue. So if he wanted to take this money, it was definitely impossible to transfer it directly. He had to use some financial means to launder it a few times before it could enter the account. It was impossible for ordinary people to launder this kind of money, but fortunately, Ryudo had a financial master-level subordinate here. "Escort, go and call Gao Yuan over."
Yes.
With Ryudo's order, the escort immediately ran out of the basement and invited Gao Yuan over not long after. At the same time, Gao Yuan also held 2 laptops in his hands. Obviously, he had already understood the situation here. Under Gao Yuan's gaze, John tremblingly transferred the money through the two-way operation of the computer and mobile phone to an account in an unknown foreign country. As the prompt on the computer screen changed to "Transfer successful," this special transfer was completed. How is it? Is it done? Well, I will transfer this money to different accounts in batches, and then let it go around the world through some operations. In this way, no one will be able to detect the source when it is used again. How long will it take? The first batch can be solved in 3 days at the earliest. At that time, the amount of money will become yen, about 300 million. For this kind of financial operation, Gao Yuan was an expert. It was only a matter of time to launder this money. And the most important thing was that he could do it to the extent that even the professional organization of the Metropolitan Police Department couldn't find out the ins and outs. He could guarantee that the money could be used at will without leaving any trouble. Very good. Suddenly, Ryuto nodded with satisfaction and walked over to personally help John up from the chair. After the rope on his body was untied, John was so happy that tears almost flowed down. "Island country little bastard, you dare to treat me like this. When I go back, I must spend a lot of money to hire someone to burn you to ashes." Although he thought so in his heart, John still smiled at Ryuto with joy. "Can you let me go now?" "Yeah, take care. I won't see you out." "Gotcha." Before he finished speaking, a fist full of force hit John's face directly, and his neck was directly hit by a 180-degree rotation. Chapter 212. Huh. Strange? Why can I see my back? When Ryuto punched his neck until it rotated 180 degrees, Hardedef didn't realize what happened. In a person's life, if they didn't rely on a mirror, how could they see their own back? This wonderful experience was Ryuto's last gift to Hardedef, and it was also a gift to send him to the afterlife. Although he got the money, Hardedef definitely couldn't be let go. Ryuto wasn't a fool. He clearly knew that if he let this guy go, there would be endless trouble. This foreign devil would definitely use all kinds of methods to retaliate. If you cut the grass without removing the roots, you'll see who's the one behind. What's more, from the moment Hardedef planned to pursue Yunyin and seize the Tsukumori group, Ryuto had already sentenced this idiot to death. After killing Hardedef with one punch, Ryuto took out a handkerchief and wiped his fist, then stuffed the handkerchief into the idiot's mouth. "Narukai Manta, take this thing out and deal with it. Don't leave any traces." "Yes, I promise to complete the task." When they heard Ryuto's order, the two men familiarly took out a big sack, put Hardedef's body in it, and carried it out of the basement. In terms of dealing with corpses, Kyoto was an expert among experts. If they wanted to, they could make people evaporate into thin air, and in the end, not a single hair could be found. As for how they did it, it was not convenient to elaborate. "It's over?" When Ryuto walked out of the basement of the Rulon Group headquarters, Colored Glaze, who had been waiting outside, greeted him. Just as you thought, the Great Beauty Association is behind this. Their purpose is to seize the Tsukumori group." "Sure enough, I said there's no such coincidence in the world." Colored Glaze sighed and followed Ryuto to the bedroom. To be honest, Ryuto wasn't used to taking a stroll with Colored Glaze in his courtyard in the middle of the night. It was as if the two of them had already started living together. However, just because Ryuto wasn't used to it didn't mean that Colored Glaze wasn't. After moving in, she found that she actually liked the atmosphere of the Rulon Group headquarters. Every day, there were many ghetto walking around, drinking, singing, and playing dice in each room. It felt like a big family, a big and lively family. Although most of the people in this family were gangsters in the eyes of society, Colored Glaze still felt that this group of villains was more honest than the hypocrites of the upper class. Of course, although Colored Glaze didn't say it out loud, she also felt that it was quite pleasant to be with Ryuto. Under the elegant moonlight, the two walked side by side in the wooden corridor, their light footsteps slowly moving forward. As they walked, Colored Glaze suddenly asked, "Actually, the main reason why you're so insistent on killing Hardedef is that you can't stand him pursuing Yunyin, right?" "You can say that." Ryuto nodded, not intending to hide his feelings. From an objective point of view, Hardedef was indeed an evil person and deserved to die. But even if he wasn't an evil person, Ryuto might still make a move on him, just not to the extent of being ruthless. After all, senior sister Yunyin was Long Do's girlfriend. If they wanted to steal his girlfriend, they would be enemies from head to toe. In the world of ghetto, there were many ways to deal with the enemy, but there was only one goal, and that was to make the enemy disappear from this world. After hearing Ryuto's unhesitant answer, Colored Glaze was stunned for a moment, then slowly asked, "Then if someone wants to pursue me?" Before Colored Glaze could finish her sentence, Ryuto interrupted, "Then he can reserve a place in the crematorium. Even Jesus can't save him. I said so." As he spoke, Ryuto gently held the hand next to him. The tender little hand that was grasped by his slightly rough hand struggled for a moment, and then she pretended to be reluctant and held back. Why are you so overbearing?" "Because I want the best things, so I didn't waste my time in this world." Ryuto's words actually hid another meaning. but Colored Glaze definitely didn't understand it. As they walked, the two came to Ryudo's room, or Colored Glaze's room door. However, when they came to the door of the room, they found that the light in the room was on. It was normal to turn on the light in a room at night. But the problem was, Colored Glaze and Ryudo were not inside. So why was the light turned on? Is there someone in the room? Is it dancing costume? She should be helping me tidy up the room or something. No, this smell is. Just when Colored Glaze thought it was dancing costume helping her tidy up the room, her delicate nose suddenly twitched as if she smelled a familiar fragrance. Smell? Sniff. Huh, this isn't it. Voila. Colored Glaze and Ryudo both smelled this familiar fragrance, and the door in front of the room suddenly opened from the inside. A beautiful woman in a delicate kimono appeared in front of the two. Why are you standing outside? Come in quickly. At this time, Rurei Hui waved to Colored Glaze and Ryudo and said with a smile, Am I seeing things? After seeing the familiar figure, Colored Glaze couldn't help but reach out and pinch Ryudo's thigh. She found that her fingers were a little painful, then she realized that it wasn't a dream. Rurei Hui actually appeared at the Rulong Group headquarters in the middle of the night, and she was waiting for them in Colored Glaze's room. Because this scene was too surreal, the two didn't know how to react in a short time, so they could only walk into the room in a daze. After entering, Ryudo stood like a primary school student, while Colored Glaze swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked, Mother, ahem, Mother, don't tell me you're here. Don't worry, I'm not here to take you back. Since you like to live here, then stay. It just so happens that you can enrich your life experience. After Rurei Hui entered the room, she sat on Colored Glaze's bed, and this bed belonged to Ryudo a day ago. Generally speaking, it was normal for a mother to worry about her daughter who ran away from home and come to see if she was doing well. But this seemed so strange when it came to Rurei Hui. It was hard to believe that she deliberately came here because of this. So Colored Glaze replied without hesitation, Did something happen? And it's an emergency related to Ryudo? Oh, it's not easy. You can still think calmly in this situation. It seems that your mind is much clearer. Oh. After being ridiculed by her mother, Colored Glaze's little face slightly blushed. Indeed, if the previous Colored Glaze encountered this kind of mother's sudden inspection situation, she would probably be upset and her mind would be in a mess. But now she was not. She could even immediately infer the reason behind Rurei Hui's appearance. It can be said that she was already a qualified military advisor. Seemingly gratified by her daughter's growth, Rurei Hui couldn't help but reach out and touch Colored Glaze's little head. Then she turned her head and said to Ryudo, In fact, this time I came here. In addition to wanting to see how Colored Glaze's living environment is, there is also an important matter to discuss with you. Madam Rurei Hui, there's no harm in saying it. Well, Colored Glaze, what's the date in a week? Do you still remember? A week later? When suddenly asked by her mother, Colored Glaze thought for a second, then quickly replied, Is it Princess Fukudaheim's coming-of-age ceremony? Yes. The princess is about to turn 20 years old. According to the tradition, she needs to go through the coming-of-age ceremony and make her own crown according to the royal tradition. Hearing this, Ryudo couldn't help but ridicule. What is a crown? A mere princess can wear a crown. Is this a rebellion? Of course, in fact, the princess wearing a crown has been a tradition for hundreds of years. It is said that it originated from the era of the Emperor Sandwich at the beginning of the Westernization movement. It has nothing to do with rebellion. At that time, the Empress was the first empress to wear a Western dress, so from then on, there was a tradition of custom-made crowns. When the princesses came of age, they would wear a dress and a crown specially made for them by the royal silver shop Ginzawako. It is said that the more valued the princess, the higher the cost of making the crown, the more gorgeous the style, and the more pearls and other jewels inlaid on it. And according to the royal rules, Princess Fukudaheim must go to the imperial palace alone on the day of the ceremony to report to her grandparents, the former emperor, that she has become an adult and can take charge of the palace. After that, there will be a grand opening banquet. At that time, the emperor's family will also be there to greet the invited guests and celebrate. Liuli naturally knew this ancient tradition very well. However, there was one thing she didn't understand. What did this have to do with the dragon battle? After asking this question, Rue Hui first smiled faintly, then smiled and said, "Good question. According to my sources, the guests invited to Fukudaheim's coming-of-age ceremony are a bit special." Colored Glaze heard this and asked in confusion, "Special guests? Aren't they the people of Yatsuki?" According to common sense, as the core organization that ruled this country, Yatsuki would naturally attend such a large-scale royal event. As the Dark Crow, Rue Hui would definitely go. However, Rue Hui glanced at Ryudo and smiled. The people of Yatsuki will definitely go, but the problem is that in the list of people invited, there are the leaders of the three extreme organizations, Rulon Group, Big Dipper Alliance, and Black Snake Alliance. Hearing Rue Hui's words, Ryudo and Colored Glaze couldn't help but look at each other and see the surprise in each other's eyes. Chapter 213. The leader of the Rulon Group, Ryudo Kiryu. The leader of the Big Dipper Alliance, Kaiyong. The leader of the Black Snake Alliance, Tessa. In today's Tokyo underground world, these three are famous big shots. After all, not long ago, the Rulon Group, the Big Dipper Alliance, and the Black Snake Alliance announced the formation of a new alliance called the Black Hand Alliance. Before the alliance was formed, they even killed the leaders of the other two Extreme-Do, the White Tiger Gang and the Psychedelic Saburo. They swallowed the territories and resources of those two groups, and now they were in the limelight. But even so, Extreme-Do was still Extreme-Do. No matter how famous he was still not a decent person. He should not have been invited to such a grand event held by the imperial family. So Ryudo was confused. He scratched his head and asked, "Is there something wrong with their heads? Why did they invite us Extreme-Do bosses? To cause trouble?" From Ryudo's point of view, only those who wanted to cause trouble would invite Extreme-Do to a grand event. Otherwise, there was no reason. But Colored Glaze shook her head. Exactly the opposite. I feel that this invitation is full of evil intentions. It should be the decision of that woman, Minato-ya. There were not many people who could make the decision for an invitation of this level. As for Ryuto, Kaiyong, and Tessa, only Empress Wu-Da would be involved. After all, not long ago, the three of them had formed the Black Hand Alliance and killed Empress Wu-Da's Hero Alliance while it was still in its infancy. They had also eliminated two of her capable subordinates and two whole forces. According to Colored Glaze's statistics, Minato-ya's direct and indirect losses were at least tens of billions of yen. It could be said that it was a feud on the level of killing her father. With this level of hatred, the Empress would naturally not laugh it off. She would find all kinds of opportunities to take revenge. Therefore, from Colored Glaze's point of view, this sudden invitation was probably Xiao He and Tian Ya's carefully planned revenge. But the problem was, what could they do by inviting three leaders of hostile organizations to the royal princess's coming-of-age ceremony? Demonstrate? Or, no, the main problem was that Ryudo and the others couldn't possibly go there, right? Since they already knew that the royal family was behind the Renxiao Alliance, how could the three leaders of the Black Hand Alliance go to the royal family's headquarters? Not to mention the cautious Kaiyong and Tessa, even the daring Long Do wouldn't dare to participate in this kind of banquet that was obviously a trap, unless the other side used some kind of threat to force them to attend the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. In fact, Rue Hui and Colored Glaze had thought of this as well. However, they didn't know what Xiao and Tianya were going to use to threaten Ryuto. But there was nothing to be anxious about. They would just have to deal with whatever came their way. No matter how anxious they were, it wouldn't help at this moment. After discussing the general situation, Rue Hui stood up from the bed and prepared to leave. But before leaving, she deliberately looked at Ryudo and said with a smile, "I don't oppose Colored Glaze temporarily staying here, but there are some things that can't be done, understand? This, of course." After being reminded by Rue Hui, Ryudo's expression was somewhat awkward, but he still seriously promised. Obviously, the thing that Rue Hui said couldn't be done was the last C in the ABC of love, which was sleeping together. A man and a woman living under the same roof, and both of them were very young. They were at the age where they were hot-blooded and had a strong curiosity about the opposite sex. In Rue Hui's view, this situation was still a bit dangerous because Colored Glaze still couldn't lose her virginity. It was her last life-saving charm. Rue Hui was very clear about what Ryudo wanted to do, and she would try her best to help, but that Yatsuki was too powerful. Unless they had the strength to overthrow the country, it was difficult to compete with them. Therefore, the best solution in Rue Hui's mind was to let Colored Glaze go to the Tenzai Shrine for a period of time as the fasting king. When she came out, she would reunite with Ryuto. This way, there wouldn't be any problems. Although he had given up 20 years of his youth, at the very least, he would be able to preserve his life and not lose it. In order to achieve this, the bottom line was that Liuli had to be a fair and flawless young girl. After all, before becoming the fasting king, the successor had to go through a thorough body examination. Whether she had been intimate with a man or not would be known. In so many years of history, there had been Kamiyoshi girls who had been in trouble. According to what Rue Hui knew, several ancestors who were discovered to be virgins before entering the heavenly abode divine palace were all cruelly treated in the end. They were directly captured and burned to ashes. As Colored Glaze's mother, Rue Hui naturally didn't want her to be treated so cruelly. Therefore, it was necessary to protect Colored Glaze's bottom line as the fasting king. Therefore, she specially came to warn Ryuto that kissing and hugging was fine, but he mustn't push Colored Glaze down. Otherwise, there would be no turning back. Of course, Colored Glaze snorted at this attitude. When sending Rue Hui off quietly, Colored Glaze didn't say a word. Her brows were slightly furrowed, obviously in a bad mood. "What's wrong? Weren't you happy just now? Why does your face look so bad now?" On the way back to the room, Ryuto looked at Colored Glaze's unhappy face and couldn't help but laugh. "Humph, aren't you very smart? Guess what I'm thinking?" Colored Glaze snorted coldly, and at the same time, she couldn't help but reach out and rub the corner of her skirt. "You're bothered by what Mrs. Rue Hui said just now, right?" After all, it was normal for a teenage girl like Colored Glaze to be unhappy when she was mentioned in front of her mother. At least, Ryuto thought so. But in fact, the reason why Colored Glaze was unhappy was because of this. But it wasn't the whole reason. "Mom said that for my own good. I don't dislike her advice." She then smiled bitterly. "The reason why I'm unhappy is that I always feel like my body isn't mine. I don't even have the right to decide when I want to be with someone." Colored Glaze was naturally very clear about Rue Hui's previous reminder. As long as she didn't have a relationship with Ryuto, she could always go back to being a fast king. But this feeling made Colored Glaze feel very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. She always felt that her purity had become her last life-saving charm. She would rather not have this life-saving charm. It was simply disgusting. After feeling Colored Glaze's dilemma, Ryuto couldn't help but approach her and say in her ear, "Oh, so you want to do that with me so much? You're really bold. Even I didn't think about this kind of thing." The moment Ryuto said this, Colored Glaze's face suddenly turned red. She suddenly realized that her words just now seemed to have some elements of grievance because she couldn't be intimate with someone. It made Liuli seem like she really wanted to do that with someone, just like a woman who couldn't satisfy her desires. Wait, what the hell did I just say? How can I say this in front of this stinky pervert? Especially after thinking about what kind of situation the intimacy in her words represented, Colored Glaze's face suddenly turned red. The sudden kiss last night already made her unable to stop. She felt as if her whole body had been electrocuted. If I were to jump directly from A to B-C, how would that feel? If you asked Colored Glaze if she wasn't curious, she was definitely a little curious. After all, young people all wanted to know how fascinating the legendary making a child was. But unlike the carnivorous Yunyan, Colored Glaze was still a herbivorous woman. In this regard, she was much more shy than Yunyan. When she thought about the possibility of playing pool with Ryuto in the future and getting a hole-in-one, she felt so shy that she wanted to die. So until they returned to the bedroom, Colored Glaze didn't dare to say a word to Ryuto. Her little face was bright red the whole time. For such a cute Colored Glaze, Ryuto naturally stopped admiring and didn't continue to tease her. After all, this young mistress was still a tsundere by nature. Who knew if she would be too shy and slap you instead? After slapping you and your hand hurt, you would still have to jump around and curse. That would be boring. At this time, Ryuto very gentlemanly sent Colored Glaze back to the bedroom and then went back to his own guest room. After tonight's kidnapping, interrogation, earning money, mother-in-law's visit, wife's Sundra, and so on, it was already late and about time to rest. During this time, Ryudo basically didn't go out to rob those stinky hooligans at night. Instead, he would obediently sleep at home. On the one hand, now all the punks in Tokyo had learned their lesson. They all knew that there was a bastard extorting at night, so they didn't dare to go out at night in the streets and alleys. On the other hand, Ryudo caused the royal family insult incident. Now the entire Tokyo police were still searching for the black shirt man's trace. There was no need to go out to earn money at this time. However, not long after Ryuto laid down, he was thinking about the recent events in his mind. Suddenly, a strange chi enveloped the entire guest room. The speed of this chi was so fast that it was like a huge wave coming head-on. Almost in the next second, Ryudo and the entire room were shrouded in it, making him feel like he was under the guillotine. He could lose his life at any time. Most of the martial artists who practiced martial arts to the peak could condense their own momentum. Ryudo had already experienced it. Very coincidentally, this time he suddenly felt this sharp momentum in the middle of the night. It was obviously from the same person that Ryudo felt last time. That kind of pressure made people feel like they were being pinched by a sharp knife on their neck. Ryudo would never forget it in his life. It's him? That guy? Is he looking for me for revenge? After feeling this familiar chi, Ryudo quickly got up from the bed, quickly opened the window, and jumped up. Like a dexterous monkey, he quickly flipped to the top of the guest room. Under the night's cold wind and moonlight, a small figure was already waiting here. The gaze that shot out from the eyes of the iron mask was even sharper than the edge of a blade. Chapter 2:14. At this time, standing on the roof of the guest room and exuding a murderous aura was a very short man. He wore an iron mask that covered his entire face, and his limbs were much shorter than normal people. It was obvious that he suffered from some natural disease. But even so, this man didn't give off the feeling of being weak at all. Instead, he had the aura of a 2-meter-tall giant. It was hard to imagine that there would be a man with such a strong aura in the world. It was also hard to imagine that the gaze from behind the iron mask would be so vicious. It was obvious that this man didn't come to Ryuto's roof in the middle of the night on a whim, but he came prepared. Ryuto knew this man, and this man also knew Ryuto. After all, in their last encounter, he left an unforgettable memory for this man. At that time, Ryuto exploded with his strongest attack and directly hit this man's face. Even the current Long Do could easily recall the crisp feeling of his bones exploding with a single punch. For this man, it was an unforgettable scene for him. Long time no see, Saito. After slightly raising his eyebrows, Ryuto said the man's name. Demon Child, Saito, a top martial arts master, and also the headquarter teacher of the Saito Guild. In other words, Saito was once the headquarter teacher of the Saito Guild. Because after experiencing the Dunya kidnapping incident, he was forced to enter the Dao and walk the Jianghu. After all, he colluded with the former Saito Guild elder House Fujin Mori, who committed suicide for fear of punishment, and the latter colluded with Tenmu Ayam and tried to murder the current president, Wu Hong. So he must be a member of the traitors. Apart from this, Enter the Dojo had also provoked Rui, the head of the Kanzaki family, in the Tokyo Emperor Hotel. In fact, Enter the Dojo had even directly attacked Rui. It would be strange if Rui could avoid him. As time went by, Wu Hong regained consciousness and began to investigate the mole and his family. Naturally, it was impossible for the person who had entered the Dao to remain unscathed. He was one of the main targets of the investigation. According to Ryuto's knowledge, after Saito entered the Dao, he should have directly killed several students and police officers who went to the hospital to ask him to assist in the investigation. Then, he disappeared in the alleys of Tokyo, and there was no trace of him. From a certain point of view, Seida's life was already over. What awaited him next was an endless pursuit. Logically speaking, Saito Endo was a martial arts maniac after all. He wasn't very good at escaping, so the Saito Guild Hall should be able to find him easily. As long as he could find this guy, even if he was a rare martial arts master, he would die without a doubt. After all, even though entering the Dao was strong, there were still many powerful martial artists in the Saitu Guild Hall. With the help of 3 to 5 top experts and some modern weapons, it was not very difficult to kill this demon child. But in fact, until now, no one had seen the trace of Saitu Indo. Not even a strand of hair could be found. From this point of view, Wu Hong inferred that he might have smuggled out of the country. Only in this way could he disappear so completely. However, judging from the figure now, the possibility of Saitu Indo being smuggled out of the country had been completely ruled out. He had actually been hiding in Tokyo, but perhaps he was living under the protection of someone. However, at this time, Saitu Indo came to Ryuto in the middle of the night. Naturally, it was not to tell him that he was still alive. Boom! The next second, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, this seemingly small man suddenly made his move. The moment he took a step forward, the bricks and tiles on the roof of the room immediately cracked on the spot. Crackling sounds could be heard from the explosion. At the same time, Saitu Indo's entire appearance changed. His body, which originally looked like a dwarf, seemed to be inflated, and the black night clothes on his body were torn by his muscles. Explosive power also gushed out of his body. Saitu Indo had spent his life learning martial arts, practicing countless martial arts, and a series of hard martial arts with tantric qigong as the core. He was quite accomplished in the study of qi. Therefore, the moment he made his move, Ryuto could only feel a terrifying sense of oppression, a sense of oppression like a vast mountain. Furthermore, the speed at which he entered the Dao was extremely fast. He merely arched his body and shot toward Long Do like an arrow that had just left the bow. At the same time, his left and right fists punched up and down, as if one punch could break the sky and the other could crack the earth. They went straight for Ryuto's head and lower abdomen. 2 punches were thrown at the same time. As long as one of them was hit, it would be a tragic end. So fast, but he could barely see it. Compared to the time when he fought Saitu Indo in the Tokyo Emperor Hotel, the current Ryuto was much stronger, especially in terms of actual combat experience. So he also pulled his bow up and down. His left elbow blasted up and his right knee pushed down, blocking the 2 fatal attacks at the same time. Bang! When the fists, elbows, and knees of the 2 sides collided, it made a terrifying explosion. According to the current situation, Saitu Indo and Ryuto's physical ability were on par. If it was just a competition of strength, it would be difficult to determine the winner. However, if Saitu Indo was the type of person who relied on strength to survive, he was not worthy of the title of Martial Dao Master. Humph! Saitu Indo let out a cold snort, and a strange force burst out from 0 distance. The second time, it blasted toward Ryuto's elbows and knees from the 2 fists that were blocked. What? At this moment, Ryuto only felt numbness in his elbows and knees, and his body immediately lost balance. Stinking brat. Martial arts is not as simple as you think. Just at the moment when Ryuto lost his balance, a palm the size of a cattail leaf fan had already gently pressed on his chest. It was not a very strong punch, but it seemed to be gently pressing on his chest. It did not look like an attack at all. However, just as the large hand that had entered the Dao pressed on Long Do's chest, a powerful hidden force that was even stronger than the impact of a hammer was transmitted into his body. When his body was sent flying backward by this force, Ryuto could almost hear the bones in his chest screaming, and he could almost imagine the scene of his internal organs being squeezed and deformed by the huge impact. The huge pressure squeezed Ryuto's internal organs, making him almost breathless. Even though he had retreated 5 or 6 steps before stabilizing himself on the edge of the roof, the palm strike had caused him to break out in a cold sweat and gasp for breath. He felt as if a storm was raging in his chest. So strong. Is this the true strength of the demon child Saitu? That seemingly light slap had dealt unprecedented damage to Fighting Dragon. If it weren't for the fact that his body was tough enough and he had 2 defensive skills protecting him, he wouldn't have survived. Just a light slap would have been enough to kill him on the spot. What kind of terrifying lethality was that? Of course, in fact, Saitu already had this level of strength when he entered the Dao. He was much stronger than Ryuto. Although the other half of his face was smashed by Ryuto in the Tokyo Emperor Hotel, and he changed from a half-iron mask to a full iron mask, it was not Ryudo's credit. If it was not for Cat House's rabbit ball throwing out long needles, Ryudo would not have been able to punch his face. He would have been killed by the demon child in the next second. What a guy! Was that the legendary Qigong? After barely suppressing the strong shock in his chest, Ryudo took a deep breath and looked at Saito, who was standing not far away. If it was one-on-one, Ryudo would not be able to beat this guy. But even so, he was not afraid at all. After all, it was just a matter of a million. He could just ask a group of people to gang up on him. Humph, you don't even know this. Saito snorted in disdain and then sneered. In ancient times, this was called Qi or internal force. As long as you master Qi, you can actively make your muscles vibrate to generate all kinds of force. Only this can be called martial arts. What you are doing is nothing more than child's play. Oh, there are so many things to pay attention to. I have learned something. Although they were enemies, after listening to Saito's explanation, Ryudo couldn't help but nod. This little brat. He really didn't know anything. Seeing Long Do's wide-eyed and enlightened expression, the Dao entrant really felt like he had nowhere to vent his anger. After all, the cultivation of Qi was a necessary step in martial arts cultivation. Ryudo didn't know anything, which meant that he had not even started. However, it was this bastard who had not even entered the gate of martial arts and relied only on his tyrannical physical fitness and a little ancient eight-extremities fist to conquer the world. Yet, he had smashed the other half of the face of someone who had entered the gate of martial arts into pieces. This was truly absurd. Saito thought about how half of his face was smashed by Ryudo's collapsing fist. Even his bones were twisted beyond recognition. Saito's killing intent erupted again, but he couldn't kill him. Saito didn't come here to kill Ryudo, but to convey his master's invitation, not to kill him. In the worst stage of Saito's life, when he was about to be captured by the elites of Saito Guild and Kamiyoshi clan, it was his master who saved him, so he should repay him. Little brat, catch. Saito saw Saito took out an envelope from his arms, and then with a shake of his wrist, the soft envelope spun at high speed like a piece of iron and flew toward him. To be able to throw a soft envelope like a shuriken, this is obviously the effect of Qi, which is not something that can be done by ordinary strength. It hurts. When Ryudo received the envelope, his hand was faintly painful, but when he immediately opened the envelope, his brows slightly wrinkled. In a week, please come to the princess's coming-of-age ceremony, or you will regret it for the rest of your life. There was only one sentence written on the short piece of paper, but the malice contained in it was obvious. Obviously, Saito didn't come here voluntarily. He was just a messenger who sent this malicious invitation letter to Ryudo. And the person who could drive this martial arts master to do this kind of work and help him hide until today was the Queen of Wuda, Kawadaya. Chapter 215. So that's how it is. When Ryudo saw the signature on the envelope, he raised his head again and looked at Saito Ryuto, who was glaring at him not far away. He seemed to understand how this guy hid until now. Since the Dunya kidnapping incident, Saito Ryuto was wanted and hunted by many forces. With his rough personality, it was difficult for him to hide in Yodo. But until now, the various forces couldn't find his whereabouts. This either meant that the guy had escaped, or that a powerful force was protecting him. From the looks of it, the force that took the Devil Child under its command was the Great Beauty Association and the Japanese royal family that Kawada belonged to. This is troublesome. This time, even this guy can be recruited. From an objective point of view, Saito Ryudo could be said to be a rare martial Dao master in the world. His combat power could even be compared to a cat's house. What's more, this person was murderous and violent. Coupled with his extraordinary level of martial Dao, he was like a fully armed mad dog that could kill countless people at any time. Such a powerful mad dog was tamed by Kabato Masa, and he became the subordinate of the queen. It was really difficult to deal with. Kabato Masa already had a lot of forces in the light and in the dark. With the addition of Saito Ryuto, it was like adding wings to a tiger. It would definitely bring a lot of trouble to Ryudo. After throwing the letter in his hand, Saito Ryudo said sternly, "Ryudo Kiryu, Keep your life for the time being. After you attend the Little Master's ceremony in a week, I will take your life. Wash your neck and wait." Whoosh! The next moment, Saito Ryudo's figure immediately jumped out of the roof of the second floor like a bolt of lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of the huge Rulon Group headquarters, this martial Dao master could come and go as he pleased. No one could stop him at all. A week later, huh? What a forceful way to invite him. Watching the figure of the martial Dao master disappear, Ryudo could not help but sigh slightly. Originally, he and Lioli had agreed not to attend the coming-of-age ceremony. After all, they were not familiar with Princess Fukudaji, and she looked as ugly as if she drank something strange when she grew up. Who would want to see a mutated woman in her 20s wearing a crown and swaggering around? However, from the letter that the Empress had specially sent over, it seemed that she was determined to make Ryudo attend. She was even willing to let Saito enter the Dao to threaten him. "Please come, or you will regret it for the rest of your life." This sentence sounded domineering, but in Ryudo's ears, it made him very angry. Good fellow, he actually threatened me to such an extent. Did he really think that I was a pushover and wouldn't dare to go? After looking at the invitation letter in his hand again, Ryudo casually squeezed it. With a fierce rub, the originally thick paper turned into little bits and scattered on the ground. Not good, not good, not good at all. Originally, Ryudo didn't want to go to Fukudaheim's coming-of-age ceremony, but after what Kawada and Saito did, he really wanted to go. Although he didn't know what they were going to do at the coming-of-age ceremony, Ryudo suddenly wanted to teach them a lesson. "Didn't you invite me over? Then I'll go, but if the place is smashed, it's your own fault." Thinking of this, Ryudo couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the expression on his face became very serious. Immediately afterward, he immediately went downstairs to change his clothes, woke up Narukai, who was dozing off outside, then left the Rulon Group headquarters by car and went to another street, Ginza Mokom. After so many things happened, Ryudo definitely couldn't sleep tonight anyway. Since he couldn't sleep, he simply went to find an old acquaintance and asked the old acquaintance about the problem he was very concerned about. That is, the opening and use of ki. The battle just now, although it was very short, but it could be said that it was the most dangerous battle Ryudo had so far. In terms of physical fitness, Ryudo's physical fitness was equal to that of access to Dao, and Ryudo's physical fitness was even stronger. But when the two of them fought, it quickly became a one-sided situation. The fundamental reason was that access to Dao could control ki. In ancient times, this was indeed called internal strength, or ki. As long as you master ki, you can actively make your muscles tremble to generate various forces. Only this can be called martial arts. You're nothing more than a child playing house. When Ryuto was defeated, Access to Dao once said in a disdainful tone. His original intention, of course, was to ridicule Ryudo, but he probably didn't expect that it would suddenly arouse Ryudo's interest. In martial arts, there was a special technique called one-inch force, which could make a powerful blow in a very short distance. Although stored force was mysterious, it was, in essence, just a special technique of exerting force, not a cultivation method. But by mastering ki, making every muscle in the body tremble to generate various forces, this was no longer an ordinary force technique. It was really similar to the internal strength in martial arts dramas. After mastering it, the muscles in the body can begin to contract, twist, pull, and other movements from any angle, thus forming various forces. In other words, first master ki, then use ki to generate force. This was the mastery and use of ki. If the two sides were fighting normally, by controlling ki to make the muscles tremble to strengthen obvious force, it could greatly increase the power of the attack. If the two sides were fighting at a very close distance, they could directly use hidden force to deliver a fatal blow without distance, acceleration, or preparation. It was terrifying. If the enemy was preparing to attack, they could generate Dan force from the body. Even if the abdomen or the head were weak, they could still be used to break the enemy's arm. In simple terms, this was the reason Ryudo was defeated. He didn't know how to use ki, so he couldn't activate obvious force, hidden force, and Dan force. An enemy who couldn't control ki like this, in the eyes of Access to Dao, was stupid, or even not even worthy to be his opponent. Of course, until now, Ryudo didn't have any concept of ki, but fortunately, he knew that a person must have some understanding in this area. Not long after, in the Neon Ginza nightclub, La Jump Bar, Ryudo found Furamaki Sotaro sitting in the corner drinking cheap wine, and told him his doubts. So that's how it is, burp. You want to ask me about ki? Then you found the right person. At this time, Furamaki had obviously drunk a lot, but when he heard his proud disciple's question about ki, he still answered in high spirits. As the master of Furamaki-style martial arts, although Furamaki Sotaro looked like an ordinary old man, he was still an ancient martial artist who had studied martial arts for decades. Naturally, he knew what ki was. According to Old Master Gu Mu, aura wasn't some kind of magic, nor was it some kind of mystical ability. Instead, it was something that existed in every living being. In the mouth of modern scientists, they call ki the human microelectromagnetic field. In the mouth of the ancient people, ki was called internal force or internal force. But in essence, it was a way to completely unleash 100% of the body's potential. Speaking of this, Furamaki glanced at Ryudo's muscular body that was completely different from when they first met. Even from the perspective of a martial artist, Ryudo's current physical fitness was already quite strong. After all, LV4 physique brought an all-around increase that ordinary people couldn't achieve in their lifetime. But even so, Ryudo only had a very strong physique, and he didn't unleash the potential of this physique to the extreme. If LV4 physique had 100 points of combat power, then Ryudo could only unleash about 60 points at most, and the other 40 points were hidden in the use of ki. The human body was originally an inexhaustible treasure house, and the hidden treasures were as vast as the Milky Way. After some special training, humans could grasp the power of ki in their hands and unleash all the potential of the body. This was also the realm that the group of top martial artists in history could achieve. From the moment a martial artist can grasp ki, the proficient realms of mastery are obvious strength, inward strength, Dan strength, and will strength. But I think these realms may be a bit far from you, so I haven't mentioned it. Speaking of this, the old man couldn't help but look at Ryudo. It seemed that he felt that it was still a bit too early for him to cultivate ki. After all, the complexity of it was difficult to describe in words. According to Furamaki Sotaro's personal experience, it was already very difficult to master the most basic, obvious strength. Generally speaking, it was impossible to do without 10 or 20 years of hard work. In the inward strength and Dan strength, in addition to decades of hard work, it also required a considerable amount of talent. Otherwise, it was impossible to comprehend it in one's lifetime. As for the final willpower, it was basically a legendary level. It was said that a martial artist who had cultivated to this level would have a flawless temperament like a bright pearl. They would be able to predict danger and avoid calamities. They would be able to move at will and walk leisurely in a rain of bullets. Anyway, no one had seen it before, so they could brag as much as they wanted. But except for the will strength at the end, the bright strength, dark strength, and Dan strength were indeed real. Furamaki Sotaro could testify to this, because at his peak, he was a martial artist who practiced Dan strength. Suddenly, Ryudo smiled helplessly and said, "I can't help it. Who told me to fight with Saito Irudo in the near future? If I don't know how to use ki, it will be difficult for me to be his opponent." Bang! Originally, Ryudo just casually mentioned this name, but when he heard the words Saito Irudo, Furamaki Sotaro couldn't help but clench his fist and crush the thick beer bottle in his hand with his bare hands. Chapter 216. Accompanied by a crisp, shattering sound, the fragments of the beer bottle mixed with the aroma of malt scattered on the ground, and even slightly cut Furamaki Sotaro's palm. But he didn't care about it, but his face flashed with a dignified expression and anger from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, the old man who usually gave others the impression of a wanton and disco lover had his face darkened, revealing a solemn expression that was comparable to the title of Grandmaster of Ancient Madras School. This is. Does the old man have a grudge against the path of initiation? Since knowing Furamaki Sotaro, This was the first time Ryudo saw the old man show such an expression. Obviously, the name Path of Initiation sounded very special in his ears. And there was another thing that surprised Ryudo. It was the strength of the old man's hand that crushed the beer bottle. Now Furumaki's physical ability was very poor, and his physique was only at the level of LV2. It was hard to imagine that his hand strength could crush a thick beer bottle. This was not a syrup used for acting, but a real beer bottle. It would be strange if this level of strength could crush it directly. Could it be that what happened just now was the actual use of chi? Through muscle trembling, it could induce a stronger force? Just when Ryuto was surprised by the old man's chi, the old man slowly raised his head and said to Ryuto in a deep voice, "You want to go against Saito, that demon child?" That's what happened. Hearing this, the old man sighed deeply, then shook his head and said, "Forget it. You are not his opponent. Even I am not his opponent." After hearing this sentence, Ryudo understood that the old man had fought with Path of Initiation. Furthermore, it was obvious that this master of the ancient Mu school had been defeated by someone who had stepped into the Tao. In fact, he had even been beaten up quite badly. After that, the old man told Ryudo about his past. That was almost 10 years ago. At that time, although the old man loved to dance, he still managed his own Furumaki Ryu dojo well and passed down his skills to the next generation. But on that day, that demon child appeared. He came to provoke me, and I fought with him. In the end, I almost died on the spot. As Furumaki Sotaro spoke, he reached out and lifted the corner of his shirt, revealing the huge handprint on his abdomen. The deep purple handprint was left on the old man's body like a special tattoo. Even after 10 years, it was still as clear as new. It was clear how ruthless Saito's palm was. The most important thing was that the Tao initiation was at the very center of the human body. It was located in the middle of the golden section line of the human body, which was the so-called dantian. After cultivating qi to a high level, one could use the dantian to shake the body from the inside out and use the so-called dan force. This was the realm that the old man had reached. But the Tao initiation directly destroyed almost all the muscles, meridians, and acupoints near the old man's dantian, causing the Dan force that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years to vanish, and his strength plummeted. So that was it. It was that bastard's doing. Ryudo had always felt that the old man seemed to be injured. Now that he heard it, he knew that it was a gift left by Saito. Suddenly, Ryudo could not help but clench his fist and said in a tone that contained fire, "Old man, I will avenge you." Avenge? What avenge? The strength of the Tao initiation has already reached the peak of Dan force. You haven't even released your chi? Fighting with him is not revenge, it's suicide. Do you understand? Then teach me how to release my chi. As long as I learn, I have confidence that I can kill him. What nonsense. The old man heard this and couldn't help but blow his beard. He said disdainfully, "Even if I help you release your chi now, it will take at least 10 years to cultivate to the point where you can use obvious force. How can it be useful in the near future? Do you think you are a god? Let me try. Maybe I really am an immortal?" Ryudo heard this and smiled slightly. There was a strange, unfathomable confidence in his tone. Of course, Ryudo was not a god, but his Krypton gold system was comparable to a god. If he remembered correctly, there were no skills related to chi in the shop, but it was most likely because he did not release his chi, and the system determined that there was no such thing. Just like when Ryudo did not learn the skill Furumaki-style martial arts at the beginning, if he did not have the corresponding skill, then the system would not open the purchase category of the skill. But if he really released his chi, even if it was just a little bit, he could quickly buy the skill book to quickly let this ability reach the point where it could be used in actual combat, soaring to the sky. But this kind of thing, the old man Furumaki naturally did not know. He only thought that Ryudo did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But even so, the old man still could not persuade this stinky hooligan who was more clingy than candy, and could only help him release his chi. Not long after, the two appeared in the back alley of the La Jump Bar nightclub. Compared to the last time when Ryudo chased the old man to the back alley, the group of junkies who usually gathered here had already disappeared. That was probably because the psychedelic Saburo group had been wiped out. Moreover, under the management of the Black Hand Alliance, the behavior of taking drugs in the middle of the night had decreased a lot. After all, Ryudo set a rule that if he saw a junkie, he would directly cut off their fingers with a knife and see how many fingers were left for them to suck. After arriving at a single room in the corner of the remote alley, the old man warned again, "I can help you release your chi. After you experience it, you should understand the difference in strength between you and those who have entered the Tao. Don't think about revenge anymore, understand?" "Okay, I swear, if I don't train my strength to negative Jing, I will definitely not take revenge, okay? That's more like it." After hearing Ryudo's oath, the old man could not help but sigh in relief. After all, negative Jing required at least 20 years of training to be produced. This Ryudo was still far away. Maybe by that time he had entered the Tao, he would have already died of old age. So he waved his hand and said, "Take off your clothes, get ready to start." Take off my clothes? Here? Long Do looked around at the small, dark room and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This small room should be where the old man usually stayed. It was not that he did not have the money to rent a better room, but it was closer to the nightclub, so it would be more convenient for him to go to the disco. But in the middle of the night, to let Ryudo take off his clothes here, it was more or less, "Just take off your clothes. I need to perform some acupuncture on your body to stimulate the acupuncture points and let the chi in your body start to become active. This way, you will be able to quickly feel the power." As he spoke, the old man took out a row of acupuncture needles from somewhere and walked over with the needles held up like Granny Rome. "Phew. You should have said so earlier. It's just acupuncture." After understanding the old man's meaning, Ryudo also took off his clothes and looked at the needles piercing into the acupuncture points on his body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. When the needles pierced into the acupuncture points, it felt soft and numb. It was not painful, but even a little comfortable. From the way the old man inserted the needles, he probably learned acupuncture from an ancient country. Coincidentally, the world's top expert, Maoya, also knew how to use needles. Acupuncture techniques were closely related to the acupuncture points, and the acupuncture points were closely related to qi. Looking at it this way, the reason why Rabbit Ball was so strong should be related to his good use of needles and his deep understanding of the acupuncture points in the human body. After all, he should be able to stimulate any acupuncture point in the body at will, thus creating a strong qi in the body. However, after Ryudo's acupuncture points were densely packed with needles, the old man Furumaki's next step shocked him. After the acupuncture points were fixed, the old man started to clip small copper wires onto the hooks at the end of the long needles. The other end of the copper wires was connected to something like a generator. It felt like he was planning to give Ryudo a pleasant electric shock therapy. That, Teacher Furumaki? To activate qi, the fastest way is to use a small electric current to stimulate the acupuncture points, so your body will feel a little numb in a while. That's normal. There won't be a problem, right? Ryudo heard this and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He felt that his scalp was starting to numb. He felt like he was a death row prisoner sitting in the electric chair, and he was the kind that stupidly sent himself to the door. Of course there won't be a problem. As long as the position of the electric needles is correct, it should be successful. Of course, this is a test of the user's memory. Then your memory, no problem. Although I'm already 67 years old, my memory is still very good. When asked this question, Furumaki Sotaro patted his chest and promised with a face full of confidence. However, Ryudo's rogue analyzer could clearly see that the old man's attributes showed that he was 69 years old. Very good memory? Wait a minute. Didn't you forget how old you were? Instantly, Ryudo felt a chill down his spine and quickly asked, "Wait, actually, is there any other way to activate qi? Don't talk, let's start, or you'll bite your tongue." Without waiting for Ryudo to hesitate for a while, the old man had already pulled down the switch very quickly. Almost at that moment, Long Do felt as if his head had been pierced by a bolt of lightning. His eyes were pale white, and there were constantly snowflakes like old TV shows flashing crazily. This is the the legendary electric shock therapy? When the electric current entered Ryudo's body, he wanted to move, but he couldn't even move a finger, and his body was even slightly trembling. But under such circumstances, Long Do felt that some parts of his body were moving with a fluid that he couldn't touch or see, but he could clearly feel its existence. Chapter 217. This flowing thing was like a stream of water, spreading from the various acupuncture points all over his body. It was particularly obvious in the current situation where his body was numb. Obviously, this was the mysterious power called Chi that Furamaki mentioned before. Chi was attached to his body like a cloud, as if the blood in his body also flowed with the flow of Chi and mixed with it. Chi and blood. In many ancient Qigong theories, Chi and blood were inseparable. Previously, it was difficult for Dragon Fight to understand this concept, but now he had a rough idea of what it meant. Hiss. Just as Ryudo felt the movement of Chi and blood, Furamaki also turned off the switch and released Ryudo from Professor Yang's kiss. Looking at Ryudo's thoughtful expression, the old man also smiled and asked, "How is it? You probably understand now, right?" "I understand, but it's difficult to describe in words." After thinking for 2 seconds, Ryudo gave such a vague answer. For the human body, the opening of Chi or human microelectromagnetic field was like swimming or riding a bike. It was a pure physical memory. These movements and techniques were actually difficult to describe in words, and it was also difficult to think about what was going on in the mind. In short, once you know it, and once you learn it, you can never forget it in your life. It's just that the opening and mastering of Chi was a mysterious state. It was many orders of magnitude higher than swimming. The difficulty of opening it was extremely high, and the difficulty of mastering it to be able to use it in battle was even higher. After the stimulation of the acupuncture points just now, although Ryudo had begun to perceive the existence of Chi, this level of opening was only a pure beginner level, equivalent to swimming to the level where he could just float on the water. When Long Do stood up, the old man held one of his fingers. Focus on the tip of this finger. You need to learn how to use your mind to control the movement of your Chi and blood. Only then can you use Chi to produce force. As the old man reached out to hold that finger, Long Do could feel a warm wave of air coming from that finger. Unknowingly, he also focused his attention on that finger. He could feel the invisible Chi and blood gathering at the tip of his finger, but when he moved slightly, the gathered Chi and blood disappeared in an instant. But according to the old man, this situation was completely normal. It took a long time to condense one's Chi and blood in a certain part of the body, and it took even longer to make the body muscles tremble to transmit force. Even if it was only the most basic, obvious force, it was impossible to develop it without 7 or 8 years, or more than 10 years of effort, at least from a traditional point of view. But no matter what, the Chi in Ryudo's body had reached the preliminary level. Although he hadn't mastered it yet, it did exist, and he had achieved his goal tonight. Remember, before your Chi reaches the level where you can use hidden force, don't fight with Saito. A real man doesn't lie. Before Ryudo left, the old man Furamaki couldn't help but remind him again, as if he was afraid that this kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would go to his death openly. "Don't worry." Ryudo nodded with a smile and said solemnly, "If I break this promise, I won't be able to get a wife in this life. Is that okay?" The old man knew that Ryudo was an old pervert who was going to marry 3 wives, so this vow was poisonous. Thus, he nodded at the disciple who had made the oath, believing his words. "Sai, I hope that Guy Saito can die of old age early. Hopefully, he won't live until Ryudo masters hidden force." Looking at Ryudo's back, the old man who stayed in his small broken house sighed. Then he took out a straw doll with Saito entering the Tao from the drawer, picked up a hammer and nail, and nailed it on the wall as if he was cursing that guy to die early. Of course, Ryudo didn't want Saito to die early. He just wanted to kill that bastard with his own hands. Rustle. Puff, puff, puff. However, on the way back, Long Do, who was sitting in the back of the car, couldn't help but let out a burst of strange laughter, which made Ming Hai, who was driving in front, feel a little confused. "What's wrong with the boss?" After entering the old man's room for a while, he laughed like this. Did something strange happen? Thinking of this, Narukai's forehead couldn't help but drop a few drops of cold sweat. Ryudo naturally didn't know what this capable assistant was thinking, because he was already immersed in the pleasure of shopping. Now, Ryudo's personal attributes were like this. Name: Ryudo Kiryoage, 16 attributes. Wisdom LV2, Physique LV4, Courage LV3, Insight LV2, Charm LV4. Chi opening rate, 1%. Title: Beginner Assassin, obtained after 100 successful sneak attacks, presence reduced by 20% when equipped. Equipment: Uzi submachine gun, rare. Hook lock, good equipment. None tools. Rogue Velcro, Rogue analysis mirror, Rogue voice-changing mask, Rogue glider skills. Ancient Bajiquin, Furamaki-style martial arts, Iron Bone mastery, Copper skin mastery, Parkour master, Rogue immortality, silent movement, Aura shield, omnipotent driver. Total assets: $172,870,000. Sure enough, this time there was an additional Chi opening rate in the attribute Pain, which represented Ryudo's mastery of this new ability. 1% mastery was almost the beginner level. There was no way to use it in actual combat. But fortunately, the current Ryudo was still quite rich. At first, he saved 120 million to buy the special medicine to treat Rue Hui. After upgrading his charm, he spent 50 million and had about 70 million left. As for the remaining 100 million or so, it was a part of the assets that Ryudo plundered when he led the team to eliminate the White Tiger Gang and Psychedelic Saburo. Of course, the cash in the hands of the two gangs was definitely more than this, but after all, Kaiyang and Tessa were among the people who raided the property. Everyone had to divide the assets equally. And after the assets were divided equally, most of them had to be transferred to the public account of the Rulon Group. Ryudo himself could only get a part of it, which was about 100 million or so. But even so, 100 million or so was not a small amount, not to mention that after 3 days, there would be a larger sum of 300 million, which was the money for John's redemption. In other words, until the princess coming-of-age ceremony a week later, the amount of money that Ryudo could use was about 470 million or so. It could be said that it was the largest sum of money he had so far. At this time, Ryudo had to think about how to use this large sum of money. He now had the attribute of LV4 Physique, International Warrior. If he collected more money to reach 500 million, he could upgrade Physique to the highest level, LV5, Extreme Superman. But if he did not choose to upgrade it to the highest level at this time, the 500 million or so in cash could be used to buy a large number of skill books, equipment, and other upgrade points. After all, Ryudo's current attributes were not very balanced. Wisdom and Insight were only at LV2, which was a bit worse than other attributes. If he upgraded these two attributes to LV3, he would only need to spend about 100 million or so, and the remaining money could be used to buy a lot of skills and equipment. It felt that upgrading was not worse than upgrading Physique from LV4 to LV5. What should I do? Forget it, the 300 million will only arrive in 3 days. I should go shopping first. Thinking about it, Ryudo opened the Krypton shopping mall and flipped to the column of skill books. Sure enough, in the skill shopping mall, there were a lot of internal force skill books that he had never seen before. Among all the skill books, internal force skill books was actually a separate column to browse, and the variety was much richer than expected. What were the normal internal force, Chien Kuren Foundation Technique, Body Strengthening Technique, Youth Rejuvenation Technique, Heavenly Cycle Technique, etc.? What were the literary skills, Indian Secret Technique, Princess Divine Technique, Test of the 8 Extraordinary Meridians, Primordial Pill Superscription Technique, etc.? What were the stupid skills, Breathing Technique that even monkeys can understand, Fasting Divine Technique for paupers, Death in situ for 10 seconds, Celestial Concealment Technique, etc.? How to describe these internal force skills? It was just that they looked so mysterious, so ridiculous, so ridiculous. In particular, the names seemed to have come straight out of a book of Qigong literature that could be found on the streets. As for the effects of these skills, most of them could increase the Qi opening rate after cultivation, but each of them had a unique effect, and some of them were even ridiculous. For example, fasting divine technique for paupers, after cultivation, could extract energy from the air and sunlight, and could only eat a meal every few days without starving to death, although the side effect was that one would become skinny like a bag of bones. What was the use of this? There was also the death in situ for 10 seconds, after cultivation, could greatly increase the chi opening rate, but at any time, one could die in situ and ascend to heaven. What a scam! Wasn't dying in situ and ascending to heaven suicide? As for the other martial arts and secret methods, they were basically some very ordinary things that increased the opening rate of chi. Although the name was fancy, it was actually no different from the most basic, body-strengthening martial arts. After all, in the end, chi was not some kind of battle chi or chi force in fantasy novels, but only the development of the human body's latent ability. Martial artists who succeeded in cultivating chi could slow down aging, strengthen their bodies, and increase their combat strength. However, it was impossible to create 18 dragons with a single palm strike after cultivating to the limit. That would become a fantasy world. Chapter 218. Therefore, after looking around, Ryuto chose the most basic Chinkuan foundation building technique. He wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to the chi opening rate after cultivating the Nigong. However, the price of Nigong skill books was extremely high. Even the most basic skill book cost 20 million each. It was simply daylight robbery. Following his purchase of the skill book, Chinkuan foundation building technique appeared in Ryuto's skill bar. At this moment, this was the description of this skill in Ryuto's skill bar. Skill bar, Chinkuan foundation building technique. Able to increase the opening rate of chi, 20% proficiency. The description of this Nigong skill was very simple. After learning it, Ryuto's attributes immediately changed. His chi opening rate was originally only 1%. After learning the Chinkuan foundation building technique, it immediately became 10%. Compared to before, it had leaped by 10 times. However, this 10% chi opening rate did not match the 20% proficiency of the Chinkuan foundation building technique. It seemed that for every 2 points of Nigong proficiency, the chi opening rate would only increase by 1 point. In other words, if he wanted the chi opening rate to reach the highest 100%, he would have to buy at least 2 Nigong skills and raise them to the maximum value. At least 2. Then he would choose this as the second option. After choosing for a while, Ryuto set his sights on a Nigong skill called Immerse Mysterious Technique. The basic effect of this Nigong was to increase the chi opening rate. However, there was an additional effect which was to increase the yang chi of the cultivator. On Ryuto's body, it would be, cough cough, good for them, good for me. Ryuto admitted that when he chose this skill, he had some impure intentions. However, he had no choice. Who told Ryuto to have 3 wives in the future? Moreover, one of them was a carnivorous woman like Yunyan. If he did not have the means to strengthen that ability, he might die in bed one day. That would be too stupid. Just like that, Ryuto spent another 20 million yuan to purchase the Immerse Mystic skill, increasing his chi opening rate to 20%. At this moment, Ryuto came out of the system world and slowly extended his right hand. With a thought, a chi that was much hotter than before gathered on the palm of his hand. Moreover, it did not dissipate as the palm moved up and down, left and right, and rotated. It was still firmly wrapped around the palm of his hand. So that's how it is. Is this the situation after mastering chi? I feel like my body has become 2 layers. In layman's terms, after mastering chi, one would feel as if there was an invisible person in one's body. When Ryuto used his mind to control his body, he could also control the person in his body to perform the same or different actions. Not long after, Ryuto returned to the headquarters of the Rulon group and returned to his room. At the door of the room, there was a tree that was more than 20 centimeters thick. Ryuto came to the front of the tree and threw a punch at it. At the same time, he mobilized the chi in his body and spread it in that direction. Boom! When the punch arrived, the tree broke. The tree that was more than 20 centimeters thick was smashed like a bubble by Ryuto's punch. The most important thing was that Ryuto did not use much of his physical strength. Instead, He relied on the clear force produced by his chi to shatter the tree. With a chi opening rate of around 20%, he could already use the first stage of clear force. In other words, this was equivalent to Ryudo skipping the years of hard work that Furamaki Sotaro said in the blink of an eye. He suddenly had the strength of chi that was enough for actual combat. Oh, is this the first stage of clear force? Amazing. After Ryudo tried a few times, he found that using chi to stimulate clear force at the same time while attacking could increase the power of the attack by about 50%. Don't underestimate this 50%. Now that Ryuto had LV4 physique and the high lethality of ancient Bajiquan, one attack was already fatal. On this basis, an increase of 50% was already quite terrifying. The most important thing was that now Ryudo's chi opening rate was only 20%. In other words, he still had a lot of potential that had not been fully utilized. In the not-too-distant future, if Ryudo could have LV4 physique and chi opening rate of 100%, even he himself could not imagine how terrifying it would be. It was probably not much different from Superman. But even so, in fact, the current Ryudo was already on the road to becoming Superman. However, just as the youth here was immersed in the excitement and joy of getting a new toy, time passed by and the next morning came as promised. It had to be said that this was a depressing morning. The wind was strong, the rain was sudden, the dark clouds covered the city. Early in the morning, there was a continuous drizzle, giving people an ominous feeling of dark clouds covering the sky. However, in a villa with a huge courtyard in Tokyo's Chiyoda district, the master who lived here was obviously not overwhelmed by this depressing morning. Classical, solemn. First of all, after seeing this courtyard, the first words that would appear in the mind would be these 4 words. Although the modern world was like a wheel that forced everyone to move forward. However, this place seemed to have been frozen in time hundreds of years ago. The small stream flowed, the antique atmosphere, the green vines, and the various flowers and plants naturally set off the taste and value of this place, making it appear very fresh and elegant. And in the middle of this courtyard, there was a clear pool in a bamboo forest. Not far away, there was a brick path that led to a secluded place. The flowers were deep and the house was quiet. It was really a good residence. But this early in the morning, a very short figure was not afraid of the drizzle, standing alone by the spacious pool. Taking a closer look, this Saito Ryu martial arts master, Saito Ryudo, was wearing a simple and loose outfit. His eyes were closed, and he was squatting next to the pool, as if he was concentrating. Hiss. After standing for who knows how long, Ryudo suddenly inhaled. His short neck stretched out, his nose and mouth were like a suction fan, quickly inhaling the surrounding air into his abdomen. This time the inhalation was very fierce. The inhalation lasted for more than 10 seconds, during which there was no pause at all. Even in the process of inhaling, Ryudo's abdomen was violently expanding, like a huge toad. At the same time, the man's limbs and all the muscles on his body were constantly trembling in the process of inhaling, as if they were being attacked by an electric current, as if every muscle had its own consciousness. Hiss, hiss. After inhaling enough air, Ryudo once again exhaled, only to see a huge wave of air gushing out from his mouth. The small pool in front of him rippled, as if it was being attacked by a gust of wind. Such a terrifying inhalation and exhalation, it was hard to imagine that it could be done by a human. If a thin and weak person was standing in front of Ryudo, perhaps this breath would have blown him a few meters away. The terrifying scene just now was the result of one of the most profound energy arts of the tantric schools, the art of the locapula imparting profundity, a breathing incantation. Through breathing, constantly guiding the chi in the body to flow around the body, thus stimulating every cell and maximizing the potential within. It could be said that in terms of the cultivation of chi, entering the Tao had already reached a rather profound realm. This was definitely not something that Long Do's petty 20% chi opening from yesterday could compare to. Clap, 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 clap. Just as he was about to complete his morning breathing technique, a crisp clap suddenly rang out from behind him. "Good morning, Mrs. Kawada." With the strength of Ryudu, naturally, he had already noticed the figure standing at the garden entrance not far away. He also slowly turned around and nodded to the woman in a Western dress. There was no doubt that the woman who appeared in the courtyard of Ryudu was the current owner and savior of Ryudu, Kawataya. From the outside, Kawataya was a middle-aged woman about 40 years old, but she obviously took good care of herself. Although she was not as beautiful as Rue Hui, who completely ignored the passage of time, she was still a dignified and elegant lady. Unlike most people's impression of Japanese empress, Kawataya was wearing a Western-style high-collared, long-sleeve dress made of velvet fabric. It looked graceful and elegant, and it was quite a perfect match for her temperament. Such a very capable woman. If there was no special indication, it was hard to imagine that she was the daughter-in-law of the Japanese royal family, the wife of the current Emperor Wu Toku. Moreover, after witnessing the breathing exercise of entering the Tao, which could be called a stunt performance, her expression did not change. Her expression was calm and natural, showing a calmness and courage that was completely different from that of ordinary women. Of course, Kawataya was such a person. After all, she was a woman who wanted to do great things. Whether it was wisdom, courage, knowledge, or will, they were all at the top level. Mr. Ryudu, last night you saw Ryuto Kiryu again. What do you think of him now? When Kawataya said these plain words, it gave people a sense of stability, as if everything was under her control, even if it was a question. Obviously, this was a very easy woman to trust, because by her side, one would feel very calm. From a certain point of view, Kawata was actually the same type as I am. But when he heard that name, Ryudu frowned slightly and said with disdain, "He is far from being my opponent now. In other words, you can kill him at any time, right?" "Not necessarily." "Oh?" Kawataya originally thought that Ryudu would say at any time, but she didn't expect him to say such a sentence. Chapter 219. Judging from his disdainful attitude towards Long Do when he had just entered the Tao, logically speaking, he should have looked down on that stinky brat. But in fact, that was not the case. Although he is not as good as me, he is already an outstanding expert of the younger generation. Plus that kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. I dare not say that I can take his life at any time. Speaking of this, Access to Tao couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of the scene last night. In the battle on the roof last night, Access to Tao clearly had the upper hand, but there was not a trace of fear on that boy's face. As everyone knows, there is no one who is not afraid of death. If someone feels that they are not afraid of death, it can only mean that they have never been close to death. Even Access to Tao, who has been on the verge of death dozens of times, will still unconsciously feel fear when facing the threat of death. This is human instinct. But last night, Ryudo's eyes and expression didn't show the slightest fear, as if he was sure that he would never die. Seeing that calm expression, Access to Tao didn't show any reaction on the surface, but in fact, he was very surprised. He is not afraid of death? No, he doesn't think that he will die at all. This kid must have hidden some powerful tricks up his sleeve. For this situation, Access to Tao can only explain that the kid still has some tricks up his sleeve. That is the only reasonable explanation. After all, he didn't think that there would be a person in the world who would buy a life for $1 million. This is a bit too outrageous. So that's how it is. This is Ryuto Kiryu. Even this kind of person who can almost be called a monster is not sure that he can kill him. Unfortunately, there is no way to recruit this kind of talent. If he falls to that point, he can only blame himself for not knowing how to appreciate kindness. After discussing a few more details with Access to Tao, Xiao and Tianya slowly walked outside to prepare for the princess coming-of-age ceremony that would be held 6 days later. But as the mother of Princess Fukudaheim, Kabato was responsible for preparing things that had nothing to do with her daughter, as if she didn't care about her daughter's situation at all. In fact, it was true, Kabato didn't care at all. The only thing she cared about was her career and her mission. His daughter was just an accessory in the mission. After the Empress left, Izichin came to a bamboo forest by the pond alone. While enjoying the beauty of nature, he slightly raised the chi in his body and infused it into the finger of his right hand. He then pressed it down on a bamboo joint beside him. Crack! When the finger slowly pressed down on the hardest part of the bamboo joint, a crisp sound rang out from the bamboo joint. As the hand that had entered the dao slowly returned to its original position, a 3-inch deep fingerprint was left on the bamboo joint. Vajra's finger. This was the martial arts technique that was casually used by those who had entered the dao. If he were to use this move with all his might, even the strength of one finger would be enough to pierce through a steel plate. As for the human body? Sorry, except for the brilliant martial artists who could use their qi and blood to strengthen themselves to a great extent. An ordinary human's body was like tofu in the eyes of those who had reached the Tao. They could destroy it however they wanted. Logically speaking, with his strength, even if he fought Ryudo 6 days later, he could easily kill him. Even so, now that he had stepped into the Tao, he felt an indescribable sense of foreboding. Why? Why do I have this kind of feeling? He's just a teenager who hasn't even released his qi. How can I be afraid of him? After shaking his head, Yizichin tried to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind as much as possible, not letting himself think about it anymore. Ryudo Kiryu. 1 week later, either you die or I die. Before leaving, Yizichin finally said to the reflection in the pond. Obviously, he had made up his mind to take Ryudo's life the next time they meet. 6 days. There were only 6 days left before the princess coming-of-age ceremony that was destined to be a stormy event. In these 6 days, no matter what kind of thoughts people had about the upcoming event, or what kind of preparation they were secretly doing, the carriage of time would always reach the end without them noticing. 6 days later, in this late spring day, the wind was blowing, the flowers were blooming, and the young princess from the oldest family in Japan, Princess Fukudaheim's coming-of-age ceremony was also coming. Due to the particularity of this festival, for today's Tokyo and even the entire Japan, today can be said to be a day of great attention. As everyone knows, the Japanese royal family has completely fallen to the status of mascot in this era. But even so, the country still has to spend a lot of money to support them and let them enjoy a luxurious life. Although some people have also raised some objections, but supporting the emperor family is actually like raising pets in captivity for this country. In essence, it is no different from the pandas in the zoo. It's just that the emperor family eats more and takes more than the pandas, so they have to pay more. Among them, the biggest cost is naturally the daily life and personal privacy of their own family. As the mascot of the whole country, almost every move of the royal family is under the attention of the people. It's hard to say that there is any privacy. It's like a living display in a glass window. Especially an event like the princess's coming-of-age ceremony, which was supposed to be a joyous event for the whole family and no foreign guests, had long become a national entertainment that was broadcasted live and filmed by every TV station. After all, at this coming-of-age ceremony, you can see many ancient and cumbersome traditional customs, and you can also see the emperor's family collectively appear in the kokyo and take photos together. The feeling is much more interesting than going to the zoo to watch gorillas perform airplane shooting. And all these special performances will take place in the kokyo, in the tower that has spanned decades of history and was bombed and rebuilt by American. Kokyo, as the name suggests, is the residence of the emperor's family. This kokyo was located in the central area of Tokyo Chiyoda. Surrounded by water on all sides, the kokyo was quite conspicuous in the busy streets. In particular, the quaint palace building was even more out of place in this world. The surrounding moat separates the kokyo from the bustling modern city. This makes the palace where the emperor lives not so much like a palace, but more like a lonely city on an isolated island. Generally speaking, except for the outer areas such as the East Court and Kitanomaru Park outside the kokyo, the palace area covering an area of about 2,500 hectares is not open to the public, and there are not many people in it at ordinary times. Of course, it doesn't mean that there are no people today. After all, starting at about 10 o'clock this morning, the particularly eye-catching Princess Fukudaheim's coming-of-age ceremony will be held inside the kokyo. At that time, a large number of political and business leaders will gather here. Therefore, just before the hour hand in the morning pointed to 10 o'clock, A large number of reporters from various TV stations and online programs have gathered near the Kokyo, outside the Kokyo. They all set up their cameras and bombarded the guests who came to watch the ceremony indiscriminately. It's coming. Whose car is that? It seems to be the president of the Sealing Group. Hurry up and take photos. Hey, isn't that the CEO of Uni? Didn't he just promote abroad yesterday? He actually rushed back here early in the morning. That is the national treasure level cooking immortal master millet. It is said that he has been cooking for 100 years. He is a living immortal. For the reporters stationed in Tokyo, today was undoubtedly a great day, because they could unscrupulously take photos and videos of this group of celebrities who were rarely seen in their daily lives. The guests who came to watch the ceremony got off in front of the Kokyo and walked to the inner Kokyo. Some walked quickly with their heads down, and some politely waved to the reporters in the distance. The guns and cannons on both sides of the road kept flashing. It didn't feel like a royal princess's coming-of-age ceremony. Instead, it felt like a strange fashion show. However, such a happy atmosphere completely disappeared with the appearance of a black car with a dragon's mark on the front hood. Rumble, rumble, accompanied by a very arrogant engine sound. The black car that didn't look low-key at all stopped outside the Kokyo, and the royal etiquette officer standing at the gate in charge of greeting also walked over as usual. Wait, that car? It seems to be the exclusive car of the leader of the Rulon Group, Tong Shankazuma. When the reporters saw the car that exuded an aura that was out of place with the other visiting cars, they realized the origin of the car. After all, the exclusive car of the leader of the Rulon Group was quite famous. But according to the reporters' knowledge, Tong Shankazuma was now a fugitive, and it was said that he fled abroad. Some people even saw him drinking vodka while fighting with a white bear in Siberia. Now, the second-generation Mu Tong Shenglongdo was in charge of the Dragon Group. Although he was only 16 years old, it was said that he was vicious and merciless. His methods were cruel, and he was guilty of all kinds of crimes. He was the ultimate scum from head to toe. No way. Could it be? When they thought of this, some of the reporters trembled as they looked at the car that just opened the door. They saw the young man sitting in the back seat of the car step out. When the young owner of the car opened the door and walked out with the royal etiquette officer, he was exposed to hundreds of cameras. Almost everyone who saw him was stunned. Of course, the person who came to the princess coming-of-age ceremony in this car was Ryudo, who was warmly invited by the current empress. But today he was clearly dressed up, and he looked very domineering. Chapter 220. Because he was going to attend a formal event, Ryudo still wore a three-piece business suit with a high collar made of satin fabric, which made him look more mature and decent. However, unlike the one he wore in the Star Python apartment, the suit this time was white, and there was a very conspicuous dark golden dragon embroidery from the back to the shoulder area. The white suit was adorned with black dragon embroidery. The contrast of white and black accentuated this young man's characteristics to the greatest extent, especially the gold-rimmed black dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws on his shoulder. It simply made people feel that unconventional, domineering demeanor with just a glance. The most exaggerated thing was that after getting out of the car, Longdo actually wore a pair of pure black sunglasses that he usually didn't wear. It made his originally very lethal and fierce face even more intimidating. Please come in. After helping Ryudo open the door, the royal etiquette officer who came to greet him couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then a few drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead. Humph! Longdo, on the other hand, stepped out of the car. His pair of sunglasses covered his eyes as he scanned the reporters around the Kikyo gate. He then strode in arrogantly without a care in the world. He slightly raised his head, straightened his back, stepped forward, and his hands moved rhythmically on both sides. The young man's walking posture was actually very standard, but for some reason, he always had a domineering and arrogant attitude that looked down on others. It was as if the magnificent Kikyo gate and the Kokyo in front of him were nothing in front of him. It had to be said that although Ryudo's attitude was arrogant, he was really handsome. His already handsome appearance, coupled with his level 4 charm, which was enough to become an international idol, and his unique clothing made him look like a dragon among men. It was as if a young godfather from a movie had come to reality. Because Ryudo's appearance and aura were too shocking, the surrounding reporters couldn't help but quickly raise their cameras and take 10 shots of Ryudo from all angles. Flashes flashed everywhere, and the sound of buttons clicking could be heard. For a moment, the entrance was particularly lively, and the expressions of the reporters gradually became excited. After all, it was rare for this all-powerful second-generation leader to appear in public, let alone in such a special place. However, when Ryudo sensed that a large group of people around him was taking pictures of him, he came to an area less than 10 meters away from the Bellflower Gate. He slowly raised his left hand and made an international friendly gesture to the reporters on his left. Understir convex before the reporters on the left could recover from their shock. He slowly raised his right hand and made the same international friendly gesture. Convex, underscore immediately after, the reporters on the right were stunned. He raised his hands together and made a friendly gesture towards the huge royal palace in front of him. Convex, understir convex. At this moment, all the surrounding reporters were stunned. The royal etiquette officer was also stunned. Not far away, the security team members who were watching the gate were also stunned. Am I seeing things? The leader of the extreme Dao stood at the entrance of the Japanese royal palace and raised his middle finger to the surrounding reporters and the palace in front of him. Although most of the reporters were shocked by Longdo's actions, there were still a few brave reporters who took photos from various angles that would go down in history and posted them on the internet. XXXX year, the leader of the Rulon group, Ryuto Kiryo, was paying his sincere respects to the Kokyo. At the bottom of the photo, the reporter used his trembling hand to type in this sentence. However, perhaps because the reporter was shocked, this sentence was not so much an introduction, but more of a sarcastic remark. It was not difficult to imagine what kind of sensation this photo, and the fact that Ryudo went to the princess's coming-of-age ceremony, would cause if it was posted on the internet. After all, it was already shocking that an extreme Dao boss was invited by the royal family to attend the princess's coming-of-age ceremony, not to mention that he went to the palace and raised his middle finger. It was simply too arrogant. Although the royal power of Japan had declined, the Kokyo was still something that represented the face of the country. Unfortunately, the face of the country was now like being publicly slapped by the extreme Dao young master, and it was a slap in the face. After all, who would understand the face of the country if you told Ryudo about it? Anyway, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, so why should I save face for you? The most important thing was that this time, it was Kobayashi who strongly invited him to come, and for this invitation, she even used Access Dao to threaten him. This kind of action made Ryudo very unhappy, so he had been prepared for the past few days. He was holding back his anger and was ready to make a scene inside. Kokyo, right? I'm here. Don't regret it. However, just as he strode arrogantly into the imperial palace inside, what appeared in front of him was the royal palace square that was covered with gravel, grass, and trees. Standing in the palace square, one could see the walls of the palace and the famous scenic spot, Mitsubishi Bridge. Mitsubishi Bridge was a special passage that led to the palace. It was said that only high officials and nobles could pass through this bridge. At this time, around the bridge and in the nearby square, there were armed guards everywhere. Obviously, for the princess's coming-of-age ceremony, the royal family had done enough preparation. When Ryudo stepped on the Mitsubishi Bridge, the guards on the bridge couldn't help but look at him with suspicion and vigilance in their eyes. After all, this guy's clothes, appearance, and temperament were not the same as the group of people who came to participate in the ceremony. This time, the guests invited to the princess's coming-of-age ceremony were all rich and noble. Most of them were members of the Yatsuki group, so their gestures revealed a fake upper-class atmosphere. But Ryudo was different. This guy looked like he was here to make trouble. After feeling the guard's vigilant gaze, Ryudo reached out his hand and pointed at his temple and sneered, "What are you looking at? If you have the ability, then shoot me here. If you don't have the ability, then go back and drink milk." The guard who was ridiculed by Ryudo blushed, but he could only turn his head immediately and didn't dare to look at the extremely arrogant leader. Coward. Leaving such an appropriate adjective, Ryudo swaggered across the Mitsubishi Bridge and entered the palace area surrounded by the walls. The tall walls were filled with ancient trees, hundreds of thousands of trees from all over the country. The palace buildings were scattered among the trees, which looked very different from the palace imagined by ordinary people. The so-called palace here was just a house built with large stones. Looking at it, it was all green tiles and white walls. The chrysanthemum family pattern symbolizing the Japanese royal family could be seen everywhere. It was very coquettish. Such a complex of buildings was not lacking in elegance and simplicity, but it lacked a bit of vastness and grandeur. If someone told you that this was a desolate resort villa, no one would not believe it. Because of the preparation of the celebration, the interior of the palace was very lively. Everywhere you could see people walking in the direction of the main hall or chatting under the surrounding eaves and trees. Most of this group of people were well-dressed and elegant. At first glance, you could tell that they were serious guests, unlike Ryudo, who was dressed like a noisy upper-class hooligan who came to make trouble. The main hall of the palace was the center of the palace. The main activities of the royal family and diplomatic ceremonies were held in the Pine Pavilion of the main hall. Under the surprised, disgusted, and curious gaze of many people, Ryudo swaggered to the entrance of the main hall. But just as he was about to go in, a hand patted his butt. Although Ryudo was indeed very handsome and charming, there were not many people who dared to take advantage of him like this. Section Chief Teshima, it's not good to greet in public like this. However, although he was patted on the butt, Ryudo could only reveal a dumbfounded expression. He turned his head and said to the female section chief who was hiding in the corner. She looked cold but secretly touched a man's butt. Of course, the one waiting for Ryudo here was naturally the section chief of the Search Division 1st Division, Teshima and Hana. Today's Teshima and Hana was different from the time when she went to the Rulon Group headquarters to investigate. Because it was a formal occasion, she wore a valiant policewoman uniform and also put on light makeup. This kind of outfit made Hana look more beautiful. Coupled with her dignified and cold appearance, her incomparably flirtatious personality was even more tempting. No matter how you looked at it, she looked like an indecent policewoman who would appear in a small movie or a small manga. As a high-ranking member of the Metropolitan Police Department, Teshima and Hana was naturally qualified to participate in such a celebration. But after seeing Ryudo, she tilted her head and signaled the two to talk in detail. Then she walked to the side of the garden. What does this girl want to do? Is she trying to take advantage of me at this time? Looking at the figure of Hana walking to a secluded garden on the side of the main hall, Ryudo couldn't help but gulp. Due to the special nature of this operation, Long Do came alone. He didn't bring anyone with him this time. Although Rue Hui would also participate in this celebration, in order to not let people discover her special relationship with Ryudo, the two would not have any open communication in this celebration. As for Luli herself, she was with Ji and Gao Yuan in a building not far away. They were ready to help Long Do deal with any trouble that might arise at any time, doing the logistics work. The other two leaders of the Black Hand Alliance, Kaiyang and Tessa, who were originally invited, directly rejected the request to attend this time and also advised Ryudo not to go. After all, the royal family was obviously up to no good. Why should he take the initiative to go there? Of course, Ryudo didn't understand Kaiyang and Tessa's thoughts, but young people had a rush. Even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he still wanted to go there. Not to mention that the other party had provoked him in the face. If he didn't fight back, wouldn't it be extreme? Therefore, Ryudo decided to take a trip to the Kokyo, but he didn't expect to meet such a dangerous woman before entering the main hall. Although Teshima and Hana's nominal identity was the section chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, don't forget that this woman was actually a general under Iam, the head of the Tiemu Group Guard Department. In terms of identity, the cadres of the minister were second only to Iam in the Tienmu Group, which meant that Hana's status was actually extremely high. The most important thing was that this woman also liked Ryudo very much, the kind of like that she wanted to eat him up. Chapter 221. It didn't take long for Ryudo to follow Lin Hua to a garden not far from the main hall. The garden was currently in full bloom. All kinds of flowers were contending with each other in terms of their beauty. The fragrance of the flowers in the garden assailed everyone's nostrils, causing the fragrance to spread from 10 miles away. However, after Lin Hua came to the corner of the garden, she looked around and then quietly motioned Ryudo to stand in the corner of the flower bed. What's going on? Is this girl planning to do something to me here? Just as Ryudo was thinking about the scene where the two almost did it in the living room last time, Lin Hua had suddenly reached out and pulled his body into the flower bed. Plop! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the bodies of a man and a woman fell into the 1-meter-tall shrub at the same time, and formed a very ambiguous position of the man on top and the woman on the bottom. Hiss! Ryudo-kun, you are so handsome today. After falling into the flower bushes, the heroic and cold female section chief suddenly stuck out her rosy tongue and licked her lips that were smeared with lipstick. Then, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Long Do's neck, like a beautiful lady who was about to have an affair with her lover. Dong dong. When he saw Lin Hua's little tongue, Ryudo couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. After all, he now had a preliminary understanding of the taste of women. In addition, the female section chief was still wearing an ascetic policewoman uniform. Her legs wrapped in gray stockings were wrapped around Ryudo's legs. Coupled with the encirclement of her arms, she pulled Ryudo closer to her delicate body. Their bodies were almost pressed against each other, and they were hidden in the sea of flowers that emitted an enchanting fragrance. The scene was extremely ambiguous. Suddenly, Ryudo could only smile bitterly. Lin Hua, it's not good for us to be like this here, right? What can I do? Who told you not to come to me during this time? Little, bad, egg, Lin Hua said in a coquettish tone, while her head was close to Ryudo's ear, and she gently blew beside his ear. It had to be said that Tokushima Rahana was indeed top-notch when it came to seduction. At this moment, their bodies were stacked on top of each other. Ryudo could feel how bouncy her mature body was. Moreover, being blown by her ear like this, even an Iron Man would not be able to help but feel a little restless. If it was any other time, Ryudo wouldn't mind playing with this female section chief, even if it was to build a relationship with her in order to prepare for the fight with Iam in the future. But now was not the time. Besides, this was the famous Kokyo, the nest of the royal family, and it was the critical moment when the princess's coming-of-age ceremony was about to take place. Ryudo, a mafia boss, was fooling around with the head of the Metropolitan Police Department's investigation department in the garden of the Kokyo. If anyone were to find out, it would be the biggest mistake in the world. Even 100 bows from the Metropolitan Police Department wouldn't be enough as an apology. Of course, the most important thing was that the two were hiding in the flower bed. He didn't know if Colored Glaze, who was observing them from afar, would find out. If she did, it would be over. Since Ryudo decided to explore the tiger's den 6 days ago, he naturally discussed a lot of countermeasures with Colored Glaze and the others. One of them was the comprehensive surveillance of the Kokyo. In fact, from the Emperor's point of view, the location of the Kokyo was really awkward. After all, this damned place was in the center of Tokyo. Other than the green space and a few rundown houses in the middle of his house, there were tall buildings everywhere. Looking out from the Kokyo, the tall buildings were arranged in rows, and the glass walls were colorful. It was a sharp contrast to the so-called palace's cold color and stone walls. As mentioned before, the so-called palaces and other buildings here were very short. They didn't look like palaces, but more like some suburban holiday villas. Therefore, looking down from a high place, it was easy to overlook the Kokyo. In fact, this was one of the selling points of many buildings around the Kokyo. It could overlook the palace and the emperor's family from the top every day. It could be said to be the best place to see the monkey. In this case, Colored Glaze, Sensible, Gao Yuan, and the others rented some units on the top floors of the surrounding buildings. Then, they used high magnification cameras to film the Kokyo from all directions. They could almost see most of the scene inside. In order to prevent anything from happening to Ryudo, who was attending the ceremony alone, and also to prevent any possible tricks that Kawada might play, Colored Glaze and the others naturally kept an eye on the situation here. As for whether he would be able to see the dragon duel in the corner of the garden, even he wasn't sure. If Colored Glaze saw him being pulled into the bushes by this woman, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ryudo would probably consider pulling out a gun and shooting himself in the head. As if sensing Ryudo's predicament, Rinhana chuckled in his ear. Don't worry, this corner is a blind spot in the Kokyo. It can't be seen from the outside. Don't worry about your little girlfriend finding out. You seem to know a lot of things. After hearing Rinhana's words, Ryudo couldn't help but frown slightly. This meant that Rinhana knew that Ryudo had sent people outside to monitor this place. And the head of the search department smiled. Don't forget who I am. You're living with Colored Glaze Kanzaki, and you're also related to Yunyin Suki. You're so young. Yet you've already learned how to have one foot in two boats. How greedy. Logically speaking, even if Tajima Rinhana was the head of the search department, she might not know about Ryudo's personal situation. But if she knew about her second identity as the head of the Tenmu group, then it wasn't strange for this woman to know about these things. From the beginning, Ryudo didn't deliberately hide his relationship with Colored Glaze and Yunyin because it was useless to hide it. With Ayam's intelligence-gathering ability, it was impossible for her not to find out. However, Ryudo pretended not to know about Rinhana's second identity at this time. Instead, he smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that the head of the Metropolitan Police Department would like to investigate these kinds of gossip. It's really a waste of talent. No. How can you say that it's a waste of talent? As long as it's related to Ryudo Kuin, I want to know about it. Having said that, Tajima Rinhana reached out and touched Ryudo's face. Then her fingers slid down his masculine cheeks, across his strong chest, abdomen, and then to his waist. Just when Rinhana's hand was about to touch a strange part, Ryudo finally couldn't help but hold her slender wrist, and his expression became a little awkward. Rinhana's fingers were soft and cold, and it was very comfortable to touch. If it was at ordinary times, Ryudo wouldn't mind being touched by her, but at this time, he didn't want to. Seeing Ryudo holding her wrist, Rinhana couldn't help but laugh. Oh, what's wrong? Are you shy? Haven't you done it with your two little girlfriends? We are still high school students, and we follow the proper etiquette when we communicate. Hee, you are obviously two-timing, but you still have the nerve to say that you are proper. What a little rascal. After being poked by Rinhana, Ryudo didn't know how to answer for a while, so he could only remain silent. Let's talk about something serious. Seeing this handsome Extreme Do group leader being forced to retreat step by step, the smile on Rinhana's face became even wider. She put on some light makeup to make her face look even younger and more beautiful. She moved closer to Long Do's face so that the two of them stared at each other. It was almost as if their noses were going to touch. Today, Kanata-chan and Tinya definitely don't have good intentions when they invited you here. You should have noticed this, right? That's for sure. After all, I have some history with that girl, and it's normal for her to want to mess with me. It would be fine if we were outside, but here, you are in a state of isolation and helplessness, which makes it easy for you to be at a disadvantage. So I think you need an ally, a reliable ally. In fact, from a practical point of view, Ryudo was not isolated and helpless, because his ally Kendai Ruehue was also present in the main hall not far away. Of course, Ryudo wouldn't be so stupid as to tell Rinhana such a thing. So he smiled gently and said, Rinhana sister, the ally you were referring to, could it be yourself? Smart. Rinhana licked her lips, and at the same time, she took a deep breath of Ryudo's majestic manly scent, and an intoxicated expression appeared on her face. Ever since she saw Ryudo at the Rulon Group headquarters, Takushima Rinhana had always been very fond of this handsome and domineering young man. She even used him as a side dish for her DIY every night. In Rinhana's bedroom, there were pictures of Ryudo everywhere, and there was even Ryudo's pillow on the bed. It could be said that she had been deeply poisoned by this extremely handsome guy with LV4 charm. In fact, from Rinhana's point of view, she shouldn't be so close to Ryudo. After all, whether it was her identity as the Metropolitan Police Department chief, or the head of the Tenmu group, she had an absolutely hostile relationship with Ryudo. Ryudo would die at the hands of Ayam, Sama sooner or later. This was something that Rinhana had already confirmed. However, if such a handsome guy who completely suited Rinhana's taste died just like that, in her opinion, it would be a bit of a pity. In other words, even if Ryudo had to die in the end, he had to be played with by Rinhana first before he could die. At the very least, he had to let her reach the pinnacle of 100 times. Therefore, getting Ryudo Kuin's young and charming body as soon as possible was Rinhana's current biggest goal in life. So she said to Ryudo in a serious tone, "Ryudo Kuin, come and be my lover. In this case, I will provide you with all my strength." Is this a deal? Ryudo had long been mentally prepared for Tokushima Rinhana's request. After all, what was this crazy woman thinking every time they met? It was really a question that an idiot could think of. It's a deal, because our relationship is limited to lovers. Unlike your two cute girlfriends, you don't have to be responsible for me, and I won't be responsible for you. Hoo-hoo, let's just ask for physical and mental pleasure. How about it? Looking at Ryudo's hesitant expression, Rinhana panted slightly and said in a tone that seemed to be unable to hold back. Chapter 222. There was no doubt that Tokushima and Hana was an infatuated woman, and it was the type that was obviously infatuated with Ryudo. Even in addition to being an infatuated woman, Ryudo also knew that this woman had obvious comedic tendencies, especially when she was tickled. She would be particularly happy. In the original Red Album 2, No Survivors, it was clearly shown how Tokushima and Hana was subdued by Tenmu Ayam. In fact, it was just a tickle. La la la. Oh, Ayam-sama. Ha ha ha. It's so ticklish. You're really a pervert, and Hana. Follow me in the future. Yes. Yes, at that time. The scene of Tokushima and Hana being tickled by Ayam in the game caused a huge protest in the player community. The reason for the protest was very simple, because the characters in the game were not dubbed. In the case of no dubbing, the players could not hear the sound of Sister and Hana being tickled. How could they not protest? The players condemned the game production company for being immoral. They couldn't even afford to hire a dubbing actor. Such a great scene without proper sound effects was simply a waste of God's gift. Because Hana's popularity was too high and the scene in the game was too famous, there were even players who spontaneously created Sister Hana's exclusive voice pack, specifically to match the scene with a suitable voice, so that the players would enjoy listening and watching. Of course, that was a matter in the game. In the real world, Tokushima and Hana naturally did not need dubbing. Her original voice was good enough. Especially when this woman with strange interests wanted Ryudo to be her lover. The devilish voice was simply devilish. If it was in the game, it would be at a level that would not pass the censorship. Dangerous. It's too dangerous. It can't go on like this. After feeling Tokushima and Hana's obviously happy state at this time, Ryudo couldn't help but secretly frown. In fact, if Hana could become Ryudo's ally, then her assistance would be very useful in many of the following events. After all, this woman was the ultimate mole. But it was conceivable that if Ryudo now agreed to be her lover, then Hana would probably not hesitate to go on a rampage on the spot and directly eat Ryudo's skin. Although Ryudo was not a traditional man who treated sex as his life, in his heart, his own people should at least be given to his girlfriend, wife, or future wife. How could he give it to this kind of woman? So even if they were just lovers who used each other, Long Do didn't want to make this woman happy. Although he might be very happy himself, he would be letting Liuli, Yunyan, and Dunia down if he did that. But if he didn't agree to Hana's request now, then she wouldn't help in the next princess coming-of-age ceremony. This was still a very troublesome matter. If Hana could help in this incident, then Ryudo's chances of winning would definitely be much higher. He naturally hoped to reach an agreement with Hana. What should I do? Should I agree? Or should I say, wait, didn't she just want to be happy? Then wouldn't it be fine to make her happy? However, just when Ryudo was pressed into the flowers by Tokushima and Hana and could be eaten up at any time, his mind suddenly remembered the scene he had seen before, which was the scene where Iam and Inhana tickled each other. If he wanted to make this female section chief happy, he didn't have to sacrifice himself for righteousness. He could use other means. When he thought of this, the corners of Long Do's mouth curled up into a smile. After that, he quickly moved Lin Hua's trembling body to the side with the moon in the ocean. Originally, Long Do was pinned to the ground, but with a flip, a grab, and a throw, he skillfully pinned the woman to the ground. Oh! After being pressed into the flower bed by Ryudo, the expression on Inhana's face became even more pleasant. She giggled, and after laughing for a while, she smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Do you like this kind of thing?" Then, slap. But before Inhana finished speaking, a palm had already scratched the itchy flesh on her abdomen at lightning speed. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. Of course, Ryudo pressed this woman down for no other reason than that it was convenient to tickle her in this position. That was all. Although she was already over 30 years old, Inhana had always been very good at managing her body. Whether it was her waist or her arms, they were quite beautiful, and her skin was tight and elastic. With this scratch, Ryudo felt as if he was scratching a surprisingly soft and smooth jelly, and there was even an obvious rebound force. Puff. Ha 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 ha. After being scratched at the itchy flesh on her abdomen, the itch spread throughout her body along with excitement. Inhana's body trembled violently, and at the same time, she let out a strange laugh. Dragon. Ryuto-kun? You. Swish. Before he finished speaking, he reached out and scratched again, but this time, he scratched Inhana's armpit, which was more likely to itch. Moreover, from the looks of it, he seemed to be using more force than before. With Ryudo's current hand strength, scratching a person's body was no joke. He could really achieve the effect of scratching with a prop. Inhana suddenly opened her mouth wide. She wanted to laugh, but she couldn't, and her body trembled even more violently. Her slender legs twisted subconsciously, and the more itchy it was, the more joy burst out in her heart, making her feel both physically and mentally comfortable. Humph, 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 there's hope. Let's keep scratching. Seeing that this crazy woman was getting more excited the more he scratched, Ryudo did not hold back, and continued to scratch with both hands. Walala, walala, walala. In this way, in the garden in the corner of the Kokyo, a subtle and strange sound kept coming from the flower bed, and it was not until 10 minutes later that it gradually returned to normal. When Ryuto was sure that he had scratched Inhana, the section chief of the search department had already collapsed on him like a soft noodle. Her eyes were blurred, and saliva was dripping from the corner of her mouth. Her pretty face was red, and she looked like she had laughed too much. Suddenly, Ryudo smiled and asked in her ear, "Sister Inhana, are you satisfied with my service?" If it was a normal woman, she might have turned hostile on the spot after being scratched like this, but Inhana looked very satisfied. She took a deep breath, reached out and combed her sweat-soaked hair, and replied weakly, "Ryuto-kun, I didn't know you had such an ability. I almost fainted from laughing." Inhana did not know that Ryudo knew about her hobby. She only thought that Ryudo liked to play like this since he was born. For a moment, she liked this little handsome guy even more. After all, Ryudo was handsome and charming, and he liked to scratch her like this. He was simply Inhana's dream lover. Hee, as long as Sister Inhana is happy. Happy. But next time, I have to make my little lover happy. Speaking of this, Inhana touched Ryudo's head lovingly, and then slowly got up from the ground. Although Ryudo did not directly say that he wanted to be her lover, his actions just now were enough as an answer. This also caused Inhana to look at him differently. It seemed that she had no choice but to help. Well, there should still be time. After standing up from the flower bed, Inhana tidied up her clothes and then smiled at Ryuto. "I will be waiting for orders at the Between 1,000 Grasses. If there are any problems, just contact me." As the head of the Heavenly Eye Group's guard department, Inhana naturally knew that there must be some unknown conspiracy behind Empress Wuda and Tianya's sudden actions. However, so far, the Heavenly Eye Group was still busy with their own affairs, and they had no time to pay attention to second-rate goods like Little and Tianya. And Hana's own sources of information were not enough to spy on the conspiracy, so she could only protect Ryudo from the side. After she got up, she said while pointing to a long and narrow courtyard in the south of the main hall not far away, that between 1,000 grasses was generally a place for the participants in the main hall to rest. Now, most of the guests were also there, waiting for the official opening of the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. According to the previous announcement, Princess Fukudaheim's coming-of-age ceremony would be officially held at about 11 o'clock. After a series of ceremonies, the guests who came to watch the ceremony would eat in the Liansue Hall not far away, and then prepare for the afternoon press conference. Because Hana's body was a little sticky, she hurriedly looked for a place to change her clothes, and Ryudo walked toward the main hall alone. At this time, there was less than half an hour left before 11 o'clock, and now more and more people were going to the main hall. Giant palm trees stood in the front yard of the main palace. The verdant evergreen trees and the grass that symbolized 1,000 years of longevity complemented each other, adding a mysterious and ancient color to the main palace. Although this new palace complex was only built a few decades ago, it was still not enough. The main hall of the Kokyo was divided into 3 rooms, namely between the pines, between the bamboos, and between the plums. Between the pines was located in the center of the main hall. In the middle, there was a throne for the emperor and the empress. Traditionally, various ceremonies, appointments, awards, and other formal activities would be held here. Between the bamboos was on the left side of Between the Pines. It was mainly a place for the emperor to meet state guests and officials. Between the Plums was on the right side of Between the Pines. It was a place for the empress to conduct official activities. It was also the empress's reception room and lounge. The inside of the main hall was magnificent. The ceiling was twisted and overlapped with colorful patterns. Between the patterns, colorful flowers were vivid. The surrounding walls were decorated with purple and red satin with dragon patterns. The ceiling was hung with satin curtains. The furniture was all made of black sandalwood, palm, and other hardwood. It looked gorgeous, elegant, and solemn. Although he didn't think highly of this small palace, when he came here, Ryudo could still feel the unique sense of luxury of the imperial family. The smell of burning money everywhere. Chapter 223. It was the first time Ryudo walked into this kind of palace building, so he looked around curiously. Because the event hasn't officially started yet, there were no guests in Pine Room. Only some staff members were fiddling with the wires, sound equipment, and so on for a while for interviews, audio recordings, and other activities. Putting a bunch of modern equipment in such an ancient palace greatly reduced the desire of others to visit. Although this palace was not big, it only took a few glances. Perhaps because there was nothing to see in the palace, most of the guests were either resting in the 1,000 Grass Room not far away, or looking for people to chat in the palace. There were not many people like Ryudo who walked around alone, and because Ryudo's clothes were very conspicuous when he wandered around, he could occasionally hear some comments. "Who is that young man? He looks quite handsome." He seems to be the second-generation leader of the Extreme Path organization, called something like Fighting Dragon. Fighting Dragon? What a strange name. It's really strange. It's probably the same breed as fighting dogs, fighting bulls, and crickets, ha ha ha. At this moment, a fat and wealthy merchant at the entrance of the main hall laughed heartily with his female companion, who was hugging his arm as he watched the dragon fight. His words were full of joy. However, before they could laugh for a few seconds, a small stone flew out of nowhere like a bolt of lightning and hit the wealthy merchant in the teeth. Pacha! With a crisp sound, the 2 big front teeth of the rich businessman were directly broken and fell to the ground together with blood. "Oh, woo 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 woo. Oh, what's going on? Help." For a time, the rich businessman knelt on the ground while holding his bleeding mouth, and his female companion next to him was already scared. She could only cover her cheek and shout. This shout immediately attracted the attention of the guards standing inside and outside the main hall. The surrounding staff who were fiddling with the instruments were also startled. Some of the guests who were chatting around were also startled by this sudden scene. However, just as all kinds of screams, cries, shouts, and shouts rang out, creating a lively scene, the instigator, Long Do, had already slipped into a corridor at the side. There was no doubt that the small stone that suddenly flew out and broke the man's front teeth was naturally thrown by Ryudo with the skill hooligans don't die barehanded. As soon as this small stone was thrown, it directly gave the rich businessman with the foul mouth a crisp sound. He dared to show off in front of his female companion. Ryudo didn't bring a female companion, and he dared to bring her, and he dared to talk. It was simply a crime on top of crime. Just when Ryudo walked towards the corridor on the right, he actually just wanted to hide for a while, but he didn't expect to see a few strange guys walking towards him from the other end of the corridor. It was a group of 3 that looked strange. The middle-aged man walking in front had unnatural white skin. He wore a white robe with a strong holy aura, and on his head was a very recognizable black satin embroidered priest hat. In addition, this strange priest was holding a thick book with gold edges in his hand, and was swaggering towards him. However, compared to this strange priest, the first thing Long Do looked at was the 2 tall and burly men behind him. The 2 tall and strong men also had unnatural white skin, but compared to their skin, what was more unnatural was their body that was obviously more burly than normal people. It was as if they wanted to break through the bindings of their clothes, and their muscles were as hard as rocks. Even with a glance, one could see how powerful these 2 people were. However, this kind of burly body didn't match their heads very well, as if their bodies were forcefully inflated by something. An expert could easily sense that this wasn't a naturally cultivated physique. These 2 guys' bodies didn't seem right. It was a bit similar to that fatty from before. Seeing the group of 3 that was walking towards him, Ryudo immediately thought of one of the leaders of the psychedelic Saburo, Fatty Saburo. Although that fatty was born with a large skeleton, but because he had been using forbidden drugs for many years, it caused his muscles to swell unnaturally. It gave people a feeling that his muscles and body weren't on the same level. Oh, that's Russell. It really didn't take much effort. Just as Long Do was observing the 2 burly men, the priest holding the thick scripture also noticed him. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he walked over with a strange smile on his face. After arriving in front of Ryudo, the priest, with a strange smile, said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Father John of the Great Beauty Association. Nice to meet you." After the self-introduction, he extended his hand towards Ryudo. The smile on his face was even more brilliant, and even the corner of his mouth almost reached his ears. It looked really strange. "Father John, it's really this guy." Ryudo wasn't surprised by the appearance of this fake priest. After all, this fake priest was the brother of the Empress, so it was natural for him to appear here. Even if the Empress wanted to set a trap to deal with Ryudo, then he and his Great Beauty Association should also be a big force in it. Thinking of this, Ryudo also held Father John's hand with a smile and sneered. "Do you know that this half-foreign and half-local way of speaking makes you look like a bastard? I hate bastards." "What? You are so..." Just as Father John was about to say "you are so rude," a huge force suddenly came from the palms of the 2 holding each other. It directly squeezed the bones of the fake priest's hand until it made a cracking sound. At the same time, Ryudo pressed his wrist upward. Father John only felt a sharp pain in his wrist. His knees softened unconsciously, and he half knelt on the ground. Needless to say, the way he held his hands and knelt in the hallway made it seem as if Ryudo was the god in this fake priest's heart. Although Ryudo didn't need such a bastard believer, under the stimulation of severe pain, Father John couldn't help but shout, "Let go! Let go! Help! Oh ho! Don't you know how to speak the local language? Why do you want to be a bastard?" Ryudo continued to lock Father John's hand with a smile, and he suddenly threw a punch to the right without looking at the palm of a brawny man who was grabbing toward this side. The 2 brawny men behind Father John were obviously the bodyguards of the Great Beauty Association, and they were fed with forbidden medicine like Pang Sanlang. Their physical fitness was several times stronger than ordinary people. But just when the brawny man who rushed to the front stretched out his hand toward Ryudo, the punch hit his wrist like lightning. Crack. With a crisp sound, the brawny man's thick wrist was broken on the spot like a bubble. Even the sharp white bones inside had pierced through the skin and protruded out. Complex open fracture. If this injury was placed on ordinary people, they would probably be rolling on the ground in pain. But the brawny man didn't even frown. But he took half a step back and kicked out with his knee. He kicked his body, which weighed at least 150 kilograms, towards Long Do's face. Sure enough, it's the kind of modified person who can't feel pain, so troublesome. Just when Ryudo sighed that these guys didn't look like humans, the other brawny man also came around. He stealthily gave Long Do a bear hug from behind, firmly locking Long Do's body so that the youth had no way to block or dodge the next kick to his face. Although these two brawny men weren't martial arts masters, they were obviously veterans in fighting. They cooperated with each other quite tacitly and seamlessly. As the saying goes, random fists can kill an old master. For two brawny men to bear hug from the back, and the other to kick the face from the front, although it was very vulgar, even martial arts masters could easily fall for this unethical hooligan fighting style. But for the current Ryudo, this level of coordinated attack was simply no threat at all. Hiss. Humph. Seeing that the kick that was enough to deform steel was about to hit his face, Ryudo quickly took a deep breath, and an unimaginable tyrannical force burst out from his right shoulder, accompanied by a cold snort. Now that Ryudo's left hand was locked with Father John's palm, he could only move his right arm freely, but that was enough. Just when his right shoulder and arm swung to the side, the brawny man, who was at least 300 pounds and about 2 meters behind him, was directly sent flying as if he was hit by a truck. His whole body flew a few meters and collapsed on the floor behind him. In a situation where there was no room for him to use his strength, he was able to use only one arm to send such a strong man flying. This was not something that a person with LV4 physique could do. It was the ability of Chi. Using brute force to fight with the enemy was the lowest level of fighting method. Using techniques was the intermediate level of fighting method, and the highest level of fighting method was naturally to use Chi to activate the force. Only then would it be successful. But it wasn't over yet. In the next second, Ryudo's right elbow swept, and in a flash, his elbow hit the big foot that was kicking over. Along with a crisp cracking sound, the thick leg was also swept off. A few seconds later, before Father John could react, the bodyguards that he carefully selected from the Great Beauty Association had already uniformly fallen to the ground, one unconscious and one disabled. What the hell is this? Is he really human? Just when Ryudo pulled Father John up from the ground, Father John seemed to have seen a devil from hell, and not a living 16-year-old youth. Chapter 224. The two strong bodyguards who had been modified by various drugs had always protected Father John very well in the past. Both of them were not afraid of pain, and they were extremely strong. Their joint attacks were even more intimate. Even professional assassins would find it extremely difficult to get past them. However, these two extremely powerful bodyguards were like two clay figurines in front of Ryudo Kiryu. He could pinch and play with them as he wanted. This was a scene that he had never dreamed of. Father John was so scared that his face turned ashen, and his eyes became flustered. Because the chaos caused by Ryuto in the main hall, not far away, had not subsided, the battle in the corridor here did not attract people's attention. But this was obviously bad news for Father John. Seeing that the fake priest's body began to tremble, Ryuto's face showed a kind smile and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Why are you trembling like this? Don't tell me you're scared already?" At this time, although Ryuto's smile looked very kind, it was extremely terrifying in the eyes of Father John. He almost peed out of fear. After a while, Father John could only stutter back, I'm here to invite you to go to Between the Plum Blossoms. It has nothing to do with me. Sister's order? Between the Plum Blossoms? So that's the case. Empress Kabata sent someone to invite me over for a chat? Ryuto knew that this Between the Plum Blossoms was the room exclusive to the Empress in the 3 rooms of the main hall. The Empress would conduct official activities here, and it could also be used as a reception room and lounge. What Ryudo didn't expect was that Kabutoya would actually take the initiative to invite him over. What kind of show is this? Is this girl planning to accuse me of molesting her as soon as I go in and take off her clothes? Isn't she a bit too naive? After knowing that it was Kawatanya's invitation, Long Do casually put Father John's head under his shoulder and walked forward like a dog. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then let's go. The Plum Blossom room is here, right?" Seeing that Ryudo was going to pull him along, Father John quickly shook his head. "Wait, sister only invited you over. She didn't ask me to go with her." "Don't say that. We've already shaken hands. If a machine gun suddenly pops out of the room and shoots at me, then you have the obligation to block the bullet for me." What kind of logic was this? When he heard Ryudo's words, Father John's originally unnaturally pale face turned into a ghostly color, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Obviously, Kabutoya's invitation to Ryudo this time was 100% unkind. Who knows what kind of insidious means the queen would play? Father John was the pathfinder prepared by Ryudo, or a walking million. No matter what happened in front of him, Ryudo would directly block this guy in front of him to make a friendly use of waste, so as not to inexplicably perform a sudden death. In this way, the two walked all the way forward in an intimate posture in the eyes of outsiders. They came from the side corridor of the main hall to the door with the plaque, Plum Blossom, not far away. The door made of black would exuded an antique atmosphere. The incense burners on both sides of the door were still lit with pure incense, rendering the surrounding atmosphere of Plum Blossom more elegant. However, compared to the heavily guarded situation in the main hall, there was no guard at the door of the queen's office. This felt not right no matter how he thought about it, which increased the suspicion in Ryudo's heart. "You're older. You go first." After coming to the door, Ryudo opened the door with one hand and pushed Father John in with the other. Looking at his posture of pushing Father John forward, it was as if he was holding up a human shield with his hand. Along with the slight sound of the door being pushed open and the door being closed, after entering, the room was silent and not a single sound could be heard. Although it was the queen's office, this Plum Blossom didn't look very big, but there were many screens blocking the view inside. Ryudo pulled Father John around the screens and walked forward. It didn't take long for them to come to the end of the room and finally saw the woman sitting on the office chair. "Ryudo Kiryu, we finally meet." Seeing her brother being held hostage by Long Do like a dog, Kohishinya, who was sitting on the office chair, didn't have a surprised expression at all. Instead, she said calmly. This calmness left a deep impression on Ryudo, especially after seeing Kabutoya's attributes. At this time, Kabutoya's attributes in the Rogue Analysis Mirror were like this. Name, Kabutoya. Age, 43 years old. Attributes, Wisdom LV4, Physique LV2, Courage LV4, Insight LV4, Charm LV3. Judging from the level of each attribute, this woman was indeed an excellent talent enough to be a superior. Although they couldn't compare to Rue Hui and Yongji's superhuman abilities, Xiao and Tianya had 3 attributes that reached the level of an international warrior, which was quite amazing. It was the first time Ryudo saw Kabutoya because she didn't appear in the game Red Album 2. No survivors. This was a completely unfamiliar enemy for Ryudo. What would Owadamasa do? What does she want to do? What was his personality like? This was the key information that Ryudo didn't know. Even Rue Hui, who had been suspicious for a long time, wasn't very clear. It could only be said that this queen usually hid very well. Just as Ryudo was pondering, Father John, who was in his arms, whispered for help, "Sister, sister, save me." Ever since Long Do hugged his neck, Father John looked like he was about to die. But when he saw his sister, his eyes suddenly regained their vitality. "Big sister will come and save me. No matter what happens, my omnipotent big sister will be able to solve it." Obviously, in Father John's heart, sister was the omnipotent God, and the only God that Great Beauty Association needed to worship. However, Kabutoya nodded slightly after hearing her brother's words, and replied faintly, "Your mission is over?" "Yes, but sister, This guy doesn't want to let me go. Just as Father John, Kabata-ing turned to look at Ryudo. The queen sitting in the office chair pressed a button on the table. Then something unexpected happened. Before Father John could finish his words, a mechanical sound of a spring suddenly came from the collar of his high-collared priest robe, and a cold light shot out from the inside of the collar like lightning. Because the speed was too fast, even Ryudo didn't see what happened clearly. It seemed that a sharp silk thread like a piano wire suddenly flew out from Father John's collar, and the silk thread directly cut through the middle of his throat, leaving a big gap in the neck of the president of Great Beauty Association. Huh. This is? The next second, blood spurted out from Father John's neck like a fountain, and the fake priest reached out and touched the cut on his neck in confusion, as if he couldn't believe that all this actually happened. This white priest suit was sent by his most respected sister this morning, and she told him to wear it well in this princess coming-of-age ceremony. But what Father John didn't expect was that there was actually such a lethal weapon installed in the collar of the priest's uniform, and the person to be killed was actually himself. Sister, are you out of your mind? Just as Father John struggled to fall to the ground, he raised his head with the last trace of strength and looked at the woman not far away who was looking down at her dying brother with a cold gaze. What was the reason for all this? Father John didn't understand, and Ryudo was also puzzled at first, but he immediately understood. This woman wouldn't be so ruthless? Long Do frowned slightly at the sight of Father John lying on the ground covered in blood. Then, he turned to the expressionless Empress Wutian Cohesion. Obviously, the younger brother of the Great Beauty Association and the Empress was dead. And the most important thing was that it was Ryuto, a hoodlum leader, who took him from the corridor of the main hall into between the plum blossoms. Judging from Tianya and Xiao Zhao's deployment, there should be many cameras outside that captured the scene of Long Do coercing Father John, who was Tianing Yi and Xiao Xiao, walking in from the corridor. After that, Wado Young died in between the plum blossoms, died beside Ryuto. So in the eyes of normal people, who killed the president of the Great Beauty Association? First of all, excluding the other living person, which was the current Empress, the answer was self-evident. A Yakuza leader took the Empress's younger brother hostage and broke into the Empress's office. Then, he slit the neck of the Empress's relative and the president of the Japanese-American Friendship Association. That was the truth of the whole thing, or rather, the truth that was fabricated. Ryudo couldn't imagine how much pressure it would put on him and the Rulon group, and even the entire extreme Dao world if this news was spread out. Long Do couldn't help but applaud after understanding Konoha Tanya's plan. You're really vicious. You're even willing to use your own brother's life. Moreover, this guy is the president of that association, right? Don't you feel sad for him to die like this? The Empress sneered. Sometimes the living are not as useful as the dead. You don't have to consider my feelings. You should think about what you should do next. You killed the Empress's brother in the Kokyo. Well, since I killed him, killing one is enough. Killing two is a win, then I might as well take you with me. At this moment, Ryuto grinned, and killing intent burst out in his eyes. His body turned into a white shadow and directly pounced at Wado Young, who was a few meters away. Chapter 225. The current situation was very obvious. That was, this Empress Wude planned to frame him. And it had to be said that this guy had actually succeeded. From the moment Ryudo took the initiative to bring Father John to Plum Garden and stepped into the door, it was already destined that this extreme Do team leader would be framed to death. After all, in this plan, Xiaohe and Tianya must have made sufficient preparations. This was the Kokyo, the territory of the Empress. In her own territory, the Empress was naturally in a state where she could cover the sky with one hand. It was easier than eating beans to frame an extreme Do who was already full of black spots. If you said you killed him, then you killed him. If you didn't kill him, then you killed him. Therefore, it was impossible for Ryudo to get rid of this framing through normal means. It was impossible in any case. Therefore, in this round, Xiao Yu and Tianya won completely. Long Do could actually prepare to commit suicide and start all over again. But before committing suicide, he still had other things to do, and there were still many things to test. So in the next second, Ryudo's body flew over the front desk like a beast and rushed toward the Empress, who was slowly retreating. Now Ryudo's speed was so fast, and his lethality was so strong. If he was allowed to get close to Shawakata, it would take less than a second to kill this Empress. But even so, there was still no trace of panic on Shawakata's face. Obviously, this Empress, who had played through the conspiracy, had already expected that Ryudo would be desperate. Naturally, it was impossible for her to appear in front of him without any guarantee. However, even if she was mentally prepared, Shawakata never thought that Ryudo's momentum would be so fierce. At this moment, the enemy's figure rushed over like an eagle. A fist that was not so huge, but seemed to contain infinite power, blasted toward the Empress's head. The moment she was enveloped by Ryudo's fist wind, Kawada felt her breath catch in her throat, as if she was about to fall into a bottomless abyss. What a terrifying punch! Kawada had never thought that a human's fist could cause such a terrifying pressure. It felt as if a cannonball was flying towards her. If she were to take this punch head-on, she would definitely die. Moreover, it would be a very ugly death, where the entire head would be smashed into pieces like a watermelon. Unless there was a martial arts master who had also reached the transcendent state, ready to intercept Ryudo's attack at any time. Bang! Boom! Just as the punch was about to reach the Empress, Xiao and Tianya only saw a flash in front of their eyes, and a violent explosion accompanied by a strong shockwave directly exploded in front of them. She felt as if a grenade or some other kind of bomb had suddenly exploded a meter away from her. The explosion sounded again and again, and the crazy airflow even made the Empress, who had been training her body, unable to stand steadily. She almost fell to the ground as she retreated. Just as Shawakata finally managed to stabilize herself by holding onto the wall behind her, the shockwave that engulfed the entire Plum Blossom Garden finally disappeared, and most of the erected screens had already fallen to the ground. When the smoke dissipated, Shawakata opened her eyes and saw the two men and the scene of two fists colliding with each other. One fist looked smaller, and the skin was tighter and smoother, showing the youthful physique unique to minors. The other fist was much larger, and the skin looked as rough as polished diamond sand, and it was covered with all kinds of scars. From the visual effect of the two fists, they were not on the same level at all. But when the two sides collided, it produced the terrifying shockwave that was like an explosion just now. From this point of view, the owners of the two fists were at least on par with each other in terms of strength. At this time, the man who suddenly rushed out from the side and met the Ryudo fist with lightning speed was naturally the strongest general under Owada Masa's command, Saito Dao. Shawakata would definitely not do something as stupid as facing Ryudo Kiryu alone. Therefore, she had already arranged for Daichi to hide behind a nearby screen, and he could come out at any time to restrain this crazy young man. However, after blocking Ryudo's punch, Daichi frowned slightly and said, "Stinky brat, you've improved a little." As the saying goes, once an expert makes a move, one will know whether or not he is an expert. From Ryudo's punch just now, Daichi could clearly feel that the quality of it was completely different from the fight in the Rulon Group headquarters a week ago. A week ago, Ryudo was just a martial arts rookie who only knew how to squander his powerful physical strength. Although he could also use some ancient martial arts that he had learned the essence of, as long as he did not know how to use chi, it was nothing in front of Daichi. But only a week later, when Ryudo appeared again, he was a completely different person. The punch just now seemed to be aimed at Shawakata, but in fact, Daichi could clearly feel that it was aimed at him, which meant that Ryudo had actually discovered his existence long ago. Furthermore, within the fist force of that punch, those who had entered the Dao could clearly sense an unusually domineering force. It was as if the strength of Long Do's palm, wrist, arm, shoulder, upper body, waist, and lower body had all fused together at the instant he punched out. This caused the force to stack layer upon layer, and it was extremely turbulent like a huge wave. There was no doubt that this was a punch that could only be made after he had mastered the ability of chi and mobilized all the blood in his body. To be able to make such a punch, it meant that Ryudo was not as simple as opening up chi, but at least he had reached the early stage of being able to freely use obvious strength. Although it was only the early stage, it was enough to surprise Daichi. Speaking of which, it was already very unreasonable for such a young man in his teens to be able to practice obvious strength. The most ridiculous thing was that he did not even know what chi was a week ago. Monster. This kid was either a monster or a unique martial arts genius in history. He definitely couldn't let him leave this place alive. Daichi looked at Ryuto, who was urging his strength to block his fist with an excited expression on his face. Daichi secretly gritted his teeth and made up his mind to kill him here no matter what. Otherwise, he did not dare to imagine what kind of existence Ryuto would become if he was given another 8 to 10 years. Perhaps he would become the kind of superhuman who could destroy the entire Kokyo with a single punch and would have to use kryptonite to deal with him. Just as Daichi secretly made up his mind, Ryudo excitedly smiled and said, "Shorty, actually I was wondering if I could break your fist with one punch, but in the end I still couldn't. What a pity." In fact, the moment Ryudo stepped into between the plum trees, he had already noticed the existence of Daichi. The punch just now was indeed not aimed at Kohishenya. In fact, it was prepared to launch a sneak attack on Dao Accessing Realm. He wanted to see if he could trick him. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. This guy's fist was unbelievably hard. After hearing Ryudo's words, Daichi was stunned at first. Then he suddenly became furious. "You stinking brat actually wanted to break my well-tempered fist? Who are you looking down on, bastard? Humph. Shameless boasting. You don't know what's good for you." Daichi snorted coldly, and his free left hand swung like a poisonous snake, swiftly launching a second attack. This was an earth-shattering claw, and a series of explosive booms erupted once again. The Dao-reaching realm cultivator's rough palm was like a huge tower that was suppressing a white snake, and it grabbed toward Long Do's neck with immeasurable force. At the same time, Daichi immediately circulated chi throughout his body, and his entire left hand swelled up like a sponge that was full of water. The suddenly plentiful muscles directly burst the clothes on his arm from the inside, showing how strong his strength was. For a top master who could control chi to a certain extent, it was easy to freely shrink the size of his muscles and exert the strength of every inch of muscle to the limit. Although Daichi's body looked very short, after many years of hard training, his body was actually covered with steel-like muscles, and after the circulation of chi, it was completely reflected. Although his grab seemed light, it was actually the culmination of many years of martial arts techniques. The angle was extremely tricky, the speed was as fast as lightning, and the strength could easily twist steel into a fried dough twist. Unfortunately, although Daichi was fast, the current Ryudo was not slow either. His free left hand also swung out like lightning and accurately grabbed Daichi's palm that was grabbing towards him. When the two hands collided, there was a sound of metal clashing. This sound made Kawada, who was hiding and trembling not far away, think that it was not flesh and blood that collided, but the steel hands of two robots. However, although Daichi's palm was grabbed by Ryudo, and it looked like they were going to wrestle again, Daichi was happy when he saw this scene. This idiot. Does he think that I'm going to compete with him in terms of grip strength? Back when the two first met in the Tokyo Emperor Hotel, Ryudo and Daichi had competed in terms of grip strength, and there was no clear winner. However, that was just a competition between Daichi, and it did not really reflect the strength of Daichi. After all, as a martial arts master, how could he only know such small tricks? He had mastered so many exquisite martial arts techniques that he did not need to rely on brute force to defeat Ryudo. And in this case, the power of Vajra Finger of Tantra could be fully displayed. A martial arts technique like Vajra Finger of Tantra could make one's fingers and palm as hard as Vajra. In addition to direct poking, palm, grabbing, and other common attacks, there was also the small grappling technique attribute in it. Chapter 226. There were many types of martial arts in the world, and each country had its own unique style. But at the end of the day, most martial arts were related to the four major systems of kicking, hitting, throwing, and grabbing. For example, Saito Ryudo, who was born with a special physique and short limbs, was not suitable for kicking and throwing martial arts. Therefore, he focused his energy on hitting and grabbing. Needless to say, hitting martial arts, Ryudo's every move, every punch, and every palm were fatal. And in terms of grabbing martial arts, his lesser grappling technique was also top-notch. Generally speaking, grabbing martial arts were divided into lesser grappling technique that targeted the joints of the fingers, wrists, and elbows, and greater grappling technique that targeted the joints of the shoulders, knees, neck, and spine. This was especially true for the lesser grappling technique, which relied on small changes to win. Its moves were delicate and varied, and it could make infinite changes in a limited space. It was very suitable for Ryudo, who had already strengthened his fingers. Therefore, every time Ryudo fought with others in the past, Ryudo could use the lesser grappling technique to control the enemy's acupuncture points, joints, and other parts, and even destroy them. Stinking brat, your fingers are mine. The moment their palms touched, Ryudo sneered and suddenly squeezed his thumb inwards. At the same time, he twisted his index and middle fingers outwards, intending to break Ryudo's fingers on the spot. With such an exquisite lesser grappling technique combined with the ferocious power of the Vajra finger of Tantra, there were not many people in the world who could block this move. Unless the opponent had the ability to resist the lesser grappling technique and understood the lesser grappling technique very well. Therefore, in the next moment, something that Ryudo did not expect happened. Before he could fully execute his lesser grappling technique to break Ryudo's fingers, the young man suddenly twisted his wrist, and his left hand twisted inwards at a strange angle. At the same time, his elbow loosened and pulled, causing Ryudo's wrist to lose its strength. What the hell? Before Ryudo could react, he heard a strange cracking sound coming from his wrist. It made one's scalp go numb. Fortunately, Meng Qi was also a rare martial Dao master. His body immediately spun rapidly, and with the help of the spinning force, he forced Ryudo to let go and retreat. Only then did he escape from the young man's hands. My wrist actually. This brat also knows the small grappling technique? After the two of them separated again, Access Dao realized that his left wrist was hanging limply. Obviously, this was a sign that someone had dislocated his wrist. For so many years, only those who had entered the Dao could remove the joints of others. The number of times one's own joints had been removed could be counted on one's fingers. If the one who did this was a teenager, then the situation was even more terrifying. It could be said that Saito had never been so shocked in his entire life. Even though he already knew that Long Do was a monster, he didn't expect this little monster to have such a high level of skill. In a split second, he was able to turn the tables on him. However, no matter how confused Access Dao's mind was, he was still in the midst of a fierce battle. He immediately grabbed the soft and slack left hand with his right hand and twisted it. Another crisp sound rang out, and the hand that had just been removed was deftly put back in place. However, although this kind of direct wrist dislocation technique was brilliant, it was accompanied by extreme pain. However, a tough guy like Access Dao obviously didn't care about such a small matter. At this moment, Ryudo's figure had already stepped to the side of Access Dao. He bent his knees slightly, and his elbow violently slammed into the enemy's head like a rapidly charging siege engine. Compared to ordinary people, Access Dao was short and small. Because of this, he was vulnerable to attacks. Some of the more conventional moves would be difficult to hit him, and he had to lower his body. Access Dao swung his right fist, using a clever move to remove the force from Ryudo's elbow, and then directly to the meridians in his arm. At the same time, his left hand moved from bottom to top toward Ryudo's nether regions. He was going to give him a monkey steals the peach. Although this kind of fighting style was a little dirty, it was a deathmatch after all. The winner was standing, and the loser was lying down. No one cared about whether it was dirty or dirty. This set of movements was smooth and smooth. The shadow of the fist was enough to kill. It was very dangerous. Of course, at this time, Ryudo was no longer going to be killed by this level of attack. Therefore, he nimbly turned around and dodged Access Dao's deadly punch. Just like this, the two of them fiercely fought in this small, between the plum trees. They went back and forth, one retreated and one advanced. For a time, the shadow of the fist flashed and the force spread. The impact was like a storm that almost cracked the floor, ceiling, walls, and other areas of between the plum trees. As for the original decorations inside, naturally, they were already shattered by this scene comparable to a monster battle. It was so messy that it looked like a garbage dump. However, when she saw such an exaggerated battle scene, Cohesion, who had already escaped from the back door and came outside to watch the battle, was already dumbfounded. What's going on? Are these two guys really human? Are they some alien creatures in disguise? Why do they look like they're in a movie? Although Owadaya had many identities, was ruthless, and was knowledgeable, she was still a person who lived and grew up in modern society. Any normal person would find it hard to imagine that there would be such a monster in the world that could make the sound of metal clashing when a punch and a kick collided. The movement could even crack the floor and ceiling. The most exaggerated thing was that there was more than one monster like this. When Owadaya saw the strength of Saito for the first time, she was already very shocked. In her opinion, Saito was like the hidden masters in the movies. It belonged to the top of human beings in the world. Unless various modern weapons were used, there was no way to fight against this guy. But what she never expected was that now, in front of Owadaya, another monster of almost the same level appeared. And this monster was actually a teenager. This really made the queen almost numb. She even considered whether to capture Ryudo alive for research, but after considering that it was difficult to capture him alive, she reluctantly gave up this plan. However, when she saw the two terrifying superhumans fighting between the plum trees through the window, Owadaya still thought for a while before pressing the emergency call button. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. Almost at the moment when the button was pressed, a fierce alarm spread throughout between the plum trees, and even most of the guests in the Kokyo could hear it clearly. At this time, the guests who had gathered in various corners of the Kokyo and were about to come to watch the ceremony immediately noticed that something unexpected had happened. What's going on? Is there any movement over there? It's an emergency alarm. It's coming from between the plum trees side. Then what are you waiting for? Run. Not long after the alarm sounded, most of the guests who had rushed to watch the ceremony quickly evacuated under the escort of the guards, and a group of armed guards also quickly rushed in the direction of between the plum trees. Among the evacuating crowd, Ruehue Kamishiro, who was about to meet up with Ryudo, was naturally mixed in. That alarm. Was it Ryudo? What happened over there? Although Ruehue wanted to go over and see what was going on in between the plum trees side, the situation now had become extremely chaotic. She was surrounded by people and armed guards who were evacuating in a hurry. Even if Ruehue wanted to go against the flow of people and return to between the plum trees side, it was completely impossible. At the same time, Colored Glaze and the others who were watching from the top of a building outside the Kokyo naturally immediately noticed the sudden chaos. It's Ryudo. Looking through the binoculars at the guests who were evacuating quickly, Colored Glaze immediately frowned and said, "It must be that guy who caused the commotion. This is troublesome." Immediately, Sensible, who was next to her, quickly asked, "Then, Big Sister, can we help the boss evacuate?" Now that the Kokyo is surrounded by a dense group of guards, it's impossible to go in and help. We can only pray that Ryudo can run out on his own, and we'll be outside ready to help at any time. Having said that, Colored Glaze couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, she secretly prayed that Ryudo could successfully escape. As for what happened after that, Colored Glaze had already made sufficient arrangements. No matter which direction Ryudo escaped in, there would be someone to help him immediately. However, just when the ear-piercing alarm spread throughout the Kokyo, Even the reporters outside noticed that an unprecedented event was about to happen. Between the plum trees, that was the focus of the crowd. A group of armed guards quickly rushed in with their weapons and surrounded Ryudo and Access to Do at the same time. Access to Do immediately fainted and retreated while blocking Ryudo's last escape route to the windowsill. "Stinky brat, you're finished." Seeing dozens of automatic rifles around him pointed at Ryudo's body, Access to Do sneered as if he was gloating. Although it was a pity that he couldn't kill Ryudo personally, Access to Do didn't mind using modern weapons, such as firearms, to send this brat to heaven. In short, it was fine as long as he could kill him. But what Access to Do didn't expect was that, even in this situation, Ryudo's face still had a relaxed expression. "Oh, really?" he asked with a smile. "You don't think these broken things can kill me, right?" "Broken things?" Stinky brat, times have changed. Even if you have copper skin and iron bones, you can't block the power of bullets. Times have changed. It has indeed changed. But the person who will always walk in front of the times is me. As he blurted out, "It's me." Ryudo's hand that was hidden behind him quickly flung forward. 3 flash bombs with the safety off quickly flew to every corner of between the plum trees. Chapter 227. As for the princess coming-of-age ceremony incident this time, Ryudo naturally knew that the stinky queen must have a bellyful of evil tricks up her sleeves to kill him. She invited him over with malicious intentions. Moreover, this time, there was a mortal enemy in the enemy's camp, which made it even more dangerous. However, unlike the previous Dunia kidnapping incident, after entering the Kokyo this time, there were not many people who could help Ryudo except for Rue Hui. Later on, he found out that Lin Hua could also be a helper. Therefore, before deciding to go to the Dragon's Den, Ryudo really had to prepare everything carefully. Especially after the 300 million yen ransom was transferred back by Gao Yuan a few days later, the amount of money Ryudo could use to buy money was even more enormous. Ryudo had a huge sum of 172.87 million in his hands. Previously, after purchasing the Qian Kuren Foundation technique and the Empress Mysterious technique, he spent 40 million. So the total funds were left with 432.8 million. With this money, Ryudo first needed to upgrade his basic attributes. Although it was not enough to upgrade his physique to LV5, it was enough to upgrade the other attributes again. Therefore, Ryudo spent a total of 150 million to purchase the second attribute upgrade of Wisdom, Courage, and Insight, respectively. In this way, Ryudo had the true bucket attributes of Wisdom LV3, Physique LV4, Courage LV4, Insight LV3, Charm LV4. The significance of the consecutive upgrade of the 3 attributes was very obvious. This way, Ryudo's brain could work faster, and he could be more calm in the face of changes. His dynamic vision and insight ability would also be stronger. Now, although he was still not as invincible as an alien like I am, in terms of average attributes, he was already far above ordinary people. It could be said that he was developing in the direction of Superman. After purchasing the most important attributes, Ryudo continued to choose to purchase the large pile of skill books in the skill shop. First of all, he had to purchase Iron Bone Mastery and Copper Skin Mastery. This was the 3rd time he had purchased these 2 skill books. While raising the proficiency to 60%, the price had also increased from 1 million to 2 million to 4 million. However, it was still worth it. After that, Ryudo chose to purchase 2 extremely useful combat skills, Rogues Don't Die by Bare Hands and Ancient 8 Extremities Fist. He spent 12 million yuan each to increase the proficiency of these 2 skills to 40%. Then, he looked at the blank skill book in the corner of the shop. Since Ryudo had died, this skill book that could increase the proficiency of any skill had been refreshed. However, the cost of the second purchase had doubled, becoming 20 million yuan. Ryudo still used this blank skill book to upgrade his Furamaki-style martial arts. After all, his skills in the shop could be upgraded by refreshing the shop to purchase skill books. However, this thing could not be bought by refreshing the shop. He could only use the blank skill book. After using the blank skill book to increase the proficiency of Furamaki-style martial arts to 41%, Ryudo unexpectedly learned a second skill, profound meaning of the body, hard tackle. Different from profound meaning of the skill, tiger fall. Although this profound meaning of the body was also a counterattack skill, it was both offensive and defensive. It was a more hard-hitting counterattack skill. After learning hard tackle, Ryudo could contract part of his muscles the moment the enemy attacked, turning the hit point into a shield to destroy the enemy's fist. According to Ryudo's own experiments, this profound meaning of the body, when used together with copper skin mastery, iron bone mastery, and chi, the effect could only be described as invincible. In the experiment, he let Narukai use the katana to chop his hand with all his strength, and at the same time, he activated hard tackle. In the end, the katana was broken by Ryudo's arm. Ryudo's arm, however, remained unharmed. Ryudo could still remember Ming Hai's gaze, which didn't seem like he was looking at a human. After buying so many skills, Ryudo only had 240 million left in his funds. At this time, he had his eyes on the two new skill books that he accidentally saw. The first skill book was called Dragonbone Dislocation Hand, and it looked like an ancient martial arts skill book of the grappling system of the kicking, grappling system. That's right, that guy who had entered the Tao had great martial arts skills, and he was very good at close combat. Should I get a grappling system martial arts skill to deal with that guy? When he saw this skill book, Ryudo had this thought. Currently, Ryudo's raw strength was not much inferior to that of a Taoist, but he was still far behind when it came to finer techniques. If he entered the stage of close combat, it would obviously be disadvantageous for Ryudo. Therefore, Ryudo spent 3 million to buy the Dragonbone Dislocation Hand skill book and learn this grappling martial arts skill that was known as grappling, 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 breaking tendons, and dislocating bones. This was also the reason why he suffered a small loss when he entered the Tao later on. The second skill book was called Firearms Proficiency, and as the name implied, it could increase the proficiency of various firearms and was also worth 3 million. At this time, Ryudo already had considerable combat strength in hand-to-hand combat and weapon battles, but his only weakness was firearms. After all, no matter how strong Ryudo was, or how exquisite his techniques were, it was meaningless when he used firearms and other weapons to shoot. However, now that he had firearms proficiency, it was different. His ability to control firearms was much more proficient, and he could turn into Brother Ma at any time to shoot with 2 guns and go on a killing spree. However, after buying the 2 new skills, Ryudo was a little unhappy when he saw that Dragonbone Dislocation Hand and Firearms Proficiency only had 20% proficiency. Thinking about it carefully, these 2 new skills, Heaven and Earth Foundation Technique and Princess Mysterious Technique, only had 20% proficiency, and it was probably not enough to deal with those who had entered the Tao. Should he try to kill himself a few times to refresh? For so long, Ryudo had not tried to kill himself to refresh the shop. The main problem was that the money he had on hand was very limited, and there was no way he could squander it like this. However, even after buying so many things, Ryudo still had a huge sum of more than 230 million on hand. Wouldn't it be a pity if he didn't refresh it? Most importantly, Ryudo had just received a huge sum of 300 million from Gao Yuan not long ago. If he killed himself now and went back to the time before he received that sum of money, wouldn't he be able to get it again? If he could get another 300 million every time he killed himself, then Ryudo might as well just keep killing himself. Wouldn't he be invincible if he killed himself a few hundred times? Although he knew that there was a high probability that such a good thing would not happen, Ryudo still changed to the Desperado title that reduced his money consumption. He reached out and poked his heart, listening to the familiar sound that began life rewinding. However, when Ryudo regained consciousness, he found himself standing in the same place with his phone. It was almost as if he had rewound to loneliness. Except for the loss of 800,000 yuan in Ryudo's fund pool and all the skills in the shop refreshed, nothing else changed. This was the backtracking point that Ryudo returned to. After thinking for a while, Ryudo finally figured out the judgment point of the system's backtracking with his LV3 wisdom. Every time the system should determine that the host is dead, it would let the host pay the money to go back in time. There were two judgment points for backtracking. The first judgment point was before the start of this incident. This was easy to understand. Most of the previous backtracking was based on this foundation. The second judgment point was what Ryudo just understood. That was, after the money entered the account. After backtracking, Ryudo happened to be holding his phone. The phone showed that the 300 million yen that Gao Yuan had transferred had just been transferred to his account, and now the money in his bank card had become more than 230 million, which was the amount after the purchase. In other words, as long as Ryudo received the money, the backtracking point would immediately change from before the incident to after the money entered the account. This kind of backtracking point change could be said to block Ryudo's way of making money through crooked means. So, he couldn't rely on backtracking to get the 300 million yuan from Gao Yuan multiple times. No matter where he got the money, as long as he got the money, even if he committed suicide on the spot after taking the money, the backtracking point would become the moment he got the money. It had to be said that this pay-to-win system was really sneaky. It didn't allow people to take advantage of loopholes at all. But having said that, Ryudo also knew what he couldn't do, which was to take other people's money. If Ryudo had money in some events, then the backtracking point would change. This change might cause a situation similar to a dead file, leading to a dead end no matter how he backtracked. For example, Ryudo had just taken a sum of money, and then a bomb dropped and blew him to pieces. In this case, even if he backtracked, he could only backtrack to the moment after he took the money. As long as he couldn't run out of the bomb's range, he would die no matter how many times he backtracked. Of course, this kind of situation was very extreme and might not happen, but it was always right to be more careful. After backtracking, the shop refreshed again. Ryudo generously bought another round of Chien Kuren Foundation Technique 40 million, Princess's Mysterious Art 40 million, Blank Skill Book 40 million, Steel Bone Mastery 8 million, Bronze Skin Mastery 8 million, Ancient Bajiquin 12 million, Hooligan Undying 12 million, Bone Twisting Hand 6 million, and Firearms Mastery 6 million. At this time, Ryudo only had 64 million yuan left. He took out another 30 million yuan to find his old friend from the Big Dipper Alliance, Kaiyang, and asked the strongest arms dealer in Tokyo to buy some heavy firepower equipment. After a round of crazy buying, and buying, Long Do's attributes had become like this. Name, Ryudo Kiryoage, 16 attributes, Wisdom LV3, Vitality LV4, Courage LV4, Insight LV3, Charm LV4 Chi Opening Rate, 41% Title, Rich Fool, acquired after spending more than 500 million yuan. Equipment slot will increase by 2 slots. Equipment, AK-103 Assault Rifle, Elite, Rope Hook, Good, Throwing Magazine, Good, M60 Machine Gun, Elite, RPG-32 Individual Rocket Launcher, Elite, Personal Equipment, None Tools, Hooligan Velcro, Hooligan Analysis Mirror, Hooligan Voice Changing Mask, Hooligan Hang Glider Skills, Chien Kuren Foundation Technique, Princess's Mysterious Art, Ancient Bajiquin, Furamaki Style Martial Arts, Bone Twisting Hand, Steel Bone Mastery, Copper Skin Mastery, Parkour Master, Hooligan Undying 12 million, Silent, Movement, Aura Shield, Omnipotent Driver, Firearms Mastery. Total assets, 34 million yuan. With such ridiculous attributes, skills, and equipment, Long Do did not panic even if he was surrounded by dozens of armed guards who had reached the Dao-reaching realm. Chapter 228. In this situation where he was fully prepared, no matter how many enemies appeared in front of him, they were nothing more than cannon fodder for Ryudo. In an instant, 3 flash bombs with the safety off quickly flew to every corner of, between the plum blossoms and exploded in the air. Although when entering the Kokyo, all guests had to go through a body search to ensure that they didn't bring any weapons, this kind of inspection was obviously useless against Ryudo. With the new title, Rich Fool, Ryudo could now put as many as 5 pieces of equipment in his equipment slot. In addition to the 3 heavy firepower weapons, AK-103 assault rifle, M60 machine gun, and RPG-32 rocket launcher bought from Kaiyang, Ryudo also bought a grenade box, which could put 10 small hand-thrown ammunition. At this time, the grenade box was stuffed with a bunch of throwing weapons, from Ryudo's favorite, flash bomb, to the heavy firepower grenade to the smoke bomb. It could be said that there was everything. What? Just when the 3 flash bombs quickly flew in all directions, the guards who were ready to shoot at Ryudo were suddenly dumbfounded. Although the guards responsible for protecting the Kokyo weren't very powerful, they at least received some training. So when they saw the flash bombs flying in this direction, they didn't hesitate to lie down and cover their ears with both hands. Although this couldn't completely avoid the impact, it could reduce the impact to a relatively low level. Access to Do was even faster. The moment the flash bombs flew over, he had already rushed out of the room and quickly contracted the muscles in his ears to isolate the sound. Bang! Accompanied by a strong explosion and dazzling light at the same time. Not to mention the guards in between the plum blossoms. Even Kawadaya, who was running outside the wall, was greatly affected. Bang! At that moment, Kawadaya only felt a buzzing sound in her head, and at the same time, her vision turned white, and she almost lost consciousness. How did he do it? Just as Kawada was kneeling on the ground in a daze, she couldn't figure out how Ryudo managed to bring in so many flashbangs. A strong and powerful arm suddenly stretched out from behind and grabbed the Empress' collar, lifting her up from the ground. Before the Empress could react, her body had soared into the sky and flew directly to the roof of the main hall next to her. Right now, the surroundings of the main hall could be said to be quite lively. All kinds of shouts, roars, commands, and cries could be heard incessantly. Groups of people were running around like ants on a hot pan. Among them, a middle-aged man in a pure white, silk imperial robe stood out among the group of modern guards and guests. Although he looked like an actor who had just left the set and forgot to change his clothes, this middle-aged man was actually the current Heavenly Emperor Wuda, who was also Xiao Hatianya's husband. However, although he was the emperor of a country, at this time, the Heavenly Emperor was full of impatience. He kept complaining to the chief guard standing beside him. "Haven't you brought the Empress out yet? What the hell are you doing?" I'm sorry, Heavenly Emperor. We have sent the nearest guard to Plum Blossom, and we should be able to rescue the Empress soon." After feeling the dissatisfaction of the country's #1 mascot next to him, the seemingly old guard couldn't help but take out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead. Obviously, he was also very anxious. What is this? What the hell is going on? The princess coming-of-age ceremony was about to start, but an emergency alarm suddenly sounded at the plum blossom where the Empress was. This sudden situation really made many people feel like they were going bald. However, just as the head of the guards continued to arrange for the guards to charge over there, ready to save Her Highness even if all of them were to die, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the roof of the main hall not far away. At this time, a sharp-eyed guard saw the situation above the main hall first, so he quickly shouted, Look at the roof of the main hall. Isn't that the Empress?" As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked. They quickly looked up and saw that there were indeed 2 figures on top of the 2-story main hall. One of them was pulling the other to the center like a dog. The woman being pulled was naturally the Empress that everyone was very familiar with, and the other person pulling her to the center of the roof was a young man in a flashy white suit. What's going on? Kidnapping? Kidnapping? Who is that young man? Just as the people below were completely confused about what was going on, but because the Empress was in the hands of the criminal, Heavenly Emperor Wuda couldn't help but shout, "The person up there, hurry up and let go of the Empress. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place." Usually, Heavenly Emperor Wuda was a middle-aged man who looked very spineless and didn't have anything to do with the word emperor at all. If he was thrown into a company, it would be easy for people to mistake him for an old social worker who worked from 9 to 5. However, no matter how weak and spineless a man was, when he saw his wife being held hostage by evil people, he couldn't help but yell out. Although Long Do didn't know what to say when he heard this yell. "Did you hear that? Your husband said that if I don't let go of you, I will die without a burial place. Ryudo smiled when he heard that. He reached out and patted Konoha's face, who was gradually recovering her consciousness, to help her wake up faster. After waking up, the Empress realized that she was actually on the roof of the main hall, and there were at least a few hundred guards nearby. A group of people stared at the spectacular scene of their Empress being held hostage by Ryuto. When she realized how embarrassing she was now and how dangerous the situation was, the calm expression on Konoha's face finally loosened. There was no doubt that Ryuto was now ready to go all out. Just as he had said at the beginning, killing one was enough for him. Killing two would earn him a profit, and the more he killed, the more he would earn. In that case, wouldn't he be free to go all out? So now Ryudo didn't mind killing this Empress at all. In this Kokyo, in front of the Heavenly Emperor and a group of lackeys, he would twist this woman's head off on the spot. Mad Dog, for Ryuto Kiryu, the only word Konoha could think of to describe him was Mad Dog. As long as you provoked him, you would be greeted with 10 times or 100 times the passionate return without caring about the consequences. He was simply not a normal person. Konoha naturally didn't want to die. She still had many ambitions that she hadn't completed. How could she be dragged down by this mad dog? Wouldn't that be too stupid? So she couldn't help but persuade. Ryuto-kun, don't be impulsive. I think we need to talk. There's a need to talk. All right, but you have to make that guy back off first. Otherwise, I might accidentally break your neck. Ryudo had already placed his hand on the back of Kawada's neck. At the same time, he looked at the side of the roof not far away, looking at Saito Rudo, who was glaring at them. In fact, after dodging the flash bomb attack, although Saito wanted to go back to protect his master, he was still one step behind Ryudo. He could only watch Konoha being dragged to the roof. Seeing his master being held hostage by such a stinking brat, entering Dao was naturally infuriated, to the point where his anger was at a level of 3,000 feet. However, no matter how angry he wasn't stupid enough to yell at someone like the Emperor. If he forced the dragon fighter into a corner and killed Owada Masada in front of everyone, everything would be over. With Ryudo's current strength, if he wanted to kill Konoha, no one would be able to stop him. Even if a sniper shot him in the head, he would still be able to take the person he was holding with him before his head was blown off. So when Konoha fell into Ryudo's hands, the situation had been completely reversed. The option of safely rescuing the hostage from Ryudo's hands did not exist from the beginning. Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, it would not be possible. Konoha naturally understood this, so she quickly nodded to Saito, and Saito also tactfully took a few steps back and asked the guards who were about to climb to the roof to participate in the rescue to get as far away as possible. Now, if she wanted to save her life, what she needed was not strength, but wisdom and eloquence. And wisdom and eloquence happened to be the things this queen was best at. So now she planned to seize the last chance of survival with her own ability. No matter what, she had to persuade Ryudo not to kill her. No matter how many promises he made, he would not refuse. After all, he only had one life. Without his life, everything would be meaningless. At this time, the queen advised again, Ryudo-kun, in fact, you are still young. There is no need to go to such a dead end. Give me a chance, and I will give you a chance. You are really thick-skinned. You are the one who forced us into this dead end. If you didn't plan to frame me, there wouldn't be so much trouble, right? Why are you saying these words? Ryudo's face showed a sarcastic expression, but Konoha continued to say without care, then I will ask, what do you want to let me go? I can satisfy all your conditions. Satisfy all my conditions? Actually, I just want to ask you a few questions, but you only have 5 seconds to answer. If you exceed it, your head will fall to the ground. How about that? Just like when Ryudo was threatened by Iam in the unrestrained tower, this time, it was his turn to propose this pleasant 5-second question and answer. But compared to Iam's punishment of breaking a finger if you exceed it, Ryudo was obviously more ruthless, and his head fell to the ground. Chapter 229. In Ryudo's opinion, he had played too much this time, and there was no turning back. In the end, he had to backtrack. Even if Kobayashi has said that she wanted to give each other a chance and not fight to the death, even a fool would know that she just wanted to escape with her words. How could he let her go? After all, Ryudo was now the man who killed the royal family in the Kokyo and held the Empress hostage in front of the Emperor and so many people. After this, even if he let the Empress go, he would probably be executed on the spot. There was no room for negotiation. In this case, Ryudo changed his strategy and planned to use his life to gather as much information as possible. In fact, until now, Ryudo had always had a big doubt. What was Kobayashi planning to do? As the queen of a country, she was essentially a chess piece used by American to restrain and restrict the royal family. That should be the case. But in fact, this woman did a lot of things behind the scenes that made people feel that this chess piece seemed to have her own thoughts. For example, Kobayashi secretly controlled the White Tiger Society and Psychedelic Saburo in an attempt to take over the entire Kyoto and Tokyo. It was hard to believe that American asked her to do this. There was also the Ryudo murdering Father John this time. It felt that there was something in this that was difficult to explain with common sense. If it was just to frame Ryudo, Kobayashi didn't need to sacrifice her brother's life. Even the death of a guard was enough to put Ryudo to death. She didn't need to use her family as bait, right? The reason why Kobayashi took the initiative to sacrifice Father John's life shouldn't be as simple as framing Ryudo. She should be planning to use this to do something else in the future. So Ryudo was really curious now about what this woman was planning to do. When she heard the question from behind, Kobayashi was taken aback at first, then she quickly nodded, indicating that she was willing to follow this pleasant 5-second question and answer principle. 5 seconds. He only had 5 seconds to answer. This meant that it was very difficult to make up a reasonable lie. At the same time, it also meant that the slightest hesitation would be seen through immediately. At this moment of life and death, Xiaohua and Tianya could only focus all their attention and try to make their next answer to satisfy Ryudo. Otherwise, everything would be over. However, after hearing Ryudo's question, the queen couldn't help but frown. Ryudo's question was, "This time, you didn't just plan to deal with me, right? What are you going to do next?" Although she had expected that Ryudo wouldn't ask simple questions, she didn't expect this guy's questions to be so troublesome. Ryudo was most curious about what Kawada planned to do next. If her plan went smoothly, that is, Ryudo Kiryu rushed into the Plum Blossom Garden to kill Kawada Seiji, and then he was killed on the spot as the first stage, then what would the second stage be? The answer to this question was naturally known to Kawada Seiji. However, she couldn't easily say the answer because it involved a very long-term follow-up project. But just as Kawada Seiji was about to quickly think of a plausible hypothesis, Ryudo began to count down in a low voice, 5, 4, 3. Now the two were playing a pleasant 5-second question and answer. As the name suggested, the thinking time was only a short 5 seconds. Not to mention fabricating a reasonable lie, even filtering out the truth he knew from his mind and organizing it to speak would seem a little too rushed in this short amount of time. I can't make it up. I'll just say it. Hearing that the 3 was about to become 2, and the 2 was about to become 1, Kawada Seiji gritted her teeth and quickly replied, "Next, I'm going to use your matter as a fuse. I'm going to implement a big project called Extreme Purge Plan." Before Kawada Seiji's voice fell, Ryudo's 1 had just fallen. This made her feel cold sweat as if her neck would fly to the sky at any time. What? Extreme Purge Plan? Ryudo finally stopped counting after hearing her words and continued to ask, "What do you mean? Are you going to put all the extreme doers in prison?" Yes, it's that simple. Since she had already said it, Kawada Seiji told Ryudo the plan she was going to do. In any case, things had already come to this point. There was no way Long Do could walk out of here alive. So be it. What could a dead man do if he heard it? According to Kawada Seiji's explanation, they were going to unite various departments and carry out a wave of suppression of the entire country's extreme doers in the name of Rulon Group leader Ryudo Kiryo's series of evil deeds in the Kokyo. In fact, This situation was not unimaginable to Ryudo, but he always felt puzzled. What benefits would this bring to Kawada Seiji? Even if all the extreme doers in the country were put in prison, what could they do? So Ryudo continued to ask, "Hey, you won't say that you want to maintain law and order for the country, so you want to purge us extreme doers, right? What benefits would this bring to you?" "Why not?" Whoa. Just when Kawada Seiji was about to calmly say, "Why not?" Ryudo suddenly grabbed her neck, and she couldn't breathe at all. The queen was like a fish out of water. She opened her mouth and desperately wanted to breathe, but she couldn't do it at all. It's so hard. So uncomfortable. For the pampered Kawada Seiji, it was the first time she was interrogated like this in her life. For a moment, she could only wave her hand and beg for mercy, begging Ryudo to stop. A few seconds later, Ryudo loosened his grip and sneered, "Do you think I'm a fool? Your real identity is a spy serving American. Why would you worry about law and order in this country?" Ahem. Don't say it. Just now, she was almost suffocated by Ryudo's grip, and now he suddenly exposed her real identity. Kawada Seiji's mentality couldn't help but collapse. Even if she was an experienced fox spirit, under this double blow of physical and mental strength, she would more or less collapse, not to mention that her life was always in the hands of others. And Ryudo continued to question, "What do you mean by don't say it? Aren't you afraid of others saying it? Why? Why do you want to capture all the extreme doers in Japan this time? Could it be that the emperor can't satisfy your needs in that aspect, so you, as the queen, want more men to serve you in turn?" Bastard. Preposterous. What nonsense are you talking about? Her mentality was already collapsing, and after being seriously insulted by Ryudo, Kawada Seiji finally couldn't help but curse. "You stinky extreme doers. Despicable things. You're as hopeless as this garbage country." "When I become the prime minister, I will enact a law to hang all of you." Under extreme mental pressure, Kawada Seiji finally spilled the beans and told the most important part of her plan. Become the prime minister? Govern? Although Kawada Seiji quickly covered her mouth, Ryudo had already understood the purpose of the extreme doer cleansing plant from her words. So that's what this girl is thinking. She doesn't want to be a canary? Originally, Ryudo didn't understand why the queen would try her best to frame him and eliminate all the extreme doers in Japan. Now he understood that this girl was trying to increase her performance. As the queen, she was supposed to be trapped in the cage of the Kokyo for the rest of her life. If she said something like becoming the prime minister, it would only make people laugh. You know, in the history of this country, there has never been a precedent of the queen being in power. After all, the royal family was just a mascot. People would at most give face to the royal family, but they would not listen to the royal family's command. It was like people would go to the zoo to feed chimpanzees, but they would not listen to the chimpanzees. But Kawada Seiji was different from the previous queens. In addition to her biological father, she also had a godfather named Uncle Sam, and she was a very ambitious woman. With the support of her godfather, if Kawada Seiji could really promote the extreme doer cleansing plan by herself and fully implement it, she could indeed gather a lot of popularity. Although extreme doer was a very useful chamber pot for politicians, it was a very troublesome factor in the hearts of the people. Many people wanted all the extreme doers to die. Imagine, the queen was angry because her brother was killed by the leader of the extreme doer, and she wanted to use all means to arrest all the extreme doers in the country. What a touching story this was. Once this matter really happened, there was no doubt that Kawada Seiji would become the most popular queen in history, and she would become a real existence admired by the people. When the time came, she would announce her divorce with the emperor and walk into the political arena with her own identity. With the support of her godfather and her own ability, she might really be able to become the prime minister. Unfortunately, although this woman's plan was very good, the only thing she shouldn't have done was to use Ryudo, the hedgehog, as a stepping stone. At this time, Kawada Seiji, who realized her slip of the tongue, broke down and asked, You know what you want to know. Can you talk about letting me go? I can arrange for you to go abroad. I promise you won't crack. But just as the Empress was about to fight for one last time in exasperation, she realized that her line of sight had suddenly tilted 90 degrees. At the same time, she heard the crisp sound of a neck breaking. Chapter 230. Even in her dreams, she would never have thought that she would die like this. I, the Empress, was eating hot pot and singing in my own palace. I was happily preparing to ambush someone, but in the end, my neck was broken in front of everyone. It was simply unimaginable that such a strange thing could happen in this world. Plop. As Ryudo casually tossed her forward, Kawada's body rolled down the slope of the roof of the main hall, like a ball that was kicked out. At this moment, Saito Ryudo, who was not far away, went crazy. Emperor Utoku and the Kokyo guards who were watching all of this went crazy as well. The Empress was killed in front of so many people in her own home. This was such a humiliating thing. It was like shitting on the head of the royal family. Battle of the Tongsheng Dragons. With a deafening roar, Access Dao charged over like an enraged beast. Kill. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Heavenly Emperor Wuda was also crazily shaking the chief guard's collar, asking him to kill that bastard at all costs. It had to be said that after killing Cohesion, Long Do's life had come to an end. Even with his current strength, it was impossible for him to escape in front of Ryudo and the hundreds of armed guards. Most importantly, he did not plan to escape. Therefore, the moment Ryudo rushed over, Ryudo did not hesitate to turn around and hug his body. At the same time, the 3 grenades with the safety pin pulled also made a sizzling sound. This guy is crazy. He dares. Seeing Ryudo hugging him and pulling the grenades, Ryudo's face turned ashen. In an instant, the martial Dao master desperately tried to break free. However, Ryudo's strength was so strong that Ryudo had no way to break free. Hiss, hiss, boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the roof of the main hall of the Kokyo exploded with a loud bang. The huge explosion sent the surrounding guards who had climbed up to the roof flying. The structure of the palace was not very stable to begin with, so the entire palace collapsed along with the explosion. The palace exploded, the Empress was dead, everything was over. What happened after that, Ryudo did not know. However, even if he used his but to think, he could imagine Emperor Utoku's face. As for Ryudo, he only knew that in his resume, other than being chopped by a sword, ejected by a blanket, hit by a car, and being hit by a rocket, he also had the glorious addition of a grenade. He was one step closer to 100 ways to die. Detected that the host is on the verge of death. Initiating emergency rescue plan by spending 1 million yen to erase the fact of death. Beep, beep, erase successful. Long Do opened his eyes and realized that he was standing in front of the entrance of the main hall that was still intact. A huge palm tree stood in the front yard of the main palace. Some guests were chatting happily under the tree. Not far away, people were coming and going in the pine room of the main palace. Some staff members were installing the equipment that would be used during the visit later. Compared to the super chaotic scene before Ryudo opened his eyes, the current Kokyo had returned to its previous lively state. It was ready to welcome the celebration ceremony at any time. So that's how it is. The backtracking point this time was before I entered the main palace and met Father John. Ryudo looked at the surrounding environment and looked at his watch. He confirmed that it was around 10:30. There was still half an hour before the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. According to the time, Father John should be preparing to walk out of the pine room and walk towards Ryudo. He would soon sacrifice himself for justice. If Ryudo continued to walk towards the main palace, then no matter what he did, there was a high chance that he would be tricked by Kobayashi. Of course, if Ryudo chose to run away now, Kobayashi wouldn't be able to trick him. But even so, it didn't count as breaking the Extreme Purge Plan. The evil deeds of the leader of the Extreme Purge Plan, Ryudo Kiryu, were one of the fuses of the Extreme Purge Plan, but it wasn't the only fuse. Even if Ryudo ran away now, Kobayashi could immediately find another Extreme Purge member to act as the fuse. This wasn't just Ryudo's problem alone. It was the problem of all the Extreme Purge members in the country. Therefore, what Ryudo needed to thwart was the entire Extreme Purge plan. It wasn't as simple as just running away. Thinking of this, Ryudo immediately turned around and ran towards a secluded corner not far from the main palace. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and dialed the Colored Glazes number. Beep beep, beep beep. Did something happen? A second later, the Colored Glaze on the other side of the phone quickly picked up and asked anxiously. It was obvious that she had been paying attention to Ryudo's situation. Don't talk first, listen to me first. There are a series of troublesome things that will happen soon. Suddenly, Ryuto, who was hiding in the corner, told the Colored Glaze everything he knew through the phone in his hand. From Father John's invitation to Between the Plums, to the killing device in his collar, to the Empress plan to use it to kill Long Do and launch the Extreme Cleansing Plan as political capital for her to ascend the throne. In Ryudo's description, half of the information was what he heard while hiding in a corner, and the other half was his conjecture. Is this really the case? After hearing Ryudo's words, the Colored Glaze couldn't help but frown. After all, it was too much of a coincidence that he was able to eavesdrop on such important information. But Ryudo said firmly, this is absolutely true. They definitely didn't discover my existence, and I also checked Father John's clothes. There is indeed a killing device inside. Of course, this was 100% true. After all, Ryudo had personally experienced it not long ago. It was just that he couldn't tell the truth to the Colored Glaze. He could only describe it with half-truths. Although the Colored Glaze still felt that something was wrong, since Ryudo said so, she could only choose to believe it. Then at this moment, the question came. In this case, how should they reverse the situation? Running away was definitely the worst way because there was no way to solve the Extreme Purge plan and Konoha Tenya's conspiracy. As long as Ryudo left, the officials could even say that he fled for fear of punishment, and he would still be thrown into jail. So Ryudo couldn't leave. He had to stay here and completely destroy this plan. Otherwise, there would only be endless trouble. Therefore, on the other side of the phone, the Colored Glaze pondered while using her slender thumb and index finger to twirl a handful of soft hair that hung down to her side. She rubbed it as if she was making a fireball. Kenzaki Colored Glaze's exclusive skill, Queen's Finger, activate. Snap. After a few seconds, with a snap of her fingers, the Colored Glaze opened her eyes and immediately said to Ryuto, "Didn't you say that Kojima Rinka is nearby and can help you?" "That's true, but what do we need her to do? Since she is the section chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, it shouldn't be a problem for her to temporarily help two people hide in the Kokyo." "Two people? One is me, the other is Father John, also known as Kojima Ing. He is a big trump card for us to defeat the Extreme Purge plan and kill Kojima-ya." Speaking of this, the Colored Glaze's mouth couldn't help but raise an excited smile. For the Colored Glaze, the most difficult part of this operation was Ryudo's special identity. As a leader of the Extreme Purge, such an identity had no credibility and persuasiveness. No matter how he explained, he couldn't defend himself. This was also the reason why Kojima-ya found him. Therefore, no matter what happened in Between the Plums, even if it was only Father John who chose to commit suicide, Kojima-ya could blame her brother's death on Ryudo. After all, Ryudo was the leader of the largest Extreme Purge in Yodo. This identity was destined to be the first thing that people would find when there was an incident around him. So no matter what happened, it was absolutely meaningless for Ryudo to clarify himself. He needed someone with credibility to speak for him, to help expose Kojima-ya's true identity. And this person with credibility was the president of the Great Beauty Association, Kojima Ing. If the Empress's brother personally stood out to testify, plus the Metropolitan Police Department Search Department Chief Tashima Linhua, then this credibility was no joke. It was enough to completely throw Kojima-ya, the Empress, into the abyss. From a normal point of view, it was hard to imagine that Kojima Ing would voluntarily stand out to testify against his own sister. However, if this sister of his had installed a killing device in his collar and was prepared to drag him out as a living sacrifice, then the situation would be different. This was betrayal, and it was the kind of betrayal that stabbed a knife in the back. It was enough to send chills down one's spine, turning even the strongest love into a ruthless betrayal. Colored Glaze could imagine, when Kojima-ing knew that his sister wanted to kill him, how angry he would feel. This kind of anger was enough to drive humans to make an unexpected and fierce counterattack. So now, what Ryudo needed to do was to let the incident of Kojima-Ying's death happen and think of a way to save him. Then ask Chief Tashima to help hide Ryudo and Kojima-Ing, and wait until not long after the Empress holds a press conference to announce the start of the Extreme Purge Plan, then let Kojima-Ing appear to testify. If this combination of moves went smoothly, not only would the so-called Extreme Purge Plan be completely ruined, but it would also consign Empress Wuda and Kojima-Ya to eternal damnation, with no possibility of ever making a comeback. Of course, this counterattack plan sounded simple, but the process would definitely encounter a lot of trouble. But this was the problem Ryudo had to overcome. Very good. Kojima-Ya, wash your neck and wait. Not only will I destroy your reputation, but I will also make you die even more miserably than the last time, even more ugly. After quickly discussing some details with Colored Glaze and hanging up the phone, Ryudo turned his head to look at, among the flowers, not far away. A fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then, Ryudo ran towards among the flowers, not far away, the important person who was indispensable in this counterattack plan. The search department chief Tashima Linhua was there. Chapter 231. For Ryuto, it seemed to have been a long time ago when he saw Kojima Rahana. After all, he had just experienced a reincarnation of death. But in Rahana's view, it was only a few minutes ago that she stayed with this cute and handsome big boy. When Ryudo came to the Thousand Grass, Rahana had just changed into a new set of clothes in the lounge inside, and she walked out with righteous steps. If one only looked at the appearance of this valiant and cold-faced capable female police officer at this time, it was probably difficult to imagine that this was actually a crazy woman who had to change her clothes not long ago. At this time, Rahana was just about to smoke a cigarette outside to relax, but she suddenly heard a voice from the grass next to her. Sister Rahana, here, here. Rahana instinctively looked over there, and she saw Ryudo's familiar golden head poking out of the grass, and he waved at her slightly. Oh, brother Ryudo, don't tell me that you want to play with me again? When she thought of the fierce confrontation with Ryuto in the garden jar just now, the cold expression on Rahana's face suddenly shattered. However, just as Lin Hua walked over, Long Do pulled her by the wrist and quickly hid in the bushes. They walked along a secluded corner toward the main hall. Only then did Lin Hua see that Long Do had put on a coat at some point in time, hiding his extremely conspicuous and flashy white suit. With this coat, Ryudo didn't look so conspicuous. After all, he would become a wanted criminal in a while, and he didn't dare to act so high-profile anymore. When the two quickly walked toward the main hall, Rahana reacted and asked, "Wait, Ryudo-kun, you are, Sister Rahana? I received a tip-off that the woman Xiao Wada is going to frame me in a while. Can you do me a favor?" Oh, it was the first time that Lin Hua heard Ryudo speak in a serious tone, so she immediately raised her eyebrows and entered a serious state of work. As the chief of the search section and the head of the Tenmu Group's guard department, Takushima and Hana's personal ability and experience were naturally not for show. Ryudo's brief explanation helped her understand the current situation. Linhua couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. So that's how it is. That woman actually had such an idea. She's really despicable. I like it. Then, after I enter the Plum Blossom Room, I'll wait outside and arrange a place for you to hide. You just need to bring Xiao He and Tianing out. Lin Hua was worthy of being Iam's favorite cadre of the Tenmu Group. Ryudo only briefly described the contents of the plan, and she already knew how to cooperate. Very good. I didn't ask the wrong person. That guy is out. I'll go first. See you later. For Lin Hua's active cooperation, Ryudo was naturally overjoyed. At this time, they had already arrived outside the main hall. They could see Xiao He and his two bodyguards waiting at the door from a distance. Last time, Ryudo happened to meet Xiao He and Tian Ying in the corridor inside. This time, Ryudo did not enter the main hall, so the fake priest took the initiative to run outside to wait for him. Seeing the golden-haired young man walking over, Kawada Ying's face showed a hint of joy. She smiled and reached out to Longdo. "Hello, I'm Father John of the Great Beauty Association. Nice." But before Xiao He Tianying finished speaking, Ryudo quickly reached out and put his arm around his shoulder and pointed to the two bodyguards behind him, indicating that the two guys should not come over to find trouble. "Hey, what's going on? Why is he here?" After being intimately hugged by Ryuto, the fake priest suddenly froze. Long Do hugged the fake priest and slowly led him into the main hall. At the same time, he whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Xiaohe Tianying, you are here on your sister's orders to invite me to the Between the Plums, right?" Yes, that's right." Hearing this, Xiaohe Tianying couldn't help but swallow, and a drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. Obviously, he didn't expect Ryudo to know his purpose in advance. It felt like he was completely seen through, and it was very bad. Seeing the nervous expression on the fake priest's face, Ryudo continued in a low voice, "Do you know what your sister is going to do this time?" "No, I don't know." Xiaohe Tianying shook his head. He wasn't making it up, but he really didn't know. After all, he was just a chess piece that was thrown away after being used. "Your sister is going to frame me in the plum garden, and she is going to use your life as a tool to frame me?" "What? You are?" The moment he heard this sentence, Xiaohe Tianying instinctively wanted to shout, "What the hell are you talking about?" But Ryudo slightly grabbed his throat and stopped him from doing anything crazy in the main hall with people coming and going. "Don't worry." Looking at Xiaohe Tianying, who seemed to want to struggle up, Ryudo sneered. "Now slowly reach out and touch the high collar of your priest's dress and feel if there is anything inside." "My priest's dress? High collar?" Suddenly, Xiaohe Tianying frowned, then reached out his trembling hand and touched his collar. The trick that the queen did to his clothes before should be a remote-controlled killing mechanism. In the high and wide collar, there was something like a sharp piano wire hidden. As long as the mechanism was pressed, it would quickly pop out and cut the throat. Although this special device was very small and light, if he carefully touched it with his hand, it was impossible not to feel anything. After touching it for a while, Xiaohe Tianying asked in disbelief, What is this? There seems to be some threads?" "That is a piano wire. When your sister presses the mechanism, these threads will quickly pop out and cut a big hole in your neck." "Huh." Hearing this, Xiaohe Tianying's body suddenly trembled. A second later, he said in a trembling voice, "Impossible. My sister wouldn't do this to me." "Is that so?" Ryudo smiled and said, "Then have you thought about why your sister insisted that you wear the clothes she provided today? And there are so many servants in the Kokyo. Why did she ask you to take me to the plum garden?" "What you're saying is, she wants to frame me, so when we enter the plum garden, she will activate the mechanism to kill you, and then frame me for doing all this. So there is this series of arrangements." At this time, Ryudo said in a firm tone, as if he had seen this happen with his own eyes. But even so, Xiaohe Tianying still said angrily, "This is just your guess. I don't believe that my sister will use my life to frame you." "Is that so? Then let's make a bet." "Bet? What bet?" "You first use this to wrap your neck as a layer of protection, so that even if the mechanism pops out later, the power is not enough to kill you. Then let's go in and see if what I said is true. If it is, you have to do me a favor. It's that simple." As he said, Ryudo took out a roll of tape from his pocket, which looked similar to the color of human skin. Yes, this roll of tape was Ryudo's old friend, Hooligan Velcro. A long time ago in the Kamishiro yard, Ryudo relied on this roll of tape to deceive the cat house and played the guardian ninja. Although this Hooligan Velcro was not a valuable item, its color and texture were similar to human skin. If it was wrapped a few more times, the toughness would be guaranteed. At least, It should not be a problem to ensure that Xiao He Tianying's throat would not be cut. After looking at the tape handed over by Ryudo, Xiao He Tianying said angrily, "Let it be. I don't believe that my sister wants to harm me." Humph. But even so, the fake priest still picked up the tape and wrapped it around his neck several times. He wrapped it until he almost couldn't breathe before he was willing to stop. After wrapping it, from the surface, Xiao He Tianying's neck did not look different, but it was slightly thicker, but it was almost completely invisible under the high collar. Very good, let's go in. After checking the thickness of the tape and making sure that the piano wire could not kill the fake foreigner, Ryudo quickly led them through the corridor and arrived at the familiar plum blossom room. As the two pushed the door open and walked into the queen's office, the room was still quiet. Not a sound could be heard, emitting a strange silence. The two tall and burly bodyguards had already been ordered by Xiao He and Tian Ying to wait outside. They did not follow them in, so as not to cause any trouble. When he returned to the familiar plum blossom room, the first thing Long Do saw was a familiar screen. Then, he felt a burning desire to fight. It was Saito Endo. At this time, Saito Endo was hiding behind a screen next to the queen, ready to come out at any time to bring Ryudo to justice. Endo. Humph, in a while, you will know how to write the word death. Thinking of this, Ryudo raised the corner of his mouth, revealing the unique, ticked expression of the Dragon King. This was not because Ryudo was overconfident or looking down on others. It was mainly because he had just fought with Endo once and already had a good understanding of that guy's moves and combat system. Just like the first time he fought a boss, being chased by the boss was a very normal thing. The second time he was familiar with the boss's movement pattern and various skills, it would be much easier. Just as Ryudo was thinking about how to surprise Endo, the two had already arrived at the end of the room and saw the woman sitting on the office chair. Chapter 232. Ryudo Kiryu, we finally meet. Exactly the same as last time, Kanoya, who was sitting on the office chair, said to Ryudo calmly as if she didn't put this young man in her eyes at all. It had to be said that her expression that seemed to be incomparably calm in any situation was indeed quite intimidating. Unfortunately, Ryudo had already seen the queen's appearance when she was on the verge of collapse, so this trick didn't work anymore. When he saw Kanoya last time, Ryudo was still thinking about what she would do, what she wanted to do, and what her character was like. But this time was different, because Ryudo already had a full understanding of the queen. So, the person who held the initiative now was not this stinky woman who seemed to be high above, but him. Just as Ryudo showed a fierce expression, Kanoya next to him whispered, "Sister. Sister, my mission here is completed. Can I go now?" If it was in normal times, Kanoya would definitely not have such an expression when he met his sister. But now he was more or less affected by Ryudo's words just now and the strange device in his collar. His face was slightly ugly, and he looked at his sister with a trace of worry in his eyes. Please, 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 please don't be like that. In the depths of his heart that his sister couldn't see, Kanoya kept praying that Ryudo's nonsense just now wouldn't become a reality. But obviously, if praying was really useful, there wouldn't be so many tragedies in the world. So the queen replied indifferently as usual, "Indeed, your mission is over. Thank you for your hard work." Then I will. Before Xiao He and Tianying could finish saying, "Then I'll take my leave first." The queen sitting on the office chair pressed a button on the table without hesitation. Immediately afterward, a mechanical sound of a spring contracting suddenly came from the collar of his high-collared priest suit, and a cold light ejected from the inside of the collar like lightning. It cut into the man's neck. In the previous incident, Kazuta Ei died in front of Ryuto, killed by the killing device hidden in her collar. No, it can't be. It was actually real. When she heard the strange mechanical sound from her collar, she realized that everything was real. My sister really did put this killing device in the clothes that she gave me and planned to use my life as a weapon to frame Ryudo. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. At that moment, Kawada Young cursed in her mind in a voice that only she could hear. He couldn't accept it. He absolutely couldn't accept that his sister, who was regarded as a god, would actually treat his life like a consumable and squander it as she wished. But before Kawada Young cursed out loud, Ryudo had already quickly reached behind him, and at the same time, he slapped his neck without leaving a trace. Because of the protection of the hooligan Velcro, Kawada Young's neck was actually not cut open, so Ryudo couldn't let him continue to say anything to avoid exposing himself. After the slap, the fake priest fainted silently, and his whole body sighed weakly on the ground. At the same time, Ryudo also squeezed the hooligan blood pack that he just bought from the Krypton shopping mall on the neck, creating the illusion of blood splashing everywhere. It had to be said that Ryudo's current speed was really fast. At least in Kawada Young's eyes, her brother's neck was cut open by the killing device and blood splashed everywhere. Clap, 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 clap. After finishing his preparations, Ryukyu pretended to check on Xiao He Tianying's breathing. He pretended to frown, then stood up and applauded. Beautiful. Is this the style of the current empress? To think that he could even kill his own kin without any hesitation. What an eye-opener. To achieve great things, there are always some sacrifices. Not to mention, the person who killed my brother is you. You have to pay a heavy price for this. Is that so? Then let me see how serious the price is. In the next second, Long Do's body was like a ferocious beast. He flew over the desk in front of him and punched in the direction of the Empress. However, almost at the same time that Long Do released his killing intent, a short figure flew out from behind a screen to the side with a whoosh. He faced Long Do's punch head-on. This short person who suddenly rushed out from the side was naturally Saito Ryudo, and the posture, strength, and angle of his punch towards Ryudo were almost the same as the previous time. Stinky brat. Want to kill the master? Not a chance. When he punched towards Ryudo's punch, Saito Ryudo's eyes flashed with a murderous light, and his fist also blasted out with a fierce momentum. Saito Ryudo's fist technique mainly came from the Saito Ryuto system of the Saito Ryuto system, and this was the same as Saito Takahiro and Saito Dunya. However, because he had high attainments in both Vajra Finger of Tantra and Tantra Qigong, the quality of his fist was much higher than the average person. Unless it was a monster like Ryuto, no one was worthy to exchange blows with him. However, was Ryuto really going to exchange blows with Saito Ryudo? A second before the fist that seemed to be aimed at Kawada was about to collide with the Tao-reaching realm, Ryudo's fist turned into a claw in a seemingly abrupt but actually very smooth movement. He grabbed Saito Ryudo's wrist. How is this possible? This sudden change gave Saito Ryudo a fright and even made him feel a rare sense of fear. It was impossible. Even for a martial Tao master who had entered the Tao, it was impossible to change the fist into a claw when the fist was already in motion. Unless, Ryudo did not intend to punch from the beginning, and he was going to grab Saito Ryudo's wrist with his claw. Of course, this was actually the case. Ryudo already knew that Saito Ryudo would block this punch, so he naturally would not continue to exchange blows with this guy like an idiot. Instead, he was already prepared to change the moment he punched. Therefore, in the next moment, Ryudo's palm flashed with an unfathomable shadow and almost brushed past Saito Ryudo's fist and clamped down on Saito Ryudo's thick short hand like an iron clamp. Bone-twisting dragon hand. Reverse heaven and earth. After grabbing Saito Ryudo's fist, Ryudo quickly fixed Saito Ryudo's wrist that was supposed to continue moving forward, and cleverly twisted the force of the punch in a spiral shape to the side. Bang! Crack! Because everything happened too quickly, Saito Ryudo could not stop his full-force punch and only heard a crisp crack. Almost all the force of the punch was applied to that arm. It even caused the joint to break. The moment Saito Ryudo reacted, he quickly shook off Ryudo's hand that was grabbing his wrist and quickly somersaulted to the back to increase the distance between them. When his body, which was much heavier than it looked, landed heavily on the ground and barely managed to maintain his balance, Saito Ryudo's face showed a rare trace of seriousness and disbelief. After all, as long as one had eyes, it would not be difficult to see that Saito Ryudo's right arm that had just punched out was now hanging limply like a noodle, and the wrist and elbow joints were visibly distorted. After a moment, Saito Ryudo gritted his teeth and said, "What an exquisite little grappling technique. I have to say, I underestimated you." Saito Ryudo himself was a master of the grappling system, so he could naturally see that Ryudo's bone-twisting dragon hand, reverse heaven and earth move just now contained a lot of profound skill. At the same time when the enemy was punching, Saito Ryudo grabbed the enemy's wrist, and by rotating and shifting the force of the punch, dislocated the enemy's hand joints. This situation was very similar to when someone suddenly slipped on a banana peel while walking. The force of the step that was supposed to be downward was shifted to the side, and the situation was very similar to when someone sprained their ankle. However, the damage caused by bone-twisting dragon hand, reverse heaven and earth, was naturally much more serious than a sprain caused by a slip. Even Saito Ryudo, who was caught off guard, suffered greatly. This time, the twisted wrist and elbow joints were at least several times more serious than the wrist dislocated by Ryudo last time, especially the twisted elbow joints. It was very difficult to reattach it by oneself, and even Saito Ryudo did not have absolute confidence in doing so. In other words, Saito Ryudo would definitely not be able to use his arm for a short period of time, and this was only the result of Ryudo's grab. The power of bone-twisting dragon hand was evident. From the beginning, bone-twisting dragon hand was a branch of ancient martial arts system, and tendon-dislocating dragon hand could also be bought in the shop. When the two systems were combined, it was the tendon-dislocating dragon hand that was commonly seen in wuxia novels. Tendon-dislocating dragon hand could cause all kinds of pain to achieve the effect of torture, while bone-twisting dragon hand could cause dislocation of the enemy's joints, causing a sharp decrease in combat power. In order to pursue the ultimate combat power, Ryudo chose bone-twisting dragon hand to cultivate, and it was indeed quite effective, allowing Saito Ryudo to enjoy it. Now that Saito Ryudo had one of his arms broken, his combat power was greatly reduced, so he glared angrily at Ryudo, and without turning his head, he said to Kawadiya, "Hurry up and call for backup. I may not be able to subdue him now." Saito Ryudo wanted to say, "I may not be able to subdue him now," but he did not expect that before he could finish, a flash grenade with the fuse pulled was already flying in his direction. Flash grenade? Wait a minute. Where did this guy pull it out from? Magic? In an instant, Saito Ryudo pulled Kawadiya back as fast as he could and rushed out of the secret door, and then a familiar explosion and flash came from between the plum trees. The explosion of the flash grenade was so loud that it directly alarmed all the guards and guests near the main hall, not far away. However, just a few seconds later, a group of armed guards rushed into between the plum trees with messy footsteps, only to see the furious Saito Ryudo and the confused queen standing there. Other than the two of them, Ryuto, who was supposed to be here, and Kawadiya, who was lying on the ground, had already disappeared, as if they had turned into smoke. Chapter 233. He slipped away. Ryudo Kiryu, that bastard, actually slipped away. When Saito hurriedly dodged the flash bomb and rushed back to between the plum blossoms, he saw that there was nothing inside. His face was filled with a mixture of anger and humiliation. Anger was anger. This guy just left like that, treating him like air. Humiliation was humiliation. His hand was still dangling, and he couldn't move for a while. Before this, Saito didn't even dream that Ryudo, that bastard, could be so terrifying. The moment they clashed, Saito's arm was crippled. The most terrifying thing was that during the clash just now, Saito could clearly feel that there were signs of hidden force in that twist. In the realm of Qi, it wasn't difficult to cultivate obvious force, but hidden force was a technique that only masters could master. After mastering hidden force, one could release their force from all kinds of strange angles. The bone-twisting dragon hand, reverse heaven and earth, just now was obviously the culmination of hidden force. Impossible. There must be something wrong with my senses. How could that kid have mastered hidden force in just a week's time? Did I see a ghost? Saito was 100% sure that Ryuto was just a kid who didn't even have chi a week ago. If he said that he could cross the realm of obvious strength and reach covert strength in a week, it would be the most ridiculous thing in the world. However, compared to the shock of Saito, Kawada, who returned to between the plum blossoms, couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Ryuto, that bastard, took away Kazuto's body? Why did he do that? Looking at the blood stains that almost seeped into the floor, Kawada was really puzzled. Logically speaking, Kawada Kazuto, who had his throat slit, should be a dead person. So what if Ryuto took his body away? Was he planning to save it? Did that idiot think that without the body, we wouldn't be able to convict him? Was his brain damaged? Thinking of this, the Empress sighed slightly and quickly ordered the guards who had rushed over. The criminal Ryuto Kiryu is currently on the run. Passed down the order that he must not be allowed to escape from the Kokyo. Yes, just like that, under the Queen's order, all the guards who were supposed to be guards began to search for the prisoners around the Imperial Palace quickly. Ryuto Kiryu couldn't go far. After all, this was the Kokyo. What's more, he was carrying a dead person like Xiao He and Tian Ying. Unless they grew wings, it was impossible for them to fly out. At the same time, the news that Between the Plums was attacked and that something had happened to the Empress quickly spread throughout Between the Thousand Grasses. At the same time, there was also the news that the princess's coming-of-age ceremony was cancelled. After hearing this news, the group of guests who had gathered and chatted happily at Among a Thousand Grasses immediately went into an uproar. It can't be? Someone actually tried to assassinate the Empress here? Although the Empress seems to be fine, I heard that someone else died. This is not a small matter. Was it Ryuto Kiryu who did it? I was just saying that something would definitely happen if we called an extreme leader over. Isn't it here now? Ha ha ha. Although an unexpected crime had happened at the Imperial Palace, the guests gathered at Among a Thousand Grasses didn't panic at all. They even commented on the situation there while chatting and laughing. On one hand, there were no ear-piercing alarms now. On the other hand, a large number of guards had been added to Among a Thousand Grasses to prevent Ryuto from coming here and disturbing the guests so that they could relax and tease him. In addition, the royal family was going to hold a press conference to explain this matter and inform them in advance that there was going to be an important announcement. As a result, most of the guests from Yatsuki didn't plan to leave. Instead, they were prepared to watch another big show here. In a corner of Among a Thousand Grasses, a woman who looked a little naturally naive shook her head and said, "Aya, how scary. I didn't expect a young man to do something like this." This woman, who seemed a little naturally naive, was the hostess Ryuto had met at the Tsukujiri Villa before, Tsukujiri Shinkodo. Since Yunyan's father, Kyoji, was usually busy with work and also had to deal with research and development issues, Shinkodo was usually in charge of attending such social events. Currently, in Among a Thousand Grasses, sitting next to Shinkodo was her old friend of many years, Ruehue Kamishiro. However, compared to Shinkodo, who was so naturally naive that she had forgotten that she had met Ryuto before, Ruehue's expression was much more serious. How troublesome. The current situation was far more complicated than she had originally expected. She hoped that Colored Glaze and Ryuto would be able to handle this properly. Ruehue sat on a chair and chatted with Shinkodo while secretly picking up her cell phone again and reading the message that her daughter had sent her. In that message, Colored Glaze roughly explained Ryuto's current situation, as well as what they planned to do next, telling her mother not to panic. Of course, Ruehue wouldn't panic in the first place. She would only worry for Ryuto. Right now, the entire Kokyo was in chaos. Thousands of guards swiftly rushed over from outside and surrounded this place, searching for traces of the villain who dared to assassinate the Empress. In that case, just where were Ryuto, Kawa, and Tian Ying hiding at this time? Before saying that, it was necessary to mention the specific structure of the Kokyo. The main hall, Among a Thousand Grasses, and other places that Ryuto and the others had stayed in were all in the new palace area. This was the area that had been rebuilt after being bombed during World War II. However, to the south of the new palace, after passing through the Dogwo in the water area of the Kokyo, one could see an even older building called the Three Halls in the Palace. The so-called Three Halls in the Palace referred to the virtuous place, Imperial Spirit Hall, and Temple as a collective name for these three groups of buildings. They were the places of worship in the palace and were definitely not open to outsiders. Only the imperial family could use them. The virtuous place worshipped the Amaterasu great god. At the same time, it worshipped one of the three divine artifacts of the emperor, the Yada no Kagami. The Imperial Spirit Hall worshipped the memorial tablets of the previous emperors and the imperial family. The temple mainly worshipped the gods of heaven and earth in the Shinto religion. As for the current Ryudo, he had already escaped into the heavily guarded three halls in the palace with the help of Sister Linhua. However, despite having such a grand name and background, the so-called three halls were in fact just three slightly larger buildings in the Heian era style. Entering the quiet, virtuous place was like entering a somewhat narrow temple. At the end of the hall, there was a huge Amaterasu great god statue, and in front of the statue, there was a mirror. Now, Ryuto, Linhua, and the unconscious Cohesion Ing were hiding behind the Amaterasu great god statue. Sister Linhua, you're really something. I keep having the feeling that this damned place is your territory. When the three of them were hiding here, Ryudo looked at the quaint and sacred interior decoration around him and could not help but give Linhua a thumbs up. Logically speaking, the three halls in the palace was an important place for the imperial family and the Shinto religion. The security around it was so tight that even a fly would find it difficult to break in. However, when Linhua quickly brought Ryudo, who had rushed out of the plum blossom room, along a small path, the guard in charge of guarding the east gate acted as if he did not see anything and directly let the three of them in. Hee, sister is the chief of the search section 1. This little thing is nothing. After hearing Ryudo's flattery, Linhua flipped her hair handsomely and showed an extremely complacent expression. Of course, this sentence was completely nonsense. Not to mention the chief of the search section 1. Even the director of the Metropolitan Police Department could not order the guards of the three halls in the palace to quietly let them in. The reason why Linhua could do this was mainly because of her identity as the chief of the Heavenly Eye Group. It was obvious that the Heavenly Eye Group had placed all kinds of chess pieces in various positions since a long time ago. Even the three halls of the palace had their moles, and their sphere of influence could be described as scattered all over the place. Ryudo was naturally well aware of this situation, but he would not be stupid enough to point it out. Linhua knew that Ryudo did not know her identity, so she wanted to hide it and use him. Ryuto knew that Linhua did not know that he knew her identity, so she wanted to hide it and use him. The two originally had a relationship of using each other. In this case, they had reached a subtle balance. Anyway, they could use each other as much as they could. Whether they would be enemies in the future, they would talk about it when the time came. Just as Ryudo and Linhua were hiding behind the Amaterasu god statue and chatting, Kabata Young, who had been knocked unconscious before, finally woke up slowly. What exactly am I? After waking up, Kawada Young's eyes were unfocused and his face was pale. He first reached out and touched his neck. After touching the several layers of hooligan Velcro that had been cut by the sharp piano string, he put down his hand in a daze. Just now, this man seemed to have a nightmare. In the nightmare, his sister, who he had always regarded as a god, wanted to use his life to achieve her own goals. In the dream, Kabata Young crazily shouted at his sister, "Sister, am I really just a tool to you? The kind that can be abandoned at will?" But in the dream, the woman who grew up with him, who always seemed to be indifferent and calm, just glanced at his brother coldly and did not answer anything. It was true. All of it was true. After waking up, Kabata Young took a deep breath, and the expression in his eyes slowly changed from decadence to anger. Before this, Kabata Young's feelings for his sister could be said to be very adoring, the kind that he could die for her. But when he found out that he was betrayed by the person he loved, the stronger the adoration, the stronger the anger and hatred. So, He looked at Ryudo and said in a tone full of resentment, "How do you want me to cooperate with you? Say it. As long as you can kill that woman, I am willing to do anything." Chapter 234. Broken. Kawada Young was completely broken. After he found out that he was heartlessly abandoned by his sister, something in his heart seemed to have cracked, and he no longer had time to care about other things. The glory of the Kawada family, the future of the Great Beauty Association, the condition of his son who was still lying in the hospital, etc. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered anymore. He just wanted the woman to die. He just wanted the woman to taste the unforgettable pain of betrayal that she gave to his brother. It was that simple. Very good. That's more like it. After feeling the resentment of the fake priest, Ryudo smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Then he looked at the time on his phone. According to the time on the phone, it was less than half an hour before 12 o'clock, and the press conference held by the royal family would officially begin at 12 o'clock. For this unprecedented press conference, the royal family had been preparing for a long time. When Ryudo entered the main palace, he saw a large group of staff and media equipment, which was actually prepared for this press conference. Of course, this press conference itself was not to explain the queen assassination not long ago. It was originally held for this princess coming-of-age ceremony, or, on the surface, it was held for this princess coming-of-age ceremony. In fact, until now, not many people remembered that they gathered in the Kokyo to watch the princess coming-of-age ceremony. Everyone's attention had been attracted by the words, Ryuto Kiryo. That's right, it was Ryudo Kiryo, or rather, it was Ryudo Kiryo again. In fact, not long ago, when Ryudo walked into the Kokyo arrogantly, the discussion about him had already exploded in Yodo. The reports of the frontline reporters spread to every place through the internet, TV, radio, and other media as fast as possible. At the same time, the classic photo of Ryudo standing in front of the Kokyo and giving the middle finger appeared. Some people said that he was arrogant and dared to give the middle finger in front of the Kokyo. Some people said that he was unfilial and had dared to do such a thing without manners. He should be sentenced. Some people said that he was very handsome and even hoped that he could become an idol on the spot and become a handsome man. Just like that, on the internet, news and posts related to Ryudo Kiryo increased by hundreds of thousands in just 1 or 2 hours. The speed at which it spread was comparable to a virus. For a time, the entire Tokyo was in turmoil. Almost everyone knew about this man, the leader of the second generation of the extreme Tao sect, and the unique tags on him. Domineering, rebellious, cold, tough guy, and so on. These were all the labels that Ryudo carried around. Although people had different opinions on Ryudo's actions and attitude, there was one thing that everyone agreed on. This young man was indeed very capable. Even those who hated him had to admit this. After all, it was unprecedented for a 16-year-old high school student to be invited by the royal family to attend the princess's coming-of-age ceremony as a leader of a gang. In the past many years, the concept of extreme Tao had always been widely known by people, but the concept of extreme Tao had always been widely known. However, most people also thought that extreme Tao was just a group of bugs that hid in the sewers and couldn't see the light of day. However, Ryudo's appearance seemed to have broken this situation. For the first time, people realized that extreme Tao could be so young, so handsome, and so openly stand on the stage that only the upper class could go to. Especially in his Dori First High School. Almost the entire school was crazily discussing him that morning. The first high BBS was also crazily flooded with posts related to Ryudo. A second-year high school girl posted on the forum, "God, this is the first time I feel that young Master Ryudo is so handsome. My heart is about to be stolen by him." Under this post, there was a picture of Ryudo swaggering outside the Kokyo. In the picture, Long Do was wearing a flashy and handsome outfit with a pair of sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. His domineering aura, heroic aura, handsome aura, and flirtatious aura were fully displayed. It had to be said that even in the context of the entire society, the current Ryudo could be regarded as a very attractive man. Not to mention, in a mere high school campus, he was simply at the level of Yao Ming. If it was before, this girl would probably be bombarded by the group of determined anti-Ryudo supporters on the first high BBS. But now, the situation had obviously reversed 180 degrees. Yeah, young Master Ryudo is really handsome. I really want to be his girlfriend. He's really too handsome, and his temperament is mature. Compared to the group of boys in our school, they can't even compare to a single strand of his hair. Yes, after seeing this picture, I immediately broke up with my boyfriend. Ryudo Kiryu, I want to fence with you until dawn. Although there seemed to be some strange guy mixed in with the crowd, it was enough to show how popular Battle Dragon's popularity was at the moment. Of course, in these posts that were in love with Ryudo, there were also some determined anti-Ryudo supporters. As usual, there were all kinds of sarcastic comments in the post. For example, no way, someone really likes that guy. A group of superficial idiots. What's so good about that extreme hooligan? Didn't that bastard Ryudo have 1 foot in 2 boats before? You can't have forgotten so quickly, right? Ever since Longdo was involved in a scandal with senior sister Yunyan and Miss Lioli, there had been a group of people tirelessly scolding him on the first high school forum. But today was different from the past. As soon as this group of anti-Ryudo supporters appeared, they were chased and scolded by Ryudo supporters for 9 streets. In the end, they could only delete the post and go offline, hiding in the toilet for warmth. Just as this huge storm named Ryudo Kiryu swept through the entire Tokyo, the time gradually approached noon, and the opening of the press conference was getting closer and closer. At this time, Kawada and her husband, Emperor Toku, were waiting in the lounge next to the main hall, and their daughter, Princess Fukudaheim, had already been sent back to the residence to quietly finish her coming-of-age ceremony. And this Emperor Toku, who was going to speak at the press conference, Kawada sat on the sofa without saying a word, and her face was a bit gloomy. Suddenly, Emperor Utoku also walked over to his wife and comforted her. Yeah, don't be too sad. The dead can't come back to life. After all, his wife's brother, Kawada Inkai, unfortunately died, and everyone thought that the Empress' bad mood was caused by her brother's death. Kawada nodded slightly and reluctantly responded to her husband with a few words, and pretended to be sad because of her brother's death. But as the murderer of her brother, how could Kawada Inkai be sad because of that guy's death? She still felt that something was not right. From the time Ryudo escaped from the plum garden, it had been almost an hour, but the guards and police still couldn't find him in the Kokyo. Ryudo Kiryu, that stinky brat, seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and no one found their whereabouts. This situation always made Kawada and Kai feel uneasy. In the original plan, Ryuto should be killed on the spot in the plum garden, but not only did he not die, but he also successfully escaped with Kawada Ingsai's body. This was far beyond the scope of Kawada Ingsai's plan. But it doesn't matter. As long as this press conference is over, my extreme cleansing plan can be implemented. Then even if Ryudo escapes from the Kokyo, what awaits him is only endless pursuit. Don't worry, although there were some small mistakes, there was no change in the overall direction. Thinking of this, Kawada Inkai took a deep breath and tried to calm her mood. Not long after, as the reporters walked into the main hall with excited expressions, this highly anticipated press conference was finally about to begin. For the reporters, today was really a very joyful day. Originally, they came for the princess coming-of-age ceremony, a traditional royal celebration, but in fact, a mere coming-of-age ceremony was actually not that exciting, at least not qualified to become explosive news. But at around 11 o'clock, when the princess coming-of-age ceremony was about to begin, explosive news unexpectedly appeared. Although no one knew what happened so far, most of the reporters had already heard the news. It was that the leader of the extreme path, Ryudo Kiryu, who was reported to have come to participate in the ceremony, seemed to have committed an unforgivable crime. Extreme path leader, princess coming-of-age ceremony. Inside the Kokyo, unforgivable crime. When all these keywords were combined, the sensational effect was needless to say. The bosses of the TV stations, newspapers, and websites would be laughing in their dreams tonight. So just 5 minutes before this unprecedented press conference began, the main hall, Pine Room, was already crowded with people, and everyone anxiously stared at the long table placed not far away. Oh, 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 it's coming, it's coming. Accompanied by the sound of the bell at 12 o'clock, under the excited gaze of the reporters, the members of the royal family represented by the emperor, the empress, several cabinet members, and the chief of police, Sensible Daigo. That's right, the chief of police, Sensible Daigo, the father of Ryudo's right-hand man, Sensible Goro. Chapter 235. Sensible's family had been engaged in the police profession since the Meiji era. It could be said that they were loyal. There were dozens of ancestors who died in the line of duty. Compared to Wulong, the cyber network detective, Daigo Mingji perfectly matched the outsider's understanding of the Mingji family. He had a head full of white hair, a strong face, and eyes like torches. He was wearing a neat police officer uniform, giving people a very strict and meticulous feeling. Police chief was the highest position among the 9 levels of the police. The head of the Metropolitan Police Department was not as simple as the title, but it also represented the highest level of the Japanese police. It could be called the first brother of the police. When Sensible sat at the edge of the long table, his face was obviously a bit serious. His eyes didn't look straight ahead as if he was thinking about something. Something's not right. Something's not right with this press conference. With Sensible's identity, he naturally already knew the inside information of the Queen's assassination incident before the press conference. From the situation he learned, this time, after the leader of Extreme Do, Ryuto Kiryu, entered the Kokyo, he tried to assassinate the current queen, Kabato Masa, but he accidentally caused the death of the queen's brother, Kabato Masa. It could be said that this incident was the worst incident that had happened in the past 10 years, but in Sensible's view, there were doubts everywhere in this incident. First of all, how did Ryuto Kiryu get the royal family's hospitality to come to this princess's coming-of-age ceremony? Second, why did he bring Kabato Masa into Plum Blossom? And there were no guards around? Finally, how did the young man who was only in his teens manage to evacuate from the Kokyo openly after the failed assassination of the queen? At least with Sensible's many years of experience and eyesight as a police officer, this incident could be said to be full of flaws, but he couldn't express his opinion on this. Even if Sensible was the first brother of the police and had been a police officer for generations, he also had to abide by the basic rules of the game in the circle. Especially when it involved the royal family, many things could not be considered from a legal point of view. Instead, it involved some very complicated things. Sensible Dao was naturally very displeased with this kind of working environment. After all, the Sensible family had been policemen for generations. They still had some self-persistence and rules in their hearts. They were not the same type as those policemen who colluded with the rich and powerful. But in this case, if there was no evidence to prove that the Empress was lying, he could only pretend to be an ostrich, turning a blind eye and pretending that he didn't see anything. Phew, what a boring press conference. Let's end it quickly. So when Dao sat at the edge of the long table and glanced at the emperor and his wife sitting in the middle of the long table, he couldn't help but sigh. At this time, long tables were lined up in a row in the Pine Room. Kohishanya sat in the middle of the table in a domineering manner, and then her husband, Emperor Wuda, and the other members of the royal family sat on her left and right, looking very imposing. Pa, pa pa, pa pa pa. When all the masters were in position this time, the first thing that flashed towards them was a blinding light. It was as if a large pile of fireworks had exploded in front of everyone's eyes. It was so bright that even Kawada's eyes were a little dazzled. These reporters are so annoying. First, she reached out and rubbed her eyes. Then the Empress's nose was sour, and a burst of tears that seemed to be full of affection slowly flowed out from her eyes. She slowly moved the microphone closer to her and said in a heavy tone, "Dear reporter friends and distinguished guests, I gathered you together today to announce a sad news. It had to be said that Kohishanya was a natural actress. When she said these words, this woman completely put herself in the role of a poor empress who lost her brother and was assassinated. Therefore, those who heard those words were heartbroken, and those who saw them shed tears. The entire pine forest was filled with a sorrowful atmosphere. Seeing that the atmosphere had been stirred up, the empress continued slowly. Just an hour ago, a murderer broke into the pine room and tried to assassinate me. Thanks to my brother who risked his life to save me, I was safe and sound. But Inghe unfortunately passed away. Suddenly, Kohishanya lowered her head in pain, and when she said the last few words, she even burst into tears and choked silently, fully showing the empress's acting skills. Click, 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 click. After seeing her sorrowful look, the reporters below also raised their cameras and started snapping photos. Many people have even thought of the title of this report, such as "The Empress Lost Her Brother." She washed her face with tears at the press conference. Bang! Immediately afterward, the Empress slammed the table, and the expression on her face quickly changed from grief to anger. Why? Why did this happen? At the beginning, we decided to invite the most famous leader of Extreme Do, Ryudo Kiryu, to come over, hoping to inspire him and let the group of Extreme Do turn over a new leaf. Kohishanya suddenly raised her head and then said, "But what did the leader of the Rulon group do? He laughed at our persuasion and even attacked me. It's simply heartless." Woo, woo, how can it be so outrageous? After hearing Kohishyanya's righteous words, the group of reporters below couldn't help but start an uproar. It's too much, that Ryudo Kiryu. The royal family has already given them a chance to turn over a new leaf, and they didn't accept it, but they still want to attack. Extreme Do is Extreme Do. Mud can't help a wall. It's better to arrest them all and send them to prison. For a time, the reporters couldn't help whispering, and their words were full of anger toward Ryudo Kiryu and the Extreme Do group. However, when he noticed this change, Sensible, who was sitting at the long table, couldn't help but frown. The Empress is mobilizing the reporters' resentment and dissatisfaction toward Extreme Do? What's going on? What does she want to do? As the police chief, Sensible naturally has a certain degree of understanding of the Rulon Group, the largest Extreme Do organization in Yodo. In fact, from Da's point of view, the Rulon Group was not a very bad organization. They were not involved in anesthetics, smuggling, or gambling. It could be said that they were already a clear stream in the Kyudo. In fact, in the area managed by the Rulon Group, the crime rate was actually quite low. The surrounding people's evaluation of them was also okay. They were not the kind of evil people. Instead, they had some of the chivalrous demeanor of the Edo period. But now the Empress Owada seemed to want to target the Rulon Group and their leader Ryudo Kiryu, and it was for a reason that Sensible thought was ridiculous. The royal family summoned the leader of Extreme due to the Kokyo to inspire them? To make them turn over a new leaf? Bullshit. Even if they want to do this kind of thing, it's definitely not the royal family's turn to do it. What qualifications do they have to intervene in Extreme Do? This is clearly the work of the Metropolitan Police Department, okay? What's more, the whole Empress assassination incident was full of doubts. Sensible already felt that there was something wrong with it. At this time, after watching the Empress performance, he felt that this woman was talking nonsense. If it weren't for the press conference now, Sensible definitely couldn't help but stand up and yell at the Empress, "Is this something you should care about? Where do you put the police? Aren't you overstepping your authority?" But not now. At least before there is an obvious turnaround, Sensible couldn't do anything. He could only sit quietly at the long table and watch the Empress' tearful performance. At this moment, the Empress had already reached the most critical part. "I think." Owada suddenly stood up from the chair and said in a bold tone, "This country can't go on like this. We must not let the Extreme do whatever they want. We should do a national purge and put all the Extreme Do in prison." A nationwide purge? Wasn't this a little too? After hearing the Empress' words, there was an uproar in the group of reporters below. The number of Extreme Do in the entire country added up to at least 150,000 people. And now the number of people imprisoned in the country's prisons was about 50,000. If all the extreme do were to be purged and put all of them in prison, then the number of people imprisoned in the country's prisons would instantly skyrocket by 3 times. What is the concept of 3 times? The prison that originally accommodated 50,000 people, if 150,000 people suddenly flooded in, wouldn't the prisons in the country burst? What's more, such a huge project can't be done easily. At least Sensible couldn't help but cover his head when he heard the plan. Nonsense. This woman was simply fooling around. What exactly was she thinking? Although Daigo Mingji thought so, as Xiaohe and Tianya explained their plan, his brows furrowed more and more. In Owadaya's plan, the imperial family will be responsible for contacting many international security companies and prison companies to assist in the plan. Within a year, these companies will invest about $100 billion in Nippon and build more than 200 private prisons to imprison the arrested Extreme Do members. At the same time, the arrest work will be completed by the largest security companies in American. What is the concept of the security companies in American? That was a big shot who had fought in the Middle East and fought with terrorists. His employees numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and in this plan, there are dozens of domestic companies that support the imperial family, and they are all reputable companies in various industries. If what Owadaya said is true, she can mobilize so many domestic and foreign forces to carry out this plan, then this Extreme Do Purge plan really seems possible. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.